Morning, everybody. This is Steve. I gotta hurry up. I gotta leave in like 10 minutes. She is. Got really scared off. She was here earlier, and then she ran off. She came back, and back again. The trash can, so you throw everything off. Glad she came back. She was here first thing, waiting on me. If you didn't see it, it's already there. Closer and closer. Still not there yet, but we're getting there. Maybe it's be able to get her spayed. Be able to do that. Man, I've been running and gunning. I've done Simon's litter box. I've like cleaned it out completely. I washed it in the bathtub. I took the trash out. Got her all done. I haven't even smoked anything today yet. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave the gate open so Simon will come in and out of the room since he'll be able to if he's gonna take full advantage of it or not. I'm also gonna leave my bedroom door open to see which he prefers. See if he'll come in here and look outside. Oh my god, he just jumped on my back. Oh. Oh, no, me! Oh, you're on me! Fuck. Alright, my back, y'all. Pull the car out first. there. Under there when I left? He still thought it was his turn when I got back. He was acting weird hiding in my room. It's interesting that he didn't come in here more and hang out in here. He knew before I had even touched the bag that something was up. He was hiding. By the time I was dressed, he was already hiding. He can't stand going to the vet. And I gotta see if this is contagious or not. No, cat gingivitis, not contagious. Doesn't spread between cats either. Good. Good deal. Our breath was so bad. Damn. Not only is gingivitis one of the most common dental diseases found in cats, it leads to periodontal disease, which is actually the most common disease in general for cats. Every cat is prone to developing periodontal disease, which is caused by gingivitis. But some purebred cats, such as Persians, British Shorthairs, and Siamese, are more predisposed to develop it. Cats will even develop gingivitis at a young age. This is called juvenile onset gingivitis. That's what she has. But her gums are sore. I'm not finding anything on treating gingivitis with pills. I'm going to have to go get the pills, so look them up. Hummingbird just flew by? Oh, really? Yeah, that hummingbird yesterday was flying above the tree over and over. He just kept doing this above like the same spot. Maybe it's got a nest right there in the tree next to my place. And then it goes, and I heard, I could barely see a dot way up in the sky. And then I heard, and then it was gone. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, those things are like aliens, man. They're amazing. How fucking fast they are, dude. That's what they're like, the Formula One race cars of birds. They get super high pitch sounding when they're going fast. Yeah, that hummingbird comes in the front yard sometimes too. It's little. It's like this. But it was doing the same exact trajectory over and over, a U shape. Like, whoa. And then I think it fucking came back down at fucking 1,000,000 miles per hour and landed on its nest. I don't know. If anything, it's an alien technology and is a bird, it's those things. Those things are being piloted by somebody. You're having fun with them. That's what China should do. Dude, we should, oh man, America really, but China's the one that already has the bird drones. We should have hummingbird drones. Then they can, hover like an actual drone. Nobody would think anything of it. Yesterday was a busy day after going all the way out to Santa Ana to get that paperwork. I tried going to D&B twice. Parking lot was full. Filled my tank up for this morning because I had low fuel light on. And I cut up all that sugar cane. Battery them up a little bit more, try and get this soap scum is fucking stubborn, dude. I gotta do it in like one more time. I think I'll have it completely all off. Spray with some acid. Hurricane out there ready to get picked up right now. My trash. Man, it feels good to have that shit out of here. I had the tallest sugar cane in Long Beach, I think. I just haven't been growing for so long without me interfering. It had grown all the way up through my tree, and it was starting to like branch off into like having multiple shoots out the top of the tree. Kind of amazing. I felt bad cutting it. Like life had found a way. It did the test. It did it, but it was so loud when it was when it was windy. Dude, sugarcane's really loud because of all the dry leaves it produces. off of it. Like I had a leaf wind chime out there. And it was so much sugar cane though. Yesterday when I was chopping it up, I was just like, oh, and I killed a jumping spider on accident. I felt bad about that. I helped one of them get to safety, and I saw a dead one in the sugar cane. I killed it yesterday on accident. I say a jumping spider because they seem so intelligent, more than a regular spider. Turn their head and look at you. Wasn't that other one's mate? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I killed a black widow on accident too. For sure. I wasn't trying to. They're kind of fragile though. And I mean, it was out here. It was right out here, like straight out the window and looking down. That's where the Black Widow was. So it's not really ideal to have Black Widows anywhere around here because they will kill a cat. Gummy spiders, nothing to worry about, but Black Widows will kill a cat. They're known for it, actually. So I think I'm going to kill all the Black Widows I see now that I know that. I felt bad at first about it, though, because I didn't know that. But, yeah. If a cat gets hit by a Black Widow, it's probably going to die. Might be what happened to Tux. For all I know, he's under the house. Maybe. Damn it, now I gotta get another pill splitter too so I don't cross-contaminate her pills with his. Ah! Forgot about that. Even do that. Alright. BP's at gingivitis, Mark. Sorry, so I'm looking stuff up on pill splitter. Another thing to. Why don't I just get more cats? I should just start a cat sanctuary. Only for sick ones, though. Hey, I can be a YouTuber. Yeah, people want to be my friend. Fixed cats? No, only non-fixed cats. They're willing to give it up. I don't want any tight pussies around here. Them to be loose and ready to have some fun, baby. Let's see how many cats we can have in this one house within a year. Now that would draw the viewers. I could be a YouTuber.
He used a chainsaw to chop down dozens of trees.
No, I don't want them to be tight with their pussy. You know, I want the loose kitties. That's what they used to call them back in the day. That girl's loose. And she was, right. Wasn't that a thing back in the day? Am I that old?
Lining the sidewalks in downtown Los Angeles.
Tonight, police say the suspect who was caught on video is under arrest. Mary Beth McDade live with the latest on that arrest and new surveillance video you'll see only on 5. Mary Beth.
Yes, and Mike and Chair, no doubt many in the downtown area are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, hearing that this chainsaw-wielding suspect is behind bars tonight.
Democrat.
Now, police tell us that when they took him into custody, he still had that power saw with him.
What?
He was captured on several security cameras using a chainsaw to cut down multiple trees in front of a building on 8th and Union in the Westlake area of LA on Saturday afternoon around 4.
I was super shocked, and I just couldn't believe somebody could do this. I did see the news over the weekend, never thought they would target us.
The building manager realized what had happened Monday morning when she got to work.
It was just very sad to see the trees just cut down like that. They're damaged. They can't just grow again.
She then scoured through her security cameras and discovered she had images of the suspected saw.
He had a chainsaw. It was loud. People were walking by, didn't call the police, didn't do anything.
She also reached out to another nearby business owner to see if his cameras had any footage of the incident. And sure enough, he had video of a tall white man with a goatee and a backpack ride up on a bike with a power saw and go to town on his neighbor's trees.
We're shocked that there's people out there that, vandalize properties.
More images surfaced of what police believe is the same suspected vandal sawing down dozens of trees in several areas in the downtown LA area over the past few days. A portion of South Grand Avenue was left treeless, with orange cones now replacing where shade trees once grew. Tuesday evening, the LAPD released a community alert to be on the lookout for the chainsaw-wielding suspect. The LAPD tells us officers in the Rampart area recognized the suspect as a homeless man and knew some of the places he hung out. They say officers caught up with him at one of those locations and took him into custody. They tell us he still had the chainsaw on him. And the mayor's office says that city crews already
fucking ship this motherfucker out of the state or something. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. He's probably not even from here.
Assessing the damage and making plans to quickly
that should start
replace
happening.
The damaged trees. For now, reporting live here in Hollywood, Mary Beth,
that should start happening. When homeless people come here to be homeless and start fucking doing stupid shit, we should give them we should make them go back home to their home state. Actually, you figure out how to fucking get back here again if you're coming back. No, matter of fact, you're banned from California now, motherfucker. If you come from out of state and come and do some shit, I don't know if he is or not, but if he is, he came and did that here because we're fucking bending over backwards to let homeless people fuck us in the ass. He needs to get sent back home and barred from being able to come back to LA County. Why can't that be a thing? Shit like that should be a thing, dude. Because since we incentivize homeless people to come here from all over the country, all over the world, you don't think there are people that were Venezuelans that came up here to be homeless in LA because the weather's good enough? And why not? I mean, sure. The thing is, they don't have to be homeless here, though, until their funds run out. Because they were getting more help than our own homeless people were. They were coming here getting put right up in the hotels. So they definitely came here to be homeless. Internationally and nationally. There be repercussions for doing that. And like if someone comes here from another state to be specifically to be homeless and they don't want to accept help, they keep fucking up. They should be banned from the fucking state. Why can't we do that? Otherwise, we're just inviting them to come and keep coming here. Keep on coming here. We're not going to do anything except lock you up. And our jail system's probably nicer than living on the street. Who knows? They take a little break.
When I tell you that the level of incompetence is almost like incomprehensible, it is so bad. And when you bring up the idiot known as Elon Musk, he is not only like very sinister and has no idea of what he's doing, and people are like, oh no, he absolutely knows because he's the richest man in the world. Like, yes, he knows how to hire smart people, but don't conflate that and believe that he is the genius, because he ain't.
Also took this as an opportunity.
Oh wait, what the fuck? She is the genius though? Dude, he definitely acts genius-like, and just how he speaks. He puts a lot of thought into what he says before he says it, unlike her. Out of here. What are you talking about, man? Like that's not an accomplishment in itself. Can you get the people together to fucking put rockets into space and land them on a thing on chopsticks? Can you get those people together, lady? Can you get enough people together to be the richest person in the world? Like, as if that's not an accomplishment enough in itself to be like, okay, this guy knows a little something more than I do, even though he had a rich upbringing. There are plenty of people that have rich upbringings that don't do what Elon Musk has done. And I'm not even bringing up Starlink.
To again flex on MAGA and let them know that I will always be smarter than you.
I actually wanted to be an anesthesiologist. So I've always been really good at math and science. You literally are supposed to be the leader of the free world, and you're worried about a rising sophomore in the house.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
He also called you low IQ.
Bro, because you wanted to be something, that makes you a fucking genius or something? Well, apparently you didn't do that, so you got the old...
I'm sure you're aware of that. Would you be willing to take an IQ test publicly, head-to-head against the President of the United States?
Absolutely. There was an article that just came out that said that actually the most educated demographic in this country right now is black women. The fact is, stop trying to act...
What? The most educated demographic in the country is black women. Where's she getting that shit from? How? I don't even see that being the case per capita. Because are there really that... You know what I bet she's getting? What number she's getting? The amount of people that are on Pell Grants per capita. Because I got Pell Grants too for a little while. You know, you don't have to pay those back. You can just go to college, get free money, and try something out for a little while, and then just stop. That's it. So that might be where it might not be actual educated, but being educated. Maybe per capita, there are more black women than any other subset of race. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like Asian women or whatever. Like, it's got to be women, and it's got to be a race. They have the most. But what that tells me, if that's where she's getting her numbers from, is that they have the most people that are trying to take advantage of the system by getting paid to go to school instead of work. I don't think they're like, because where else would she be getting that metric from if it's not active college participants being educated? What is she going off of? Historical graduation data? Because that wouldn't be the case. It's like, what, last year there were more black women that graduated college? That means that there are more of them in the country? That wouldn't be the case either, because that's just 1 year. You see what I'm saying? Like, her numbers are bullshit. I want to know what she's talking about. She doesn't say.
As if only white men are the ones that are capable. Because right now you're sitting at a table with 3 very capable black.
But there are more white men in college. There are more white people in college in America than anything else, because we're mostly white people. And white people might actually be more likely to go to college also than a black person. But for some reason, black women are taking advantage of colleges in exceedingly high numbers compared to usual. And she thinks that's a metric that means that black women are smarter. That's what I'm gathering from this. Where else would she be getting that number from, that saying that black women are the most educated people in the country?
Is she the dumbest person in the House of Representatives?
I'd be hard-pressed to find someone dumber.
You had said that last time you were here, Marjorie Taylor Greene was the dumbest person in Congress. Is she still the dumbest, or has that crown been taken from her?
No. She's still winning, honey. You look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime, which is why they're so frustrated, because they really want our local law.
Do you see this right here? Who is she comparing herself to? This isn't in her house or something. Dude, she has a very, I don't know who this historical figure is, but I'm sure she's huge in the world of civil rights and blackness. Who is it? Black people in civil rights probably know, and they're like, but she's comparing herself to this person as if she is on the level. Who does that? It's like me putting a picture of myself in the background next to, I don't fucking know, dude, some celebrity. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like that person. Why not? Right? It's some narcissistic type shit right there. Trying to convince people that you're like that other well-liked historical figure.
Enforcement to go out and round up people. So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. You're not. We done picking cotton.
Why does she act like that there aren't any Americans that are willing to go? I mean, if they're willing to pay us non-illegal immigrant wages, Americans are much more likely to go do a job. If they're going to pay minimum wage, at least, they could get some American workers out there, or say white people, Maybe you know what I mean. White America. You can get citizens of America to want to do that work. I've done work like that at a like farming type work. Oh man. I just want the cheap labor though, and as long as it's cheap labor, yeah, Americans aren't going to do it for that price.
We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
The value of X is 75% lower than it has ever been. So if I am gonna go look for somebody to run a business, I'm gonna look for someone who is going to run one successfully. And before people start screaming and yelling about, well, he's a billionaire. Yeah, when you know the right people and they'll just give you money, then you can become a billionaire too. And maybe one day all of us will have that kind of access. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy.
What are you doing? Please stop putting your asshole on me, dude. Go down, stay up. I don't know. Just don't put your asshole on me anymore. That I'm leaving my leg up. Dude. Get out. Does act like scapegoated. Day laborers being detained at Home Depot. I haven't seen this yet.
Families and immigration advocates are trying to figure out where a group of day laborers was taken. More than a dozen men were detained by federal agents. This is at a Home Depot parking lot in Pomona. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live in Pomona where this happened. So, Brittany, have you seen any day laborers show up there this morning?
No, Lynette, I have not. It's been really quiet here this morning. 15 to 20 people reportedly detained. And
check this out, man. Every time I go to the Home Depot here around the corner, all the good parking spaces are taken. All the shaded spots are taken by these fucking day laborers. Or they'll be out with their fucking truck with fruit in the back of it, trying to sell fruit to Home Depot people. It's like, good. Because Home Depot doesn't do shit about it. Somebody needs to, damn it. Get them out of here. Do you ever go to Home Depot and you're like, hey, I need you to come do some shit for me? Because I sure as hell don't. I think I want to fucking have some random people come. I won't even come have them cut my tree because what if they break something? What if they break my fence out here? What am I going to do about that? What are they going to do? You know, what if something happens where, I don't know, they get hurt while they're on my property? They could sue me now. Fuck all that.
Taken away yesterday by those federal agents. We did talk to one man who says he doesn't know where his brother is, another who's looking for his father.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Counting the cars, this video shows several vehicles, some that appear to be Border Patrol, others that were unmarked at this Home Depot parking lot in Pomona yesterday morning. Federal agents conducted some sort of raid where multiple day laborers were taken away. You can see people sitting on a sidewalk near law enforcement officials. Community organizations, advocates, and immigrant rights groups say they're trying to figure out exactly how many people were detained and where they were taken. They held this protest calling for transparency and say they saw a spike in calls.
You remember the day of let me go, and they'd all go fucking scattering? Well, guess what? It's time to start scattering again. It's time to think, hey, you know what? Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
From the community about federal agents in the same area before. They want to know what information federal agents had to conduct this operation here and argue being a day laborer and looking for work is not a crime. One man through a translator describes what
it is if you're fucking illegal and you're working under the table tax-free. That is a crime, especially when you're doing it every fucking day and then you're sending half your money back home to Mexico.
When I started seeing the scene, I started crying. The tears started leaving.
Oh my God,
we're here.
who
We're
cares?
human beings. We're only here to support ourselves and to maintain our families.
Right.
Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda
They're here to
Solis.
support their families here, while at the same time sending money back home so that they can save up and also make the trip to come up here and sit in the parking lot with them and be a day laborer and take money from businesses that pay taxes in our country, that have lucrative construction businesses, yard businesses, all that. It's taking money out of our Americans' pockets, those fucking Home Depot shitbags, actually.
Says her office is looking into this, writing, I immediately directed the Los Angeles
I don't give a
County
fuck I'm
Office
losing
of
YouTube
Immigrant
viewers.
Affairs
Fuck
to connect
them.
with the Pomona
Fucking
Day Labor
Democrat
Center
bitches. What are they
to
even doing
ensure
here?
those impacted
They
receive
see
the
the fucking
support and
thumbnail?
resources they need. Adding, while this remains a developing situation, I want to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to ensuring that all residents, regardless of their immigration status, are aware of and can exercise their constitutional rights. Now, we did speak with ICE, and they tell us that they were not involved with this. NBC4 last night and this morning has reached out to Customs and Border Protection.
It's not even
and is still
ICE.
waiting to hear back.
It's
Home
federal
Depot says they
agents.
don't
It's
want
not
to comment
ICE.
on what happened here. They're declining
It's
that comment.
immigration then,
Reporting live
right?
in Pomona, Brittany Hope for Today in LA.
Migra. It is a Migra, maybe. Let's fall in the house. Let's fall in the house. Real ID deadline. Oh man, that's reminding me. I still gotta do that. Still gotta do my driver's license shit. Probably tomorrow. Go ahead on and get it on. I've already done everything that I can do online with it though, so it should be pretty quick once I get there. Like I've already given him almost everything, and all the paperwork. Do you have your real ID, Sister T? Are you real?
A Southside Home Depot is at the center of growing community frustration. Customers and
You're not
neighbors
real.
say the store has become a magnet for migrant loitering and harassment.
Some residents tell us they no longer feel safe visiting this store. They're calling on the city and on Home Depot to step in. Our Tia Ewing has more.
Well, Scott and Dawn, it's not unusual, right, to see people outside Home Depot looking for work, but customers and neighbors say the crowds have grown significantly, now fueled by an influx of migrants. They say it's turned shopping and even just walking down 87th Street right near the Dan Ryan chaotic. Over the weekend, this was the scene outside the Home Depot in Princeton Park on Chicago's South Side, and it's drawing a growing concern. Complaints are pouring in from customers and neighbors who say they're being harassed by groups of alleged migrants crowding the parking lot. This video shows dozens of people gathered near the entrance, many of them customers say approaching cars and following people into the store in hopes of getting work. One customer told us it's become an unsettling experience just trying to shop.
The man, 4, 5, 6, and they're asking you, can I clean your car? Can I wash your windshield? And even when you coming out, they like waving their hands for you to stop, like you've just hit them or something. And then they come up to you like they are contractors working.
So how did it get to this point? Well, residents and former employees say the issue escalated after Texas Governor Greg Abbott began sending migrants to Chicago. And since then, neighbors say trash has piled up. A street food vendor has taken over the sidewalk. People feel unsafe, and little, if anything, has been done to address this. A former Home Depot employee described it as a failure on the part of both the company and the city, saying the lack of action is only making things worse.
They're impeding on traffic. You know, they're outside. It's just so many of them where, you know, to me, it's unsafe.
All the immigrants, you've got the African immigrants over there, you got the Haitian immigrants over there, you've got the Hispanic immigrants over there. At first, it was only Latino immigrants for a long time. Now it's African immigrants over there. Now,
bro, what? See, this is what will end up happening if we end up just letting them hang out in Home Depot parking lots. They will take over Home Depot parking lots in our country. It's that simple. Case in point. Hey, fuck you motherfuckers going in and out of this motherfucker not saying anything, you dickheads. I see this number and this number moving all the fucking time. Say something, you fucking D-Life shits. Fuck you.
there's Haitian immigrants over there, and you can't sit here and tell me that there's no way that these people can get their work permits.
Fucking pussies. D-Live, you're full of pussies.
Housing.
The Home Depot is responding to our story saying this. We have a long-standing non-solicitation policy at our stores. Our top priority is the safety of our associates and customers. It's the gayest platform I stream on. And we invest significant resources in making sure they can work and shop safely. Our ongoing approach includes technology, personnel, and close relationships with local law enforcement and elected officials. Now, we do want to point out, we did see Chicago police out there at the time that we did record video, but nothing was done about that activity. An email and 2 calls were made to Alderman Ronnie Mosley's office. So far, we haven't heard back. Scott?
You know what I mean? It's fucking stupid. D-Live will go up to 15 viewers, it'll go down to 4 viewers, it'll go back up to 15 viewers. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. I see it. I notice all this, by the way, that's happening at all times. I am fucking extremely aware because I watch OBS. This is what I'm looking at oftentimes. In case anybody was wondering, when I'm looking at the other screen, what I'm looking at, it's this. This is OBS. This is the program that I stream with. When I'm on that, usually on, oh, you can't see both at the same time. I can't show you. Well, it'd look like what you're seeing right now. What you're seeing right now is exactly what I see on the other screen when I move over, because it's the scene. It's got my image there. It's got it over here. Hats down there with the outside. I see all that. I see these numbers constantly when I'm looking over here. Sometimes I'll put this over here if I just want to watch it on this screen instead, but it looks better if I'm looking at it over here. I need to really make this better. It looks like more like I'm looking at you, because I would have to have it like that though. Oh, look stuff. That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's going all over the place. I don't even believe it. I think it's bullshit. I think it's like D-Live is bodying us or something. D-Live, the actual developers are doing some weird shit. Because let me show you something. D-Live, it's just really odd. That tens of thousands of views come through on some of my D-Live streams. Doesn't even make sense. Log in here. Later app. I don't even have my fucking phone here. Never mind, we're not looking at that now. Don't feel like dealing with any of that shit. I gotta get my authenticator app. I gotta fucking the phone. The authenticator app's actually on the fucking streaming phone. It's for the cats out there. So who gives a shit? Just know some weird shit's happening on DLive. Literally, like 30,000 views will come through on some of the videos. Get over. Oh, I can't. I can look it over here. Yeah, look, I'll show y'all. So, like, this is yesterday's stream. 27.7 thousand views. 29.5 thousand views on the one before. 61.8 thousand views the day before that. Easter. There's no way that's possible, dude. Because, look, 11 views. 6 views. 34,000 views. 8 views. 5 views. 3 views. 0 views. 0 views for a fucking 12-hour stream. Right here. 4 views, 3 views, 4 views. 45,000 views. 31,000 views. 34,000 views. 54,000 views. You know what I mean? There's something really weird going on. I don't fucking care. But it's a little annoying that number keeps going from like 14 to 4. And it's just, fuck you, DLive. You're gay. I don't believe it's real. I don't think anybody's ever there, actually. Because of that. And because they never say anything. I'm definitely not doing that, though. The botting of any channels. I got over that shit years ago. Half a decade ago, I got over doing it to myself. Y'all know I'd still play around with Santa and stuff. Fun when it. And shit, that was 3 years ago almost now. That was the last time I messed with them. Here's out. Yeah, you're the first I've showed that to, Sister T. I've seen it happening over the past couple of months, but I'm not really proud that it's happening. I like it. I wish it would stop. I don't think it's helping. That help. Your soul was bothering me. Yeah. Alright, maybe they stopped now when they heard me say that. Maybe those are real 4 people. A little pet peeve of mine to be botted. Like, I like knowing how many people are here. I would rather give 10 people like the attention that they deserve for being here than think that there are 100 people here and no one's talking, because then I start acting weird because I don't think any of them are real. If only 10 people, 5 people here, but nowadays, like, it looks like people are botting with really small amounts. I didn't realize that. I don't know why DLive does that with showing that there are tens of thousands of views, but only 15 people here. Crazy. 60,000 views on a video. Popping off, man. I'm a DLIVER.
Today, we're here to speak.
There was a high school stabbing. Hi, what are you doing? Oh.
Starting.
Oh, so everybody knew that he's going to Doge.
Things did get heated at a school board meeting in Redlands.
Yeah, members voted to ban transgender athletes from playing in girls' sports. KCAL News reporter Cara Finstrom is at Redlands High School with reaction from both sides. Cara?
Good morning, Sheba. Students just now beginning to arrive here at Redlands High School, and some of them asking us what happened at that meeting because it ran very late. Ultimately, the board did vote 3-2 to bar transgender athletes from girls' sports.
Dude, it was close. That's concerning.
Here's part of what we heard.
It's fair. It's about ensuring that our daughters who train, sacrifice, and give everything to their sport are not robbed of the opportunities. That's not discrimination. Discrimination is not letting a boy play in his sports and a girl not playing in their sport.
Well, this is where Oreo was. I noticed Oreo was live last night on Twitch, but his audio was shit, dude. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but he was here. Is this near where he lives? Must be.
Instead of judging and vilifying a community you know nothing about, you need to sit with them, listen to them, stop trying to regulate and bully them out of existence. And by the way, this resolution conflicts with California law and is completely illegal.
Fuck you.
Hundreds of people on both sides of this lined up outside that packed board meeting, hoping to speak.
Oh my God! You can tell who's who.
Having to watch the session through a TV that was brought outside. The vote comes amidst a bigger backdrop of tense district discussions about numerous LGBTQ+ issues. Last night, the board also talked about, but did not vote on, a proposed policy.
What's interesting, dude, is how many of them come out because they feel like their rights are being taken away. That's what happens. Like, for instance, you're seeing now supposed constituents of Republican politicians coming out in droves, right? Speaking out against their representative. Well, those people didn't vote for that person and probably don't even live in his district. They're coming out in droves from other areas and packing house because they feel like their rights are being taken away. So I bet a majority of the people that were outside that couldn't get in are like trannies and gay people. Because like people like you and me aren't as privy to the goings on of this world, like of like, oh, there's going to be a vote coming up to the tranny shit. Like, oh, well, no, they already know. You know what I mean? Because they knew like 2 months ago that this was coming up because they're like, they're taking our rights away. So interesting. The left keeps saying that. Look, see, they're regretting it now. They're regretting voting in the Republicans. So, no, they're not. Those people the people like me that voted the Republicans, they're not showing up to these things because we're winning. There's no need to. The people that didn't vote for them are the ones that are showing up to all these things. So no, people aren't regretting it. It's just butthurt Democrats that lost that are there. Thankfully, some people showed up to this one though. Because otherwise, it might have voted the other way. It's one difference.
That would only allow American flags on campus.
So I'm grateful for people like Oreo that are doing what he's doing, and I always was, dude, until he got weird with it. Y'all know that he's just too stupid to see it. I'm still banned on his Twitch channel. He's too stupid to see that I supported him before, and I've supported him after that whole fiasco. It's just that. That was like, dude, what are you doing? Get out of there. You're fucking doing too much now, or you? Come on, man. Used his reviewers, got him to buy him that fucking van that he never used and shit. It just got way out of hand. Aside from that, I appreciate Oreo and people like him that put a light, shed a light on this and go to these things and have a voice for the majority. Because the minority is coming out for sure. Majority isn't. They need to.
Campuses, as well as proposed changes in how books are approved. For years, there's been tense debate here over having pride flags at schools and certain books. Backers of the resolution that did pass say it's about fairness in girls' sports and should stand alone. Chino Valley Unified has passed a similar measure, and this is a debate we've been seeing argued both on the state and the federal level. Back here live, those who oppose this say that they will continue their fight and to oppose it on legal grounds.
Of course they will, because they have nothing else better to do. They're the minority though, dude, so they're not going to, I don't know, I don't think they're going to do very well with that. America got a taste of what it would be like if we let them have free reign. We got a taste of that for 3 or 4 years. Hopefully that wasn't enough to indoctrinate enough kids to make this so that it actually does become something in a few years. Hopefully not, because it really concerns me that Taylor hasn't been through here since the election. Taylor Berry, the Navy, the sailor. We met him before he was a sailor. I met him on Omega before he joined the Navy. He ended up joining. He's a petty officer now. He's an E4. I saw on Instagram. Got it like last week or 2 weeks ago. He hasn't been through since the elections, and that's concerning, man. I thought he was a Trumper. Is he even indoctrinated? Has he even been brainwashed by the military? But like, how many people? Like, yeah, he said he couldn't tell me. Like, I can't tell you who I'm voting for. I can't tell you who we're voting for. It's a military thing. And I was like, whatever. He's voting for Trump. You know. He's been MI. Why has he not been here? Dude, I'm in shock over that, actually. And if he was, like, I remember when I first met him on Omegle, he had an American flag in the background. He went by America. Like, was it, like, who we called it? I think that was his screen name, actually. Was America. I don't know. It didn't seem like a Bidener to me. Right? He wasn't allowed to talk politics. He wasn't. Right? He wasn't allowed to. But the thing is, his disappearance speaks for him. He's still out there. He's still posted on Instagram, but he hasn't come by one time since the election. He knows I was all Trump. And he's blackwashed a little bit also. Like, meaning, like, he listens to a lot of rap, kind of, he acts kind of thuggish. So, yeah. I think that happened to him. Well, DPS K9 Border Mounted Patrol Units apprehend 19 illegal immigrants. I think he's a Democrat, or he would have came by here by now and been like, hey, how's it going? He would have. It's been half a year, dude. He's a Democrat. I'm convinced completely.
Yeah, feel it already loading in there.
He would come by normally. He'd come by every couple of months or so. It's just, What's up?
Oh, let's go to work. Looks like a heel print to me. That's there where your dog goes.
You're in a good line.
Holy shit, he's right there. These motherfuckers. Dude, I bet these Customs and Border Patrol are having a blast actually being able to do their job. They sign up to process paperwork.
Abajo! 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 Get the money! Get it! Get it!
Look at how camouflaged they are too. Like they really try to blend in.
DPS horses. When you see our dogs.
Damn, they're going in on it, bro, with the chopper and shit. It's badass.
Hey, Z. Hey, Z. Your cat. Right there. Hey.
Fuckers ain't coming in no more, boy. Look at how much camouflage this asshole. Why is he so camoed up? What is he coming here to do? Be a drug dealer? Why are they hiding? Yeah, kid's got an American shirt on already. Probably got it at an NGO right across the border. Help prep him before he fucking made his trip. Good. That's amazing. I'll put that as an inspiration. Yeah. Not all bad news.
Well, listen to this. That guy right there, Florida's Attorney General, has announced he is suing Snapchat, the social media firm, for failing to comply with Florida's law that protects children from social media. The lawsuit claims the app's features are addictive to kids and knowingly lets children under 13 open accounts.
Yeah, and they're sending each other dick pics and shit on there, dude. Not cool. You know what I mean? Dick pics, titty pics. It's just turned into a sexting app. It was like that for a decade ago. Didn't it start as a sexting app because the pictures would delete? Why the fuck would kids be on Snapchat?
Sure. Attorney General James Uthmeier
Snapchat is
right
a shit application
Good morning
in
to you,
general.
Mr. Attorney General.
Does anybody like it?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
You bet. So what is Snapchat
people addicted
doing
to sex
that you want them to change?
Yeah, look, in Florida, we're not going to let companies cash in on our kids and expose them to danger. Snapchat is violating Florida's law in several ways.
First, they're pedos are using it.
Features, you know, unlimited scrolling, live videos, push notifications. We have evidence that corporate leadership wants to create these applications in a way to keep kids on them all day long. And then they, you know, the way the app works is messages and things disappear right away, which make it the preferred venue for predators and sex offenders to come in,
they gotta
pretend to be
on
other
there.
people, seduce our kids, send them harmful conduct, and in some cases try to set up meetings.
Yeah, and there,
so it's
there was some cop that got busted like last year for some pedo shit. It was through Snapchat, and he thought that they were deleted, but they were able to somehow get it, look at it, and see it.
Dangerous. Snap has not been as willing as other social media platforms to work with our state to try to include protective measures, and we're going to hold them accountable.
Indeed. Snapchat put out a statement, Mr. Attorney General. They say this about Florida law. The Florida law does not adequately address age verification and infringes on the First Amendment rights of adults and young people while also opening Floridians up to data protection and privacy issues. There is a current challenge to the constitutionality of the law pending in federal court in Florida, and we hope that the state would allow this challenge to proceed through the proper legal process. So it sounds like Snapchat, Mr. Attorney General, was like, okay, this is in the courts, and they can't go messing with it until it goes through the courts. What do you say to Snapchat?
As long as this is the valid law of the land, we are going to enforce it. You know, companies do have some First Amendment protections, yes, but they also have a duty to protect our most vulnerable, our children. And, you know, 12 and 13-year-olds, they're not allowed to access these applications in Florida. Older teenagers, 14 and 15, can use them so long as there's parental consent and that parents can log in and figure out what protocols they can use to help monitor and supervise their kids. But if they're operating in a cavalier way, if they're allowing predators, we just saw another example last week where a registered child sex offender was operating for months trying to trick kids into doing things that are dangerous. That doesn't fly in Florida, and I'm going to stand in the way.
Sir, there's one other topic I wanted to ask you about. You know, you actually ordered, and I want you to explain this. You said we've got to stop arresting migrants because of some pending legal case. Well, explain that, because a lot of people are going, wait a minute, why can't you arrest them?
Yeah. Well, the media, the leftist media has spun this already. We are defending a state law that was recently executed a couple months ago in Florida that makes it illegal to be in Florida as an undocumented illegal alien. There are some cases up at the appellate level that contradict this law, that claim the federal government preempts us. We disagree with that, and we're very eager to litigate it. But the judge here didn't like that law enforcement was continuing these arrests, which I was okay with, certainly supported, because law enforcement is not a party to the case. And everybody knows, if you're a counsel here in Florida, you can't have something enjoined against you when you're not a party to the case. Nevertheless, our office was ordered to let law enforcement know that this judge believes that they are violating the law and that they should stop. But we are going to litigate this ferociously. We believe we're right. We need to defend state sovereignty. You can't be a state and have law and order if illegals are allowed to just run over the border and commit crimes and tax the state in many ways.
All right, back to the courts. You are a very busy guy. The Attorney General of Florida, James Utmeyer, thank you very much, sir, for joining us live.
Thanks for having me.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kayla.
So it seems like they've been looking at Snapchat for a while as being bad for kids. Because look at this. Police Snapchat app could put kids at risk. 2013 in Indianapolis. It's still around 11 years later for kids to get on. That crazy.
Today, a privacy watchdog group complained to the feds about a popular social media app millions of people, especially kids, use every day.
The Electronic Privacy Information Center claims Snapchat deceives users, promising to delete photos, but really leaving them available.
Those images are just one reason some say the new technology is perfect for predators.
Anytime you can only show an image for 2 seconds to 10
11
seconds,
years ago.
you have to wonder why, if you're going to show it at all.
People said it was a problem.
That's exactly what Snapchat is about, sending images that disappear.
Obviously, you're letting strangers who you don't know have access to those pictures, and oftentimes those strangers are what we call predators in law enforcement, and the kids call creepers.
Detective Mike Harris's team has arrested more than 600 creepers in his career.
And we're getting complaints that adults are sending inappropriate pictures to kids and asking kids to send their inappropriate pictures.
Since its debut, Snapchat's been called the photo app that's made for sexting. 150 million snaps shared every day. The app icon is a ghost, as in now you see it, now you don't. Just take a picture of yourself, then select how long you want someone to see it from 2 to 10 seconds.
Genius. It's like a creeper's dream, pretty much.
And it's not just on smartphones. If your kids have iPads, iPods, even iTouches, they can Snapchat too, and predators know it.
It's really enticing kids to.
It's made for sexting. It really is, dude. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, there's no other reason for you to have a thing that only shows you an image for like a few seconds and then it goes away. When I first saw it, when I first downloaded it, I was like, what the fuck? Where'd it go? Why would I? What? I gotta screenshot it or some shit, and then like they could tell if you screenshotted it or so. I can't remember like what there was, but like it was all so weird. Like, why would I want your image that you sent me to disappear, dude? Like, that was a memory. But yeah, it's made for fucking seeing ass and titties. That's why.
Maybe sending them things that they would never even think of doing in person or posting on Instagram or Facebook.
These savvy teens know they should only communicate with people they know.
Hey, I just liked your post.
But admit to the lure of getting likes and accruing friends online.
Oh, you got 30 something.
Just gonna play Minecraft. It's definitely more of a popularity contest.
And we're behind the curve learning it where these kids are making mistakes, but also where predators are using these apps and sites to go after our kids.
Well, just remember, anyone can take a screenshot of your picture before it disappears.
Yeah.
Snapchat notifies you if they do,
Yeah.
but by then, it's just too late.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought there was something. Why did I remember that? Like, I never used it, but I remember that being a part of it. Like, if you took a screenshot, the other person would get notified. I found that really weird, too. It totally is about sexting if it does that, too, right? Like, why does it have to tell the other person that I took a screenshot of it? What kind of shit is that? Why can't, like, so it's pretty much, it's incentivizing people to not take the screenshot. So therefore, why would anybody want that app to just see something that goes away and you never get to see it again? Why? Why would I want to waste the time to take a picture that I know is just going to disappear after I take it? Unless it's for penises and pussies. Bro, no kids should be on that app. And we knew 11 years ago that was the case. Yeah, here we are today. And look, Simon doesn't even care that I'm doing all this yelling. Look at, he's like, what's going on? What's going on up here? What? Fuck you, D-Live. I actually lost a real D-Liver that time, I think. Oh, you had no clue? Well, I'm up to date, you know, my age. I mean, I knew about it. Not toot my own horn or anything, not because it's not that big of a deal, but like, I'm sure that when I was on Omegle at my age, like 40 something, most 40-year-olds at the time probably didn't know what that even was. Reddit too. Like when I was first got on Reddit, probably 8, not even 10 years now. Like hardly anybody was on it now, but everybody knows about Reddit. How'd that happen? Maybe because they had those congressional meetings. Probably helped pop them off. When they were being whistleblowing or whatever, they were eyeballing Reddit and Facebook and bringing them in. They're like the lead dudes of Reddit, and they were really weird for that. They didn't look like they got my son. Yahoo Chat's not a thing anymore?
To me, Mallory was your typical.
See, 3 years ago they were talking about it.
All-American little girl.
Mallory Grossman was compassionate and quiet. She liked playing outdoors, making crafts, and doing gymnastics.
Wait.
But by the time she was in 6th grade, she was getting viciously bullied both in person and over
I can play
Instagram
this.
and Snapchat.
Now, I told Mallory she was allowed to have social media, and so I allowed her to have an Instagram account. Once the kids moved on to Snapchat, that's when I put my foot down and said, you're not allowed to have Snapchat. You can't monitor it.
Mallory's mom, Diane, knew the dangers of these platforms and fought to protect Mallory from the worst of it. But her daughter's bullies were merciless, and in June 2017, Mallory committed suicide. She was 12 years old.
By the time we found out about the online
That's
behavior,
crazy.
it was the day before she died. It was too late.
The adolescent suicide rate is on the rise. 17% of kids say they have been cyberbullied, most commonly on Instagram, Facebook, or Snapchat. Many parents and psychologists alike are pointing to the prevalence of smartphones and social media as a potential cause. Psychologist Jean Twenge says the year 2012 was a turning point.
It turns out 2012 is the year when the percentage of Americans who owned a smartphone crossed 50%. That's when the smartphone gained market saturation. Around that same time, that's also when the majority of teens, and the sizable majority, ended up using social media.
At the same time, national data sets revealed a major uptick in teen depression.
More and more teens started to say that they felt left out and that they felt lonely. More started to say that they felt like they couldn't do anything right or that they didn't enjoy life. Among 10 to 14-year-old girls, the number who are admitted to the emergency room for self-harm, like cutting, has tripled in just a 6-year period.
Twenge admits that there's no way to prove decisively which way the correlation runs.
This is from 3 years ago.
After all, loneliness and depression could cause young people to spend more time on their phones. But Twenge certainly isn't alone in thinking smartphones bear some of the blame.
We see now that the #1 psychiatric...
Being that this is from 3 years ago, you're right to put that into consideration. That's just like right in the middle of COVID. Wasn't it? I mean, right after, like, yeah, I mean, these are probably COVID numbers they're looking at. And everybody was more depressed during that shit.
disorder among teens and young adults is anxiety. And it's being caused really, I think, by the sort of obsessive nature of how we're using the devices.
And today, kids have access to this world earlier than ever before.
Well, I got my first phone when I was in 6th grade. My first smartphone in 6th grade.
I was in 5th grade.
11 years old. I was really excited actually because all my friends had a phone and I didn't, and I kind of felt lonely.
Today, the average age for a kid to get their first smartphone is 10.3. And on average, kids open their first social media account at 11.4. By age 12, 50% of kids have some kind of social media presence. But technically, no one under the age of 13 should even be on these
distracting,
platforms.
dude.
Popular sites like Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, and TikTok supposedly don't allow kids under 13 to sign up. It comes from a law that passed in 1998 called COPPA, or the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which prohibits websites from collecting personal information from minors under age 13 without verifiable parental consent.
Now, obviously, many kids violate that and start going on those platforms at younger ages, and the tech industry overall has been quite pathetic when it comes to enforcing the age restrictions that COPPA has enshrined into law.
Snapchat, Facebook, and TikTok require users to enter their birth dates before signing up. Instagram does not. None have mechanisms in place to ensure that kids aren't lying about their age, and there's no clear way to report underage users from within the apps themselves. To report kids under 13 on Instagram and Facebook, you need to fill out a form. For Snapchat and TikTok, you need to email their support teams. Ultimately, the companies have little incentive to curb underage use. Kicking preteens off their platforms could reduce advertising revenue and make it more difficult to hook kids early. Now, by the time they're 13, many teens are already used to logging in every day.
I think they probably do want as much data as they can, but within the boundaries that they can get away with. I mean, it is a little cynical to say, but obviously they're going to make more money the more data they have from all of us.
So we cannot really count to this day on the industry to regulate itself.
So long as tech companies can claim ignorance of underage users, they can't get in trouble.
We know that the users are there and they are underage, but technically, no. The platforms are not breaking the law. The child is the one breaking the law, interestingly enough, not the platform.
In a statement to CNBC, Instagram said, "When it comes to safety on Instagram, we're always looking to do more, both to make sure those on Instagram are protected from bullying and also to make sure everyone on our platform is over 13. But the reality is, there's just currently no way to quickly and reliably verify a user's real age online."
I have never seen a good solution to enforce a specific age to join a social media site. I can't imagine.
Yeah, just keep them off if they're fucking under 18. That's how you do it. And if you're over 18 and you don't have an ID, well, you're an idiot. You can't use it. Okay? Get an ID. Get that shit verified through their system. Bada bing, bada boom. Do it. We could do that. Or maybe even make it 16, but they got to get an ID. What's so hard about that? I don't know if there's a way, man. Other than we do it. We fucking do it. I don't know, dude. We have to think of it.
Imagine how you would do it.
While it does pose a technical challenge, social media companies do use a mix of algorithms and human power to identify and delete inappropriate content or verify the accounts of public figures. So some question why they aren't applying these same technologies to age verification processes.
It really is the central question of, does Facebook owe a duty to verify that these kids are 12 or under? Do they owe a duty to say, yes, when they're writing that they're 15 years old, that they're actually 15 years old? And that's not really built into the law.
I think this is really a parental responsibility. This is where we draw the thin line between the parent and the tech company and say, nope, this one belongs to parents.
So how do parents even know when a child is ready? Rosen says the age limit of 13 is totally arbitrary. It's even different around the world. In Europe, according to the new General Data Protection Regulation, kids under 16 need parental consent to join social media platforms, though enforcement there is equally weak.
People ask us all the time what age they should give their kids a cell phone, and the truth is the parent has to make the final decision. But for me personally, I always say delay, delay, delay.
Common Sense Media recommends an age limit of 15 for Instagram and Facebook and 16 for Snapchat and TikTok, due to issues like language, sexually suggestive content, or aggressive marketing tactics. But healthy use at an appropriate age can give kids a platform for self-expression and make them feel more connected.
Why do they
shows
need?
that teens with no social.
Why the fuck do kids need a platform for self-expression? Is my fucking question. When I was a kid, we didn't have this shit. This is all so new. Why do they need that? Why is that a necessity for upbringing your kid now? It just happened, but all of a sudden we gotta have it.
Social media are actually a little bit unhappier than those who use it in moderation. And if you take their word for it, 45% of teens say social media has no effect on their happiness, while 31% believe it has a mostly positive effect. It's when smartphone use cuts into time spent interacting with friends in person, sleeping, or studying that trouble is brewing. The Pew Research Center reports that 45% of teens say they're online almost constantly. So by the time these teens are adults, they're hooked. 88% of 18 to 29-year-olds have at least one social media account. For parents who want to curb this pattern, there are numerous third-party apps they can use, such as Family Time, Norton Family Premier, and Net Nanny. With these, parents can monitor and restrict their child's smartphone use, as well as block certain apps or websites.
You know, I tell my parents, if your kid has a bachelor's in Snapchat, you better have a master's, or they don't need to be using it.
But beyond what parents can do on their own, Diane thinks the social media companies should use their influence to invest in educational initiatives around responsible online behavior.
They know that children are misusing their app, and yet they're worth billions of dollars. What I'd like for them to do is take those billions of dollars and invest it back in to mental health, digital responsibility. Like, do your part.
Before you got off.
Some major tech companies are taking steps. With the iOS 12 update, Apple rolled out Screen Time, a feature that lets users know how much time they're spending on their phone, and even allows parents to set limits on their children's devices from their own phones. For their part, Instagram says they are using machine learning technology to proactively detect bullying in photos and captions. And last year, they rolled out an offensive comments filter, which automatically hides comments containing attacks or threats.
If the big rise in digital media use and social media is at the root of this sudden increase in teen depression, that means we can do something about it.
So Social media was not designed to replace the human connection. It was designed to improve the human connection. And we, as a society, have allowed it to replace it. We need to find a way to put the human back in our human connections.
I gotta start figuring out how to switch her over to adult food. I got a bunch of different foods in there. I just don't know which one to give her. I probably should just start giving her what I feed Simon. Sensitive skin and stomach duck. Give her that. Or I could give her the fancy piece of beef. Half the price of Simon's. Oh my goodness, last night, still like anything probably. Last night I put her bed, a little toy here. I always put this in her bed because I noticed that she would bring it to her bed. I've started putting this in her bed whenever I leave at night. And last night, I noticed that when I came in at midnight, she had gotten it from the bed and brought it to the door. Right in front of the door. So when I opened it, it was right there. And when I got up this morning, though, and came in here, it was back on the bed. She moves it around with her. She takes it with her places. Cute. I brought it with us to the vet. Gingivitis case out in here. I gotta start giving her pills every day. Yeah, I thought maybe it make her better having it with her, having something that she knows with her.
Stocks are rallying after President Trump announced he is not trying to fire the Fed chair. Millions of student loan borrowers were also about to face collections for the first time in 5 years. Starting May 5th, the Education Department is resuming debt collection on loans that went into default before the pandemic, even as it lays off staff from the agency that helps manage those loans. Collections had been paused due to the pandemic. Officials say resuming them protects taxpayers, but critics warn the move could push more families into financial trouble. Let's bring in ABC's Alex Perchet and business reporter Alexis Christoforous to unpack this a little bit more. So, Alexis,
I've been
let's just start
clipping
with the
her
basics.
nails
What
too
do
short,
affected borrowers
apparently,
need to
y'all.
know?
I just found out that's something else I forgot. That I was told. Apparently, I might be clipping her nails a little too short. They haven't ever bled, but maybe they were bothering her because I was doing them too short. They were sensitive. And that's probably why she doesn't like getting her nails cut now, because I was doing them too short. I thought as long as they didn't bleed, it was okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing it right. Let them grow a little bit longer than I was. No. He's behind me right now. Look. Yeah, see me right here. Their food. You hungry? All right. All right.
You're talking about 5 million people here, Diane, who have defaulted on their student loans, meaning they have not made a payment in at least 270 days. That's about 9 months. We have another 4 million borrowers on the brink of being in default. And remember, this is the first time the government is coming for these payments since March of 2020. So for some people, they've never had to make a payment on their student loans without consequence. And that's the big difference. So if they do not make a payment, there are going to be serious consequences. Borrowers should look out for something in the mail. In the next 2 weeks, the government is going to be reaching out to these folks to let them know they are.
I bet my ex-girlfriend is one of these people, dude. She did payment deferments for like a year one time when we were together, like in, what was that, 2014. She did like a year payment deferment off her loans, and I can't remember. She went to 2 different schools. But she owed a lot. And I bet during COVID, she did some shit. Because I remember when I was in Colorado, she wrecked her car. So that probably screwed up all kinds of shit on her making payments. And then, unless she just got, like, unless she was one of the lucky people where her stuff was completely deleted, I bet she's one of these people. Ribby. I'd like to know, though, if she is for sure. I should message her and be like, hey, are you one of these 5 million student loan borrowers that face mandatory collections starting May 5th? Are you one of them? She probably wouldn't respond.
In default, to urge them to take action to get out of default and to make good on those loans before they have to take other action.
Alex, last month, President Trump said he wanted the Small Business Administration to handle student loans, but this new guidance is coming from the Department of Education. So where are these payments going and how are they being managed given the mass layoffs at the department?
Well, Diane, I mean, I think that's part of the overall confusion here. So obviously the winding down of the Department of Education, using federal student aid through the Small Business Administration, but then we talk about like even wage garnishments and some of the things that were announced earlier this week, and that's something that's usually handled by the IRS. And so a lot of borrowers are saying that they're confused as to where these payments are actually going. I think the bottom line is that if you have federal student loans, your servicer, which for many people that's AidVantage, some people that's Mohela, that is going to continue as is. But if you have any questions, advocates tell us that you can always go to studentaid.gov, and that will tell you who is servicing your loans to make sure that those payments.
Yo, you know what's even crazier?
Now,
is she went to film school. Like her goal was to be an assistant director. Pretty much a director gopher. Go get that director a drink. I don't know. But that's all crumbling. They are now comparing Hollywood to Detroit and how the motor industry just crumbled there. That's what is happening to the video entertainment industry here.
Alexis, the Department of Education also says they will restart administrative wage garnishment, meaning they can just go into your income and pull it out of your paycheck before you even get that paycheck. So how is that part of this going to work?
So it is part of it. There are other things the government can do, and they would lay this out to you in a letter at least 30 days before it were to happen. So it's not just going to magically happen on May 5th if you've defaulted on your loan, that now part of your salary will go to the government. You'll be given ample time to know that's happening, which is why they want you to take action to prevent it from happening. But the government has the right to take 15% of your after-tax income to pay off your loan. They can also take 100% of your tax refund. They can take 15% of Social Security benefits. So there are real consequences here, which is why you can't ignore these notices, and you need to make every possible effort to pay down the loan.
Alex, how much money does the government stand to recoup by sending these debts to collection?
Well, I mean, Diane, this is a huge portfolio. We're talking about a huge pot of money, some $1.6 trillion in student loans are a part of that overall portfolio. And when you talk about 2 out of 5 Americans being or currently not making repayments, I mean, that is a huge chunk of that pie. And this is something that the White House has said, you know, times run up on these COVID pauses, and they need to get some of that money back.
Alexis, former Undersecretary James Kvaal told ABC News that defaults can be devastating. In some cases, they can hurt your credit score. They can impact future student aid. Some states will even revoke your driver's license. So how can people avoid that?
Yeah, and it can stay on your credit score, by the way, your credit report for 7 years if you wind up really defaulting on these loans and not doing anything about it. So there are some things you can do proactively. You do want to go to, Alex mentioned a moment ago, going to studentaid.gov. That's going to have a lot of resources for you. And tap into the government's default resolution group. There you can enroll in an income-driven repayment plan, which means that your repayments are going to be tied to how much money you make. So that amount might be different for different people. You can also sign up for what's called loan rehabilitation, and that means you are agreeing to pay on time for 9 consecutive months to get yourself out of debt. And borrowers can also consolidate their loan debt into a new direct consolidated loan. What you want to do, though, is show the government you're making every effort to make these payments.
All right, business reporter Alexis Christoforous, ABC's Alex Prochet, thank you both.
All right, we got a little bit of fancy feast on this one. She's gonna love it. It's this little chunk that's on the right here. See what she goes for first. She went straight for that. Dude, that's already gone. I didn't know how to weigh it. That's why I'm sorry it took so long. Like I don't know. I had to look at calorie information for the can and what it recommended for weight and everything. She loves the fancy feed. So I could easily just feed her fancy feast at 90 cents a can. Dude, she's way different than Simon. About 40 and 20, I think. 3 grams of one, 20 grams of the other one. I'm supposed to like gradually give her more. Not a shock to her system, changing the food. That's probably why the vet, she's the one that brought up trying to get her off the kitten food. You could probably tell by her body that she's on kitten food still, maybe. She was really pleased that she wasn't on any dry food. She was like, you feed her wet food? I was like, yeah. Like, a little bit of dry food? I was like, no. She's like, oh, good. Dry food, good. But I'm going to have to start putting... I need to split one of these pills real fast and give it to her. Food treat or something. Hey, look what we got here. Take her out one. That shit big. I flies. Yeah, I think it's scared off Trident too. I understand. Hopefully she has to go somewhere else.
Hello everyone, I'm JIBBERJABBER back for another review. For the person that commented saying that the mic has something where it has it's louder, that's the echo, but that's the echo volume. I'm not gonna use that echo volume because it'll echo me with the mic. So there's that. I do not want it to echo, so I'm safe. But on to the review. As promised, the LEASH limited edition draft latte s'mores flavor.
You guys identical twins?
120 milligrams of caffeine. Yeah, low on caffeine. 170 calories, 4 grams of total fat.
Has that ever happened? Identical twins with different sexes?
15 milligrams of cholesterol.
They look exactly the same.
70 milligrams of sodium.
What has a penis? What has a vagina? It's really hard to tell them apart. Otherwise,
7 grams of dietary
wild.
fibers.
Should be a thing.
Grams of sugars, 11 grams added sugars.
That should definitely be a thing. That would really screw with us, wouldn't it?
You get your vitamin D. Actually, you don't get no vitamin D. 270 milligrams of calcium. You get your iron. 0.4 milligrams. And
oh, he gets his vitamins.
310 milligrams of... Okay, due to my eyes, I think they keep wanting to wander. So it seemed blurry a bit. So, 510 milligrams of potassium. It says do not shake, so I'm gonna do what it says and don't shake it.
Whoa! While it's very rare, identical twins can, in extremely rare cases, be different genders. This typically happens due to genetic mutations or unusual fertilization scenarios that affect the sex-determining chromosomes during development. What the fuck? Do they look exactly the same though? I'm tripping out right now.
Yeah. Not falling for that, Brent. I'm doing a review shit. Don't worry.
Hold up. Jonadal dysgenesis is a mutation can cause one twin to develop with a non-functional Y chromosome, resulting in one twin having a female phenotype and the other a male phenotype, or Turner syndrome. If one twin loses a Y chromosome earlier in development, they can develop Turner syndrome, which can lead to a female phenotype. Unusual fertilization scenario: 2 sperm fertilizing 1 egg. In rare cases, a single egg can be fertilized by 2 different sperm, leading to twins who share all maternal DNA but only part of paternal DNA. potentially resulting in different sexes. Or an extra X chromosome, XXY, a zygote with XXY chromosomes can split, potentially resulting in one twin with the XY male and the other with the XX female. Oh. Extremely rare. It is crucial to distinguish between biological sex, XX or XY chromosome, and gender, social and cultural expression of sex. While identical twins may have the same biological sex, their gender identity and expression may differ, particularly if one twin undergoes gender-affirming procedures. Genetic testing. Genetic testing can help determine if twins are truly identical, share the same DNA, or if they have different genetic material, which could explain differences in their sex. But it's possible, though. That's what's crazy. Yeah. Dude, I'm going to look up pictures, see if I can find some.
Do what it says and don't shake it. Yeah. Not falling for that burnt. I'm doing a review shit. Don't worry. Not falling. Yeah. Not falling for. Yeah. Not falling for that burnt. I'm doing a review shit.
You quit yelling?
Yeah. Not falling for that burnt. I'm doing a review shit. Don't worry.
Dude, he totally wanted. Who is that? Who is that?
Don't shake it. Yeah.
He looked like he wanted to get mad there too for a second. He almost cursed.
Not falling for that burnt. I'm doing a review shit. Don't worry. But sports, since it said do not shake. I'm not sure why it said do not shake. That's weird.
It's weird. Maybe it'll make it in a different consistency. I've gotten those before from Costco. They're alright. They're pretty good.
Look at the color. S'mores color. Let's see if it'll have a s'mores flavor.
Those things are addicting. They got so much sugar in them. Oh, he's never washed that cup or what? I know. As the paper, I think I've seen that cup in another video. Did you not get that off of there, buddy?
I'm getting that s'mores flavor alright. This is better than Bones coffee. Since it's a limited time, I'm thinking about stocking up.
Stocking up.
I just ended like there's no tomorrow. Blame me on that taste.
It gets a 3 head nod.
And from the can is good. But
oh, it's good from the can.
What am I gonna give the latte?
It's good. Can is good.
A rating of?
9.7.
Kind of beat that Bones coffee s'mores. So I would say how about a 10?
Whoa.
9 out of 10.
Don't go points.
Good drink, solid rating for me on my end.
I must say 10 though.
But tomorrow's review will be a prime hydration drink. Then afterwards, well, afterwards will be body armor flavor and a body armor hydration drink as well. Or if you want me to include both of them, let me know in the comments and I will do it. Hate to cut this short, but it ain't that big of a can. That's why. 11 fluid ounce. Tomorrow, though, I will be getting the new Alani new flavor from GNC. Walmart didn't have any stock for it, so bear with me in my reviews, people. But unless if you guys want me to go for a 5-100 starting tomorrow instead, I can do 2 bottles for you guys instead of the Prime hydration drink and the body armor. First, which one do you guys want? Let me know in the comments. 5-100, which is from Mexico, or Prime hydration and body armor. And I'm leaving it up to you guys, because I'm not sure what you guys want on the review. If you haven't tried 5-100, then there's that. But if you want me to review body armor and Prime tomorrow, let me know in the comments. Later, excuse me. Later, everyone. Peace out. See you in the next video. Don't forget to let me know in the comments on what you guys want me to review, 5-100 or Prime hydration and body armor.
Which ones was that? Did you say? I forgot. I wish you would have said it right before you got off. That is one more time. Are they leaving them? Dude, they're leaving the comments. It has 13.6 thousand subs now. It's definitely moving up. Oh yeah.
Well, here is where we begin with another illegal immigrant accused of murdering a Maryland mother. Sounds familiar. Prosecutors are charging Casey Robinson Alexis Barbera Rosa, a Guatemalan national, with the murder of Lesbia Ramira Guerra, his girlfriend and the mother of his 2 children. The case has drawn some parallels to that of Rachel Morin, another Maryland mom of 5 who was killed by an illegal immigrant. You'll remember her. You see her there. Now, this time around, Democratic Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen took the time to acknowledge this terrible tragedy in a statement. He did so with Rachel Morin as well, I should point out. But he jumped at the chance to hit back at President Trump's immigration agenda. He said this, quote, "I cannot imagine the grief and pain that the family of Miss Guerra is feeling right now. My heart goes out to them during this incredibly difficult time as they mourn her loss. Courts of law are where we punish the guilty and provide for the due process rights of all. That is why it is important to respect the rule of law and the decisions of our courts." Now, Trump border czar Tom Homan joined America's Newsroom this morning. He called out Senator Van Hollen over that statement.
Van Hollen's statement is just ridiculous. If you want more safety for the citizens of Maryland, to stop being a sanctuary state. Work with ICE. When you arrest a public safety threat that's in the country illegally, work with ICE. Let us in that jail so we can get them in a safety and security jail rather than release them back in the public, which creates a public threat.
Julie, 23-year-old lesbian Milith Ramirez, mother of two. I'm sure this will lead every broadcast news coverage this evening. I'm sure on the tip of every reporter's tongue in Caroline Levitt's next briefing will be this woman.
It's so sad that it won't be. I mean, because it should be. And I would love for one Democrat to stand up and say, you know what we're doing, what this administration is doing is the right thing. This is just a reminder of not only is the administration doing what should have been done years ago, but this is a reminder to keep on moving on. And I wish that the Democrats would once and for all just recognize the fact that the illegal immigration crisis here is not only dangerous for Americans, it's dangerous for all. I mean, his girlfriend was murdered. He was here illegally. And I guarantee you this guy has a rap sheet. And I hope that the Democrats at least finally acknowledge and step up and start supporting the illegal immigration crisis, but also the deportation, policy that the Trump administration is trying to push forward and getting so much pushback for, which is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, I think Senator Van Hollen's a little confused on his role. I think he thinks he's a defense attorney for Albrego Garcia and not the senator from Maryland. He put out a paper statement for Rachel Moore, and that mother of five who lost her life to an illegal immigrant. He puts out a paper statement in this case, but watch him vigorously defend Albrego Garcia on CNN. Watch this.
Because I know what he's said many times in court, and that's the proper forum for debating this. And as we know, the federal district court judge in this case said, and I brought it with me again, and I'm going to read it, no evidence linking Albrego Garcia to MS-13 or to any terrorist activity, period. That has been what Albrego Garcia has been telling the court.
Now, Lisa, Caitlin Collins' question to him was, did you ask Albrego Garcia directly whether he was affiliated with this gang? She asked him that because you think if you're sitting across from the man, you would ask him. And he had to say, no, I did not. So instead of zealously advocating for citizens of Maryland, he thinks he's in a court of law defending Albrego Garcia.
Because it's not about us. It's not about the American citizen. I was having this conversation with Paul Morrow on my podcast the other day. If you look at the Democrats' plan all along to allow this mass illegal immigration, to open our southern border to the floodgates of hell, it's brilliant. I mean, they knew that President Trump was going to get caught up in the courts of trying to deport all these people because you can't adjudicate all of these cases. You already look at the immigration courts. There's a backlog of over 3.6 million cases in the United States. You look at the fact for even the easier court proceedings for non-asylum cases, it can take up to 2 years, if not more. So they knew that this was going to get caught up in the court system, that he wasn't going to be able to deport all these people, and they were importing a new voter base. And they don't even have to have a pathway to voting for these illegal aliens. It impacts the census. These non-citizens, it impacts the apportionment for the U.S. House of Representatives. It impacts the electoral votes for the presidential race as well. So if you really look at their master plan, even sanctuary cities is kind of brilliant as well. Democrat Congressman Yvette Clarke said this in a congressional hearing, that they need more of these migrants for redistricting purposes. So if you think it's kind of a brilliant plan, disastrous for us, the American citizen, but good for Democrats for retaining power.
Kaylee, it is part of a plan, and they say the quiet part out loud. A bunch of Democrats spoke to Politico. The headline was, Dems see a winning issue in case of man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. I know the administration would take issue with that headline, but nevertheless, it's part of their plan. And I wanted to pull this up. It's a poll. The average American, 56% support deporting all illegal immigrants. That's according to a CNN poll. So their plan may jive with this leftist extremist voting base of their party, but it doesn't jive with nearly 60% of the American people.
No, it's an absolute short-term political loser. I think about a Rasmussen poll that came out this week that found 69% of Democratic voters, 77% of Hispanics, and 70% of voters, young adults my age, all support Trump's mass deportation plan. But to Lisa's point, this is part of the long-term gamble that the Democrats made several years ago, where they are willing to sacrifice political opportunity right now for supplanting the entire country's population and replacing it with a new demographic base. And I think think even the willingness to die on this particular hill of Abrego Garcia is actually a very clear message from the Democratic Party, which is that if they are willing to go to bat repeatedly and this aggressively for an alleged gangbanger, an alleged wife beater, a verifiable illegal alien whose case has already been adjudicated by 2 immigration courts, both of which found that he can and should be removed from this country, they are going to make it downright impossible to deport anyone else. And of course, this was always part of the plan. You remember back to Trump 1.0 when we had the AOC photo ops and the kids in cages hoax. We've just skipped from that to, oh no, won't someone please think of the terrorists? They're not even trying to hide it anymore. That's the play.
And Republicans, meanwhile, are capitalizing on it, Tom. The NRCC, so this is the House campaign arm of the Republican Party, put out a statement, and it read in part, we'll pay for the plane tickets for these House Democrats going to El Salvador and Senate Democrats. They just can't forget to smile for the cameras as they sell out their constituents. And then the NRSC, that's the Republican Senate campaign arm, they put out an ad. Watch this.
Welcome to El Salvador, home to breathtaking sunsets, world-class surf breaks, and gangbanger Kilmer Abrego Garcia. So what are you waiting for, Senate Democrats? Join your colleagues and step into the rhythm of rescue today.
They seem to like what the Democrats are doing.
That is hilarious. That's the first time I saw that thing. Obviously,
Is that real? Is that a satire?
The Republicans, they have a good message to run on here. Unlike the last Trump administration, when his back was against the wall with the kids in cages situation, we were able to, we were not able to control the narrative back then. It seems like now, instead of the kids in cages, instead of, oh, the administration is being really mean, we have people arguing over whether this guy beat his wife or not, whether it's an MS-13, tattoo on his fist. They obviously are in a good position, and you look at the American people, more than 50% agree with deporting all illegal aliens. And I think most people, when they look at this and they look at the judge's decision, the recent decision by the Supreme Court, they don't understand the details of this. What they know is that there are criminals running around our country, that we had an invasion, and they think, why can't they go outside of our country while they wait for due process? That's what most people are thinking.
Yeah, that's the common sense reaction of the American public. But
be a burden on our system while they're here
average American
waiting.
thinking to the
We
far
let
left
them
of the
wait
party.
here.
Hey everyone,
Oh,
I'm Emily
but the
Campagno.
left will say
Catch me and
because they're fleeing persecution. Because if they stay in their country any longer, they're going to be killed, man. That's what they'll say. And with that much passion. You're the murderers by not letting them in our country. You're letting the cartels kill them. When, like, most of these countries don't even have cartel. They start dealing with the cartel once they get in Mexico. They might have their own shit, like Colombia, of course, like some of these countries. But some of these countries aren't that bad, dude. Guatemala? It's not that bad, is it? Honduras? Chile? Chile sounds cool. Hey, I'm chilling in Chile, baby. You know how much coastline they have? They got like all the coastline. That must be an awesome country to live. They could just go right over there and live in Chile. Live at the beach. Dude, I bet they got super strict laws about going to Chile and being homeless, though, unlike California. California's got all that coastline, too, but we invite homelessness. Maybe Chile does too. I don't know. Remember Santiago? That Chile, where all those protests were popping off, and the people there were throwing like boulders at the water trucks, shooting water cannon, or like the water cannon trucks. It was some of the craziest protests we would see would be in Chile, actually. Santiago, Chile.
Trump senior advisor Elon Musk has announced
they had that circle, the what are those called, where the cars go in a circle? Roundabout. They had a statue in the middle of it, and they would like protest and climb that thing. Some of the most massive protests that we watched here were in Chile, actually. Those things were insane when they would fill that whole area up. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Crop circles. Yeah, alien, bro. Yeah. It was this. I can show you. I can. This one is 5 years ago. There you go. Like we were looking at shit like this 5 years ago. 5 years ago, yeah, 2020. This is no, this isn't the one though. That's not the one. But you can't. It's the wrong screen. Don't look. Oh, where's? There was one that is a time lapse. Yeah, see? Dude, the water cannon trucks will get pelted with all kinds of shit in Chile. It gets crazy out there. They were the craziest protests. Many of the protests were the Chilean ones. They're just driving through town, blasting people with whatever the hell's in that water. So they might have a problem with homeless, like people come into their country and just live in there. I think this was before they were going to increase public transportation prices. Possibly. One of them was that. They haven't been protesting much lately, though. Have they? Is that really all 5 years ago? Nah, they've had recent. I think the time lapse was more recent. Find it. Time lapse. So that all 5 years ago. Oh, here's him on that statue. That was 5 years ago? I'm tripping out right now, dude. No, I thought it was after COVID, though, or during COVID it was happening still.
De hecho, durante los últimos días han muerto 3 jóvenes culpables de los asesinatos.
They took that statue down, though, because they couldn't get people to stop protesting. Don't put time lapse for me. 5 years? 5 years? I haven't protested in Chile in 5 years. Oh, 4 years. There's one from 4 years ago.
This was the finale, an acid-laced water cannon to demand social change. On the street, 100 meters from the park to finally move in, sending the demonstrators to return. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Santiago.
Santiago de Chile. 4 or 5 years ago. Man. So really? I'm tripping out, bro. It's been that long already? Look at this crazy shit. I got on top of the water truck. I never saw this. Hey, Brody. These were the most entertaining protests to watch out of all of them. You just sit and watch. They're throwing hot dogs. Oh. I can't believe it's been that long though, dude. I thought you were here for these, Sister T. It's a bummer they had to take that statue down though. I wonder if there's some leftist bullshit. Probably. There's some right-wing statue and they all got them to take it down. Now it's just a big patch of dirt there in the middle. They tried to protect it at first. They put a fence up around it and they had 24/7 guards that would stay there, like National Guard or something. Yeah, no, it was 5 to 4 years ago. I'm getting that's what all the previous stuff is on it when I'm looking up Chile protests. Apparently they haven't protested in 4 years. That's the last time. Oh, here's something. Chilean protest. 2 years ago. This was not quite as... no. This isn't... This was pretty weak. Really get out of your kids. Like, all the big ones are 4 or 5 years ago. Time is just disappearing. Hanging out with you guys, man. I'll just make time fly.
Second term. Abrego Garcia's wife has been very vocal about how she doesn't think he's getting due process, and she now also fears for her safety. Do you have a message to her specifically?
Well, I don't have a message to his wife. I mean, look, I just disagree with the idea that he hasn't been offered due process. He had a couple of immigration hearings. He had a valid deportation order. I think this idea that somehow that we couldn't deport an MS-13 gang member, and he was an MS-13 gang member, is preposterous. And I think there's actually a deeper issue going on, which is that you see some radical judges at the district court level who are trying to layer so much quote-unquote process on top of the immigration system that it makes it impossible to function. We have over 20 million illegal aliens in the United States of America. Are we not allowed to deport them? Because if we're not allowed to deport them, then what these district courts are saying is fundamentally they reject the will of the American people as it was expressed in November of 2024. We just reject that. I believe the American people elected President Trump to do many jobs, but perhaps the most important job was to bring down the number of illegal immigration in this country. That's what he's trying to do. We're going to keep on doing it.
Can you talk about the trip?
Yeah. Man. So mad. They're so mad that they're not getting their way. Gaggle. He had a gaggle. You guys follow me on Reddit, you might have noticed I got into it with some people on the recycling subreddit. They're washing their trash on there, man. They're sticking their fucking recycling in their dishwashers before they put it in the recycling bin. Like, yeah, I put it in, it rinses it out a little bit. And all I said was, what a time to be alive. People are washing their trash in the dishwasher. Getting downvoted like crazy for it. And people are talking about how they're justifying it by that it needs to be clean for the place. I get that, but all it takes is one other person that doesn't wash their shit, and your shit is now not washed again. Like, what are you doing, man? You're washing your trash. Stop it. I'm getting downvoted for... Look, I'll show it, dude. It happened yesterday. I haven't said anything about it. I'm a little disgruntled about my downvotes and these fuckers that are dogging shit. Hurts me. See, it started with this. Package says not... And I'm not even following this recycling shit. I just got recommended this out of nowhere. And it's not even... It only has like 32 upvotes right now. So it's not even a huge... thing. I just happened to see it. I was like, I'll comment it because it's just funny. It says package recycled at the bottom. See, their number says it's recyclable, but their place, but the packaging here says not recyclable, and they explained to them that it's probably you need to take off the wrapper, or it might be something that is inside the bottle. It needs to be washed out. I would remove the label, give it a rinse, or throw it in the dishwasher. That's the most upvoted comment, right? And I upvoted it too, right? And then I commented on it and said, what a time to be alive. People are washing their trash in the dishwasher. And I started getting a bunch of downvotes, so I needed to edit it. And I said, and I only had like 3 or 4 downvotes at the time. So I was like, I'm going to edit it and let people know what I really meant by that. And I says, I realize that people wash things to repurpose them. It is different to put trash in the dishwasher to then throw it away. I rinse out cat food cans before tossing them, but I don't use soap, electricity, and extra water that a dishwasher uses. And someone says, it's got to be washed sometime. A recycling center can't recycle the peanut butter traces in a discarded peanut butter jar or the crusted milk that doesn't get rinsed out of the milky jug. Bro, I'm downvoting that person because I just now saw that comment from 4 hours ago. And I'm not going to comment on that. So we're going to see the single comment thread for this one. And they went in on me. People have been washing and used containers for reuse or recycling as long as containers have existed. Dude, they didn't say they were reusing it though. They said rinse it out and throw it the fuck away, dude. They're not talking about keeping it. So that person completely missed the point. You know what I mean? So I said it would be different if they were repurposing it. They aren't keeping it. They're throwing it away after washing it in a dishwasher. And I got 3 negatives for that one. Apparently some people saw that, okay, they are throwing it away now. And this person says, the more free contaminants recycled materials, the better chance of it has of being successfully recycled. And fat-containing cream residue needs some soap to be completely removed. Sticking an empty coffee creamer container into an already full dishwasher before running doesn't significantly increase electricity, soap, or water usage. It just saves you time. I'm thinking, you're a dedicated trash washer. Kudos to you. I got fucking downvoted for that, of course. All right, so, and this person says, come on, what? Why couldn't I load more comments? Give me all of them. I want to see everything on here. I just get banned from the... You're banned. There we go. No more. Give me more. Oh, there we go. And you seem really hung up on this, on the idea of prepping material for recycling because you've been socialized to think of it as just trash that ceases to exist when you throw it out. But hey, I'm sure your act kills with the right crowd. 6 upvotes for that, and I'm one of the negative ones. I said, my act, what are you blabbering about? All it takes is one person to put a load of contaminated products in the truck, and your washed trash is now also contaminated in the back of the truck. And this person's still talking about repurposing the shit when we're not talking about repurposing it, motherfucker. We're not talking about repurposing it. Nobody's talking about, he's not talking about repurposing, he's talking about throwing it to, giving it to his recycling place. So he's the city accepting it. Why did these motherfuckers are retarded, dude? You know what I'm saying? He sticks up and goes, yeah, repurpose it. Yeah. Did you not read what we're talking about here? I need to put plus. I need to actually edit this because I fucking. That's right. Why? What the fuck, man? Yeah. Make it better. Fucking, they're idiots. All right, now what did this person say back to me? This whole "it's only me, it won't harm the environment" is exactly why we are in this mess to begin with. Then again, you seem the type to think environmental studies are a hoax by the deep state. What led them to think that? I just said that I rinsed out my fucking cans, dude. Like, let me hold on. I have this hanging on my refrigerator at all times because I care about recycling and shit. It shows what goes in the trash and what goes in the recyclables. I have this hanging there. I care. You know, I separate all the cans, all the plastic. I try to get it to, I'm not washing it though, dude. What are you talking about? Nowhere on here does it say. It says recycling tips. Tape and labels are okay. You don't have to remove packaging tape, mailing labels from cardboard labels. Does it say anything on here about rinsing my shit off? Even I'll read this whole pamphlet here real fast to verify. Doesn't say anything. Doesn't even say anything about rinsing them off, dude. It shows pictures. It shows a picture of a milk jug right there. Nothing about. I think it depends on your municipality. If your municipality doesn't have within the circular that it sends out to its residents that you need to rinse your stuff off, I guarantee you don't need to rinse it off, because if you do, they're going to put it there because they're going to need you to do that because their equipment can't handle it. Our equipment here can handle it apparently, but I mean, in most municipalities probably can, because they're not going to depend on the people of the society to clean their trash off, dude. They're not going to do that because it's never going to happen. They're going to have to wash it anyway, is my point. So why are you going to wash it for? The only reason I rinse out the cans of cat food before I throw them in is so I don't attract bugs into my recycling bin. Period. So that, like, or I might rinse out the cream or the sour cream or something out of a container. I do that because I don't want it to rot while I'm waiting a week or two to get my trash picked up. But it's not so that, oh, we got to clean it for the recycling company because, you know what I mean, They can't do anything with it, but it's dirty. That's a myth, dude. These people are crazy, and I'm getting downvoted for their craziness. Yeah. I should have commented more. Oh, look. It's this. My dude, I've been to several houses that'll hold on to cottage cheese containers and ice cream buckets. It's not weird to wash them. They aren't recommending to wash and keep. They're recommending to wash and then put in the recycling bin. A little different. And then someone else says, oh, I already read that one. It's got to be washed sometime. We're saying that the fact that this person put exclamation point, it's got to be washed sometime. Recycling centers can't recycle the peanut butter traces in the discarded peanut butter jar or the crusty milk that didn't get rinsed out of the milk jar. What are you talking about, lady? You can't recycle it. Why? You're going to wash it and then they're going to wash it again. So now what these fucking idiots are doing, actually, the environmentalists are so crazy about the environment, they're wasting water. And they get washed anyway, and they're just wasting water. So now they're actually being a hindrance on trying to help the environment. You fucking idiots. These are all the things I want to say in a Reddit comment, but I can't because they'll probably ban me from the community. They'd ban me and they would delete my comment. It would be like I never even existed. All the work that I put in for the other comments would just get deleted. For food topics? Dude, I didn't go to this subreddit intentionally. I was just scrolling and all of a sudden I saw this very slow upvoted thing. It just popped up on my thing. I don't know. I'm not joined into it. I don't even think I've been here before. Maybe I came here once to. I had a question about something. So yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be so negatively popular. I really, it was just an innocent comment at first. What a time to be alive. And at first it was just, what a time to be alive. People are washing their trash. I didn't have the end dishwashers there or the bottom part. But it was already getting downvoted just for me saying, what a time to be alive. People are washing their trash. And people took offense to it because they were like, hey man, I wash stuff and repurpose them all the time. But that's not what I said. I didn't say, what a time to be alive. People are washing the stuff they're repurposing. We're literally talking about throwing this in the recycling as trash and washing it. So that's also kind of like how people don't think. They're not thinking what, like, this is the democracy. They're defending something. They don't even know what the fuck they're defending. And they could have even thought of it like, hey, yeah, it is kind of time to be alive. We are. I mean, they could have laughed at themselves a little bit about it because it is kind of a weird thing to think about. We're like washing our trash. It is kind of an interesting time to be alive. To do, and it'd be a little more different even if it was a bottle that was going to be repurposed. Because in Europe they do that. But you don't wash out your. Maybe somebody might rinse them out before they send them. But you turn in your glass bottles in Europe, and they actually reuse the whole bottle. They don't crush it up. You know, they don't have sand like we do. As much sand as we do. So glass is hard to come by, apparently. So you can oftentimes see like a bottle in the, like, you know, sometimes a beer shop will have a cooler with imported beers, the bigger ones. Sometimes they'll have like two, they're not grooves, they're just kind of worn down areas, rings on them. And it's from where the bottle is rolled over and over on tracks, because they reuse their bottles so much that over time they start getting wear marks on them. That, like I would say, that's a little different when you're reusing a product like that. But when you're like a plastic jug, yeah, that's definitely getting incinerated or some shit. They're gonna figure out a way to reuse that. I don't think you really need to wash your trash. Because they can't depend, like, they're not going to want to have to depend on us to do that. Right? But the recycling subreddit seems to think that they need to. I think that the reason why, it's not the creamer. The reason why is the outer the reason why it says this on it says not recyclable, when on this part it's got a number 2 for a certain recycle code that is recyclable. They hypothesized that it was because of the contents lingering around and or this plastic wrapper. I think it's the plastic wrapping possibly not being recyclable. And you just take that off and now it is recyclable. And I mean, really, they should say that on here if that's the case. To recycle, tear plastic wrapper off. Right? So it's kind of weird that they don't say that. And that was got me there. And I live to tell the tale of getting downvoted on a subreddit. I oftentimes get downvoted on subreddits for saying silly shit. I'm one of the few people that doesn't care. Most people care. Most people on Reddit are like super apprehensive towards losing their karma points. I mean, just went and attacked Sweet Pea. Uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. You too? He woke up frisky, didn't he? Woke up wanting a little of that action here. Simon, no, stop it! I'm looking right at you telling you no when you're continuing to do it. What the fuck? Come on, boy. An honor? I don't know about that. It's pretty easy to get downvoted on Reddit. It's not much of an honor, actually. It's super easy. Neckbeards. Yeah. It's hard as hell to not get downvoted in Reddit, actually. For me, it is. Always saying some shit that gets downvoted. Whatever, dude. I like my opinion. Like, let's see. Have a look. What else have I fucking said this? I downvoted. Oh, here's one. Oh, we should celebrate the death of baby. Yeah, that one. The Costco Plan B one. Oh, I remember I got a bunch of downvotes on that one. Because they were all so happy that Costco carried Plan B. I said we should all celebrate the death of babies, and I put a sarcastic thing next to it. Didn't like that one. Surprised that didn't get me banned from the Costco subreddit. I'm still banned from the Long Beach. They haven't even been talking much. Oh man. Moved my post of my join the military. Yo, remember when I posted this in the Rainbow Six Siege subreddit? Somebody says, so what do they say? They said, what is the connection? Trying to promote his own bullshit. And somebody else said, the men of all the colors. Rainbow Man thrust. That's my move. Rainbow Man. Put this somewhere else. It's rainbow related. Yo, should I put this in the gay subreddit? You have some fun with Reddit. Simon, dude, you just got in here. Dude. Want to act like you wanted to fuck her for a second, and then now he wants to go eat some more of that. Arr. Best cat, dude. Can't they just fuck and get over with? Like, how old does she need to be? Sick of this sexual tension.
Let's cut open another water heater tank and find out what's on the inside. This tank was installed in 2012 and the home did not have a water softener up until last year. The tank was also never flushed or maintained. I noticed in my last video where I cut one of these tanks open, people were saying that I wasn't wearing any gloves and I was going to cut my hand open, so I put some gloves on just for you. Also, for some reason, people say that the tank has insulation in it from when I cut it open, so I made sure to vacuum that up just so that wasn't an issue here. Now that we got the outer shell and insulation out of the way, let's cut open the actual tank so we can see what's on the inside. I know I've said it before, but just in case you haven't seen one of these videos, my area does have extremely hard water, and when you don't have a water softener, you'll get a lot of calcium and scale buildup inside of these tanks. And that's exactly what we're going to see here. This wasn't the worst tank that I've seen, but this was pretty bad. The water heater manufacturers recommend that you have these tanks flushed at least once a year. I recommend, though, that if you don't have a water softener, you flush it twice a year just to prevent this buildup. And unrelated to the tanks, but if you have a tankless water heater, you should be getting that flushed once a year as well. Anyways, let me know what y'all think of this one.
Ew, that's disgusting. Oh, the water just still comes out clear with that in there? I'm gonna throw up. Are you wet? No way. Water still comes out clear with it like that. If it does, that's worse. I want it to be indicated. I want to be like, hey man, we need to do something about the water heater. Water's not clear anymore. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be some like hidden secret. Victoria's secret. Victoria knew all along. You can taste it, you see. She's always said that the hot water tasted weird. I don't know. Look at this. The solution to reduce light pollution is actually so simple. Less light pollution. Oh. Oh. Really? Why don't we do that? Why don't we make everybody do that, man? Fucker. The Tesla pump again? It did. Huh. So that definitely wrecked some people. For shorten. Hard. You're just a hard guy. Canadian hard.
Sheriff Grady Judd of Polk County, Florida, held a press conference about some illegal aliens of Tren de Aragua who were arrested. Watch as he mocks one of them who cried like a baby.
None of these people are working in the United States.
I've seen everything.
But they're living high. So what does that tell you? They're
Remember, we saw
crime.
this. Remember?
They came here illegally through the Biden open border, all but, I believe, one. They're robbing and stealing from those of us in the United States who behave. Some of them are smiling here. It's not such a happy time. Life as he knew it is over. Is he crying because he can't steal from Americans anymore?
This whole thing.
Is he crying because he can't rob people in the middle of the night anymore? Is he crying because he can't rip off high-end liquor? This is the end of the road for him and his companions.
It's hilarious that
he
he's
has his traveling clothes on. Because we want to charge them with racketeering and send them to state prison for a very long time and then deport them. Now, some would say, why don't you just deport them and not spend any more taxpayers' money on them? Well, first off, if you
here's what should happen. Here's what we need to cane. We need to hurt. We need to inflict pain again. When I was in school, you could get paddled. I was a kid getting paddled. Why can't we do that to adults? Singapore still does it, don't they? Remember when that American got caned for spitting his gum out or something back in like the 90s? A big deal. It made international news. It's huge. It was an American kid. I've said it before. We need to cane these people or something for continuing to cross the border illegally, and it needs to increase. The canings need to increase. Oh, it's your third time? Well, now it's times 3 the amount of canings or whippings or paddlings. They need to get hurt somehow, not where it's hurting them for the rest of their life. You know, nothing that's going to be permanent, but a paddle just hurts like hell for like an hour or some shit. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, caning, I think it needs to be caning, though, because maybe it needs to hurt more than a paddle. Something, so that we don't have to pay for them to stay here to get punished. Because then we're getting punished. Why should we have to house and feed them? While at the same time, oftentimes, not here in California, but in some other states, the prison system is going to be nicer than being homeless in their home country. So they're not going to be too upset about it. But if you get caned, everybody's going to be upset. Nobody is just cool with that. Nobody's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about a caning. If it's like 20 hits or something, you know that shit's about to hurt like hell, and you might have to go to the hospital afterwards or something. I don't know, you know what I mean? Something like that needs to be the thing. Or they're just going to keep fucking us over and trying different ways to get through, because the punishment is us sending them back across the border and them trying again.
Support them. There's no guarantee that they won't try to find their way back, and there's no guarantee that we won't be dealing with them again in murder, robbery, or theft just as they make their way here. So he's going to be locked up for a long time. And this rascal got on his hands and knees after we arrested him, and he was begging. He's not so bad. Now look, here's the guns they like to carry as they torment people in the street. But he's not such a big bad guy when he's locked up. Maybe he's having visions of El Salvador prisons at some point in time in his future. They're not smiling anymore, you see? They're crying. They were smiling during the Biden era. They were smiling when they came across. You see how cool they are as they sent their pictures back to their buddies in Venezuela and how they bragged about being here. And at the end of the day,
not only that, they're wearing like Coach. I was saying Coach hat, Coach shirt, got a ring, got a watch, driving what looks like a new car, new glasses, look like designer bullshits, goofy. Like it. This type of shit, it's goofy as hell when you know that they're actually just some broke ass immigrants.
They bragged about being here, and at the end of the day, they thought it was real cool. We're bad dudes. When are we going to figure it out as a nation? These people don't belong here. I'm thankful
we have. I think
that President Trump said enough is enough. Make no mistake about it. You come here illegally, we bump into you, we're going to enforce the law. Right now, I think today I have about 70 or 72 on ICE holes in the county jail. Van Hollen, you know, that just went to visit this illegal in prison, okay? Well, let me tell you something, Senator Van Hollen. You come here to visit these guys, you'll be talking to them through a glass. There won't be any handshaking, there won't be any politicking. Those of you across the nation that think this is okay, why don't you find you some violent gang members that we have also designated as terrorists and take them into your home. Let them sleep in the bed.
That judge did. There was a judge that just got busted. He actually stepped down. And now they got to find a replacement judge for this guy for like the remainder of his term. I think he's got another 2 years or something left. And it's because he allowed these Trinidad gangsters to move in with him. They were food
next to your children.
They were eating with them. They're having dinner together.
And you think it's okay for them to be in this country? They are tormenting and terrorizing and stealing and robbing and murdering people.
That was yesterday, wasn't it? That dude.
Those of you who are wanting to protect this kind of criminal, and shame on you.
It was just yesterday that was news. Judge steps down due to Venezuelan gangsters living. I bet it will come out. And all I gotta do is put judge steps down. There it is right there. For anybody that didn't see this yesterday, it's real fast. Okay.
A New Mexico judge resigned from the bench after an alleged Tren de Aragua gang member was arrested at his home. Doña Ana County Magistrate Judge Joel Cano wrote his resignation on March 3rd, but the Supreme Court and 3rd Judicial District Court did not receive it till March 31st. A spokesman for the Administrative Office of the Courts, AOC, told Fox News Digital, Homeland Security Investigations Las Cruces began looking into Venezuelan native Christian Ortega Lopez in January. Lopez is an illegal alien from Venezuela and a suspected member of a criminal gang who was residing with other illegal aliens and in possession of firearms, court documents suggest. 2 search warrants were executed at a home investigators on February 28th, identified as owned by Cano's wife, Nancy Cano. Ortega Lopez and his roommates were taken into custody, and agents seized 4 firearms from April Cano's residence. April Cano is the daughter of Nancy and Joel, court documents state. Ortega Lopez was found by investigators posing with weapons in social media posts, some of which he said were owned by April Cano, who allowed him to hold and sometimes shoot various firearms. Ortega Lopez admitted to illegally entering the U.S. from Mexico in December 2023, according to court documents. He reportedly told investigators he was living in an El Paso apartment with 5 others when he met Nancy Cano. To install a glass door for her, he continued to do a few jobs for Nancy Cano, and after being evicted from the apartment in April 2024, Nancy Cano offered her casita in the back of the residence she shared with her husband, Joel Cano. Court documents state, the suspect made his first appearance in a Las Cruces court on March 3rd. During a detention hearing on March 14th, U.S. Magistrate Judge Damian L. Martinez asked Assistant United States Attorney, AUSA, Maria Armijo if she knew Judge Cano. When Armijo said she did not, Judge Martinez said he had met him outside the courtroom several times, adding, I don't think he would just let anybody live in his property. Martinez said Ortega Lopez was not a flight risk or danger to the community and ordered him to be released. On April 8th, a motion was filed by an assistant U.S. attorney to reconsider Ortega Lopez's pretrial release order. Records from Doña Ana County Assessor's Office say the home Ortega Lopez was arrested at is owned by both Nancy and Jose Cano, who goes by Joel. Cano's resignation letter stated his last day on the job was March 21st. All the best to every one of you, Joel Cano wrote. I wish all of you a happy retirement once you are ready yourself. Democratic Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham will appoint someone to fill the vacancy through the remainder of the judge's unexpired 4-year term that runs until the end of 2026, the AOC said. The Supreme Court has scheduled an oral argument on April 24th, which is public and will be live-streamed concerning Judge Cano, spokesman Barry Massey said.
That's tomorrow, in case you're wondering. That'll probably be streamed on YouTube. Trump's live right now. Signing shit.
I believe the children of the future.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely. Rendition. This, you can use that if you want for your new show.
Special of wounded veterans who are amazing. I've actually visited many of them in the hospital, and they came out better than me. They came out looking good. If I had that look, I would have been president 20 years ago. I wouldn't have had to wait so long. You look great, fellas. But many of them, I didn't even realize it at the time, but I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job. The doctors are absolutely unbelievable, the job they do. So we were having a little meeting, and at the same time,
what is happening?
Some very important
Why are
legislation, what will become.
Why are there 2 veterans there with their legs blowed off, bruh? Are they feeling like tools right now? How's this going? Do you think that they feel like they're being used for some shit? They don't care. I don't know, they don't look like they're happy to be there.
But I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible.
Did he not visit him? He doesn't look like he visited him. He said many of them, but he didn't visit him. He didn't visit him, buddy. You fucking didn't visit him. I can tell, or he would have been like, yeah, he did. No, he didn't.
Yeah, many of them I didn't even realize it at the time, but I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job. The doctors.
Did he visit him? Wait, did he visit?
Many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job.
I think he visited this guy though.
At the time, but I visited many of you in the hospital. They did an incredible job. The doctors are absolutely unbelievable. The job they do. So we were.
I don't fucking know. Yeah, I do.
At the same time, we're signing some very important legislation, what will become legislation, and right now it's an executive order, and having to do mostly with education. And we have our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, who's been so incredible over the last few weeks. I've been watching her on television. I'd like to tell her she could do better, but she can't.
What in the hell is going on, bro? All right, we got executive orders, we got pins. Why is the FIFA cup in the background?
So I want to thank you, Linda. Fantastic. And we also have Commerce and we have Labor with us today. And you have been, thank you very much. And Howard, thank you very much. And we'll take some questions after we're finished. Maybe I'll ask Will to step forward and you can go through some of these.
Why would we have the FIFA cup in the background of anything ever?
Very talented lawyers.
Unless we were hosting it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And we'll go through them. And Linda, why don't you come over here? In fact, why don't the three of you come over here?
We also have a special guest.
The nation.
Oh, that's right. Annette Albright. Where is Annette? Annette Albright. Charlotte Mecklenburg, school teacher. Very special one. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you. You got all sorts of awards for talent. That's good. Thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, please.
Sir, the first executive order we have prepared for your attention. There are currently laws on the books requiring certain disclosures of universities when they accept large foreign gifts. We believe that certain universities, including, for example, Harvard, have routinely violated this law, and this law has not been effectively enforced. So this executive order charges your departments and agencies with enforcing the laws on the books with respect to foreign gifts to American universities.
Okay, thank you.
It's been the highlight of your day so far, buddy. Hey, I'm talking to you. Was it when you took a shit?
Put it right here.
Some people, that's all they got.
Sir, university accreditation is currently a process controlled by a number of third-party organizations. That's by statute, by law. Many of those third-party accreditors have relied on sort of woke ideology to accredit universities instead of accrediting based on merit and performance. This executive order affects a number of changes to the university accreditation process, also applies to law schools and other sort of graduate programs. But the basic idea is to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and the actual results that these universities are providing, as opposed to how woke these universities have gotten. So we're setting up new accreditation pathways. We're charging the Department of Education to really look holistically at this accreditation mess and hopefully make it much better.
Will we look into the past people that they've taken? For instance, I hear all about certain great schools, and then we read where they're going to teach people basic math that we can all do very easily, but they can't do. They're going to the top school, and they come out with a program of teaching basic math to somebody that got into a Harvard or a Princeton or a Yale.
I'll get it.
Is that part of this?
When universities are not performing appropriately, whether that's in admissions or whether that's in their actual instructional activities, that's certainly something that accreditors should be considering, that right now we believe they're not doing a good enough job of, and I think Secretary McMahon could probably speak to that better than I could.
So they're allowing people into school that can't do math, and yet
they are.
Kids who worked really hard and number one in their class in a high school someplace in New Jersey or in Mississippi.
University.
They can't get into the best schools. What is that all about?
Yeah, and I think that gets to your policy, sir, of meritocracy, that we should be looking at those who have real merit to get in, and we have to look harder at those universities that aren't enforcing that.
Okay, thank you. And this pretty much does it, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Pretty much does it. You said pretty much does it. You left yourself an out. I don't like that.
Okay.
It doesn't do shit.
Thank you.
Sir, during your first administration, you made promoting historically
Either
black
does or it
colleges
doesn't.
and universities,
Pretty much.
HBCUs, a major priority. This executive order takes existing law on HBCUs and brings it into effect. We're going to be setting up a White House initiative on HBCUs. The basic idea here is making sure that every aspect of your administration is working to ensure that HBCUs are able to do their job as effectively and as efficiently as possible.
Oh, whoa, they're fucking with the black colleges. What's that mean, actually? You need to explain that a little more. Oh, but no explanation for the black people. That might be a problem later. They might be talking about that on.
Executive order relates to
Who's that one dude that always race baits? He might be talking about that tonight. Big headed dude. Come on, y'all. We saw him a lot during George Floyd. He's pretty popular, like famous. We watch him sometimes still. I reach him. He's got his own show. Oh man, what's his name? Nobody knows. That square head. His head literally like a black dude. Not sharp. No. Younger, way younger, fat, huge. Not the Reverend guy. Not the guy that looks like he's from Fifth Element. Not the guy that looks like he's a Fifth Element. One of the beginning characters. Remember when they had the little heads? They were aliens. That dude looks like one of those kind of. He's so massive and he walks like one of them. You can see him in your mind. Roland. I'm close, dude. Oh, something like that. Who is it? Come on, that's enough, ain't it? Y'all can get it with that. Roland. Or it starts with an R. What? Martin? Roland Martin? Is that it? That'd be it. That's it. Roland Martin. That's it. You're the winner. 10,000 dough coming your way.
Intelligence education, sir. You've obviously done a lot in the artificial intelligence space already. The basic idea of this executive order is to ensure that we properly train the workforce of the future by ensuring that school children, young Americans are adequately trained in AI tools so that they can be competitive in the economy years from now into the future as AI becomes a bigger and bigger deal.
That's a big deal because AI is where it seems to be at. We have literally trillions of dollars being invested in AI. And somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily.
You went ahead and did 20,000. Versus the competition there.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on workforce development. This executive order is going to charge numerous departments and agencies within the government to reshape the way that we do workforce development. One example from the executive order, for instance, we're looking to get the total number of apprenticeships, new apprenticeships, up to 1 million in the country to ensure that in critical jobs areas, in areas where we currently don't have enough trained workers, that we're recreating that pipeline to ensure that, particularly as we onshore industrial jobs and new industries, that those industries have the workforce they need to be competitive globally.
Right. Very important.
And this is the EO that we're all here working together.
And in a way, this is like a training center, right, for what we're trying to do, which is jobs and great salaries. These are great salaries, too.
It's exactly. So all those factories that you're bringing in because of your trade policy, we're going to train people in trade craft, bring back trade craft to America so that people can work in these factories with great paying jobs, and we're going to train them, and we're going to remake the American dream for all these people. We're working together.
That's right.
Right, Lori?
Absolutely. this plays right into America at Work tour, which
Dude,
I have
the Dems, what they'll say is, yeah, the American dream is working in a sweatshop. That's their argument about this, because I mean, it is kind of laughable, because they're like, yeah, we're bringing back the factory job, boy. I'll tell you what, you can be running a steel mill press in no time. Yeah, you're gonna love it. So it's kind of like, man, it's interesting.
off. We will work with our state partners and work with our businesses to see exactly who they need in that workforce, and we will skill and upskill these apprentices so they can get right to work and get in the field and build back this economy for exactly living the American dream. Yeah, thank you, sir.
American dream.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, sir, we have an executive order on school discipline policies.
I get it, though. I get it.
Under, I believe it was the Biden administration, first Obama and then Biden, the Department of Justice issued guidance that made it almost impossible for schools to enforce adequate disciplinary policies. This created issues in the classroom for teachers and students alike. Basically, they focused on CRT and sort of diversity ideology instead of actually just enforcing the rules in classrooms to ensure a safe learning environment. This executive order revokes that prior guidance and puts us back in a place where hopefully the Department of Education can focus on education and teachers can focus on teaching in a safe environment.
And this was important for you, Linda, as I understand it.
Yeah, absolutely, because it gives teachers the authority now to have discipline in their classroom and discipline the person who is being disruptive.
How can they discipline?
We took that away.
Wait, what? What is this? They're allowed to paddle again or something?
Okay.
What exactly did I just... Is that what they just said? Am I paying attention?
You should hold that.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on disparate impact theory. This is a theory that underlies a lot of the modern DEI and CRT-driven diversity culture. The basic idea here is...
Did any of you guys understand what this one was that they just passed? It gives the teachers authority. Who had the authority before, it said? It gives them... So it allows the teacher to paddle. The federal government to take it. Is that what it is? What other kind of disciplinary action are they talking about? Right? Maybe the reporters will ask about it.
Instructing your departments and agencies to no longer rely on disparate impact theory as they're regulating, as they're issuing guidance, as they're making rules. We want to focus on results. We want to focus
say
on
it outright, but what else could they be talking about?
Fairness. We want to focus on merit, not things like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion cult.
It's getting out of that, huh?
Yes, sir.
After being in that jungle for a long time.
These are all pretty serious. These last two are.
Thank you. Very good job. Thank you very much.
Penalty.
Would you like to introduce again Annette, and perhaps Annette wants to say something? Oh my gosh.
I'm going to come out any second now.
Annette is right here.
Yes, Annette. Yes, please come over. Would you like to have some comments to make? I know you're a former Charlotte Mecklenburg school teacher. I'm a North Carolina girl, so it's nice to see you. Yes, from New Bern.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. This has been an 8-year journey for me to raise awareness to the violence that's in public schools and the critical need to address violence in public schools. Again, been doing it 8 years because most administrations like to keep the violence hidden. We have 3 students that should be here with us today. We have Austin McCaff, I'm sorry if I say his name wrong, Serenity Baker, and Nizir Taylor from Charlotte, North Carolina, who was shot in the back as he was getting off of a school bus because they thought he was a part of a big brawl that happened inside a public high school. So this is very important and critical legislation that we have to keep our educators safe, we have to keep our students safe, and public schools have to be safe environments. So I think, like I said, I've done this journey alone. I've been on it, but I have a whole team behind me now. I spoke at the RNC, and I told millions that Donald Trump and his administration was going to make schools great again, and I feel that we're on the right path, and I'm just honored to be here.
Thank you. To our great vets that are with us, and is it okay if I give her one? What do you think?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. What an honor.
Great job. Could I ask Sarah to speak? Gerardo?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about these great gentlemen.
These heroes, Mr. President, are extraordinary. This is my husband, Michael, and so many of our dear, dear friends who are here today. Many of them have met you, sir, in your first administration in the hospital, many times at Walter Reed.
Right.
And they've had long recoveries. Tomorrow, for my husband, marks 15 years since he was wounded in Afghanistan. Wow. And on that day, about 6 years ago, he had his 120th surgery post-Afghanistan. And you came to see him at Walter Reed, and so many others. And we saw great reform in the VA, same-day access to prosthetics, mental health care, and we know that that is back. We're going to, these gentlemen were saying, Alex here earlier was saying, in the last few years when he's gone to get a wheelchair, the VA has asked him, this gentleman, they've asked him to prove that he still has his injuries, as though maybe his limbs would grow back. And they unfortunately did not. Yes, and we've seen that many times. And so we're excited for you bringing back the VA Accountability, Mission Act, Community Care, that were the hallmark of your first term. And we're so excited, sir, to be here. We're honored to be here. And thank you for all you do for our nation's heroes.
Thank you. Who's that picture on there?
That is Joe Biden, and it says, "Let's go, Brandon."
I'm saying, what was that picture?
I told him he wasn't allowed to ask you to sign it.
That's very good. That's very good. Well, thank you all very much. Would you like to say anything, fellas? There's a big chance you have a lot of good people watching that believe in you. They happen to be the media, but they believe very much in you, like I do. Anybody?
Mr. President, we're very happy with the energy that this administration is bringing, and it's an administration that does what it promises, and so we're behind you. We believe in you, and I think we all love you.
Thank you.
Speak for everyone.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to get you a better hat. Say a better hat. That's a good one. That was the original.
It was.
That means he was there.
I've been wearing it before it was cool.
That's right. That's an early one. We'll save that one though, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anybody, please?
I'd like to say.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead. I'm just going to say thank you for loving me.
Hold on, I'll be back. I don't want to miss out. I can't hear. Once I get outside so far away, I can't. My headset loses. Anyway, I'll be back. So what did he say? He visited him hundreds of times? Something? Has he visited multiple times, this guy?
America, sir.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Very nice. Thank you very much. True. Thank you.
Sort of Bennett just spoke, saved Michael Broderick's life. And of course, he goes immediately to say thank you, as he was the one that saved Michael Broderick, put him in the helicopter, and got him off the combat zone.
Wow.
So, selflessness of these men is unspeakable.
That's great to you.
Yeah, he's alive because of that man right here.
Well, these are amazing people, great heroes, so that's really great. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd like to say it was an honor to serve. You were worth it. This country's worth it. It's because of what Christ paid for.
Thank you. And we have a spirit that people haven't seen in many years, at least 5. They haven't seen. I think even then, because we've been through so much for the last 4 years together, it was so bad. It was so bad what they've done to the borders, what they've done all over the place, and it's really an honor to be with you, all of you. Incredible. And I'm going to give you these coins, and I think you're going to really like them. I think they're the best. These are the best coins. And you have your choice. This is gunmetal. I don't know, soldiers like the black, but I think you like this one. It's okay. A lot of soldiers like the black. Here you go. What do you like?
I'll go the black.
Huh?
Yeah.
See? I told you. These are choices.
I'll take a black one, sir.
Okay, look at this. Oh, that rarely happens. You're different, huh?
Take a black one, sir.
Oh,
There you go.
that's great.
Call the military.
No, but isn't it? I always say the soldiers, they do like it's gunmetal. What do we like here?
That's what I heard. That was gunmetal.
Gold. I'm giving him 2.
We have 3 girls.
One
We're
for
gonna
this
fight.
one right here. We'll get another one there. Okay. This is actually fun.
I'll take the gold, Mr. President.
I thought you were going to take that gold. Okay.
Gold one, sir.
Okay. You got it.
I had an opportunity to sail across the Gulf of America 2 days after you named it right.
Oh, wow. It's been an honor. And now people say it routinely.
Yeah.
They don't even think about the other. They say it routinely. That's been a great honor for me. Okay.
Take a gold one.
Okay. Almost even. I think gold is an edge.
I would love a gold one. Thank you so much.
I think the gold, it picked up at the end, right? So, okay. That's good.
Yeah, joke's on you, the guys that picked the gunmetal one. The gold one's actually made out of gold. Idiots.
So, I want to thank you very much, and
That would
especially,
be
that's a great
hilarious.
story. So what do you think of a guy like
Should have
that?
picked the
Pretty
gold
good.
one.
Oh, they actually, him and we all served together.
Wow.
And Jared over there.
So you
And
guys, so you guys got hit, huh? Pretty good. You got hit.
Pretty good.
Amazing.
We're in a pretty tough area in Canada, in the Arkansas River Valley.
Right, it's
outside
tough.
Kandahar.
Their unit had a more than 50% Purple Heart rate, sir,
Wow.
in 2010.
You deserve it. You deserve that and more. We appreciate it so much. Brave, really brave,
Shit, man.
brilliant people. Thank you very much.
They all
Do
were
you have any
served
questions
together.
First of all,
Of the guys here?
I want to say
Battle of Bastogne type
veterans who are here. Thank you so much for defending us. And then I wanted to ask you, Mr. President, because you said you want to bring the tariffs on China down soon. How soon do you want to bring the tariffs on Chinese goods
Well,
down?
that depends on them. We have a situation where we have a very, very great place. It's called the United States of America, and it's been ripped off for years and years. These people know it. We talked about it before you came in. We've been ripped off by every country in the world practically, and friend and foe. And we're not doing that anymore. So what's happened is Howard, how many countries have we spoken to already? 90. And they all want to make deals, and we're going to make deals, but they're going to be fair deals. They're not going to be rip-off deals. And, you know, we were losing almost $5 billion a year. No country can do that. and now we have it down almost to even, maybe even better than even, because of the tariffs on cars and aluminum and steel. We have tariffs 25% on cars, aluminum and steel. There's a rush to build new steel plants, a rush to build new aluminum plants, and a biggest rush I've ever seen, that we've ever seen, to build car plants. We have like 11 of them or something, big ones, where you guys maybe work, maybe you won't want to work, you'll do something else instead of that. But if you like cars, you'd like to work on one of these plants, the biggest plants in the world. 3 of them have left Mexico before construction started, 1 of them during construction, and they're coming to this country. They're coming back. Don't forget, and we get along great with Mexico, but Mexico took 32% of our car building business. So it's amazing what's happened. Remember this number, anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. That's not $1 million, that's $1 billion a day. Nobody can even imagine it. And that's what we were losing. And, you know, hence we have $36 trillion in debt and everything else. And in the end, I think what's going to happen is we're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. What do you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be setting the number.
For China.
And we're going to pick, could be for China too, could be for China. Well, we're dealing with almost all of them. Too many to fully deal with, but we're going to be fair to them. But we're dealing with a lot of countries right now, and could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, you know, a deal, and we'll see what it will be. Right now, it's 145%. That's very high. It got there because of the fentanyl. They're sending, you know, massive amounts of fentanyl into our country and killing a lot of people. Probably 200,000 plus a year, wiping them out. You probably all have friends that were killed. Somebody was killed in your family or your friends with fentanyl, and somehow it's made almost exclusively in China. And as you know, we essentially taxed them 10 and then another 10. We also taxed Mexico 25, and we taxed Canada 25. And that's the kind of money that's what's pouring into our country right now. And it's gotten us down from losing $3 to $5 billion a day to actually making money, but breaking even, let's say, but we're going to make a lot of money. And that money is going to be used to reduce taxes. We're going to get big, big tax breaks. We're going to, you know, there was a time, I said it this morning, I think some of you were there was a time from 1870 to 1913, it was a long time ago, we were an all-tariff nation. Foreign nations pay taxes. They paid money to us in the form of tariffs. And that was when we were the wealthiest. We were the wealthiest proportionately that we ever were. And they formed committees in 1887 in particular, but they formed committees to determine what we should do with all the money. We had so much money, you guys would have loved it. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do with it. We gave it away to different causes, and you haven't seen that too much anymore, although we give plenty away, but now we shouldn't be giving it away. We have to take care of ourselves first, right?
Absolutely.
But we were very wealthy, and proportionately the wealthiest we ever were. We built the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave that away for $1, by the way. One of the most profitable things ever built, the Panama Canal. We gave it away for $1 to Panama. Why? I don't know. Nobody knows, but that's what we had. We had people like that sitting behind this desk. And that shouldn't have happened. Panama Canal, it was the most expensive thing ever built by our country in history. I'm talking relative dollars. We've never built anything so expensive. I think it was the equivalent of $1.7 billion. And we've never built anything like that. We built a lot of things, but never so expensive. Then we started building other things. We had a lot of money to do it, all based on foreign countries coming in and paying us tariffs. And we're doing that again, and I think we're going to make so much that we're going to be able to reduce taxes in this country by a lot. And we're also going to treat those countries very fairly. But if we don't make a deal, which is possible, we're going to just set the price. Because you remember, they have to come in, they want to come in here, and they want to do business with the United States. So we want to set a fair price, and we'll do that. We're going to be very fair, but we'll set a fair price. and then they can make a determination as to whether or not they want to do business with the United States. And I think most of them will. And I think we're going to treat them very fairly.
Were you worried about what the 145% tariffs were doing to small businesses here in the U.S.? Is that why you're bringing it down?
No, I haven't brought it down. I haven't brought it still 145. I haven't brought it down. I said it's a high tariff. It is a high tariff, but I haven't brought it down. It basically means China's not doing any business with us, essentially, because it's a very high number. So when you add that to the price of a product, it's, a lot of those products aren't going to sell. But China's not doing any business. They were doing $1.1 trillion. Think of that, $1.1 trillion. You know what that is? And it was just very unfair to us. And we were doing very little, relatively very little with them. It was very one-sided. But we get along. I get along very well with President Xi, and I hope we can make a deal. Otherwise, we'll set a price, and hopefully they'll come here and they'll contribute. And if they don't, that's okay.
Sir, on your trip to Rome, there's a lot of leaders attending the Pope's funeral who also said they'd like to meet with you while you're there. Do you have any meetings set up?
Yes, I do. I have a lot of meetings set up. I don't know if I can do it. Do you want to help me out, fellas? I got a lot of meetings. I got every leader in the world, which tells you that we have a good product. It's called the United States of America, and it's great. And these people know about it better than anybody in this room. But we have a great place, and it should be a lot greater. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to make it greater than ever before. It's very simple.
Who are you going to be meeting with, President Zelensky?
Well, I have a lot of meetings set up. Yeah.
And are you bringing anyone with you in the U.S. delegation to the funeral, like Secretary Rubio or a former president?
We have a couple of people coming. We'll announce it probably this evening or tomorrow. First Lady's going, and some people are coming with me from staff. But we'll have a number of people going. I'm sure it's going to be a beautiful ceremony.
So, I have one on Ukraine, but I wanted to ask you one about veterans since they are here today, and thank you for your service and sacrifice. I wanted to ask you about the cuts that have been made, including with the VA. Can you assure that veterans like these men here, those that have been suffering from mental health issues or burn pits, for example, will be taken care of even with the cuts?
In fact, they will tell you it's been better with me than any president in history. We had a 92% approval rating, which is unheard of, up 50 points from the previous administration in my first 4 years, and we're doing better now. And in fact, now they have something, the call-in doctor stuff, where it's really become, modernized and great, where you don't have to go and travel sometimes long distances to get to a clinic or get to the VA. And I just heard this morning, I was listening to Doug Collins, who's the secretary. He was being interviewed, and the numbers are incredible. The approval ratings are the highest I've never heard numbers like this. It's better than the first 4 years. So no, there's no group of people more important than the people in this room. And I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about these people right here. There's no group, and they're going to be taken really well care of. It's very important to me.
And on the war in Ukraine, are you going to be meeting with President Zelensky? He's asked to meet with you this weekend. Will you be meeting with him this weekend?
I don't know that he's going to the funeral or not, but I just hope he gets this thing solved, because we're losing about, think of this, 5,000. I was saying 2,500, and everyone was telling me that's low. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every week, approximately. Think of that. Every week, 5,000 soldiers, but let's say from 3,000 to 5,000 are being killed. They're Russian and Ukrainian. They're not Americans, but they're Russian, but they're people. And they're humans. They're human beings. They have families. They wave goodbye to their son, and then they get a call that the son's no longer there. It's a vicious war. And if I can help solve it, we're not losing our soldiers, but we're losing soldiers, a lot of people. And if I can solve it because of a certain ability, that would be great. And if it doesn't happen, I will say that I think Russia is ready. And a lot of people said Russia wanted to go for the whole thing. And I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky, and I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far it's been harder, but that's okay. It's all right. But I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it, because I'm looking to save, and we spend a lot of money, but this is about a lot of humanity. This is the worst. I get the pictures, the satellite pictures. I've never seen anything like it of the fields after some of these battles. It's horrible that it's going for nothing. We would have never had this problem. You would have never had that war if I were president. I guarantee you that. And for 4 years you didn't have it.
Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin?
Please.
Are you going to meet with Vladimir Putin?
I will be meeting
in
with
Saudi Arabia.
It's possible, but most likely not. I think we'll meet with him shortly thereafter, though.
What is Mr. Wickoff going to present to the
Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, during the Biden administration in the campaign, with inflation raging, he lowered interest rates 2 times. Now, with 2 consecutive months of inflation being down, all economic theory you learn in the 8th grade says it's time to cut rates when inflation is down. He's not done that. Have you had any direct conversation with him?
No, I haven't called him. I might call him. I haven't called him, but I believe he's making a mistake by not lowering interest rates. And I think as well as we're doing, we'd do much better. He's keeping rates too high. He historically has been late, except when it came to Biden. He was recommended by a certain person that I'm not particularly happy with, but he will hopefully do the right thing. The right thing is to lower interest rates, so we'll see what happens. I think we're sitting on something that's going to be very good. With all the tariff money starting to come in, our country's going to be doing really well. And hopefully we don't have inflation. Groceries are down. When I first came in, people were there. They hit me with the first day that I was president. Somebody started screaming at me that eggs are up. I said, I just got here. And in the first week, they were going crazy. You remember that, Linda? Yes. They were going crazy. They're saying egg prices are too. I said, I'm here for 1 week. Just leave me alone. This is the fake news. And I said, what can I tell you? But Brooke Rollins, our Secretary of Agriculture, and a group working with her have done an amazing job. And egg prices have gone down 87%. Energy now is down $65 a barrel. They have some energy selling gasoline for less than $2 in a couple of states. Alabama, a couple of great states, but all over the country it's way down from what it was 6 months ago, 3 months ago. And that has a lot to do with the war. When Biden allowed energy to skyrocket, it just skyrocketed. It was out of control. Russia made a lot more money because they make their money on energy. And I kept saying, he supposedly wants to end the war, but he lets energy go out of control. Well, I've gotten it. We are drilling like crazy right now, and we have it down to $65 a barrel. It went up to almost $100 a barrel. And at that number, Putin and Russia made a lot of money. So I think one of the reasons, I think he has a certain respect for me, but one of the big reasons is oil prices are down. I think this is a good time to get the war settled. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you for that question.
For those of us that live here in the district, you said when you came in you were going to make Washington, D.C. great again.
Right.
One of the issues we've got right now is we understand there might be an imminent deal between the owner of the Washington football team, whatever you want to call them now, Commanders, and locally in getting the Redskins back to D.C. and RFK Stadium. That's on federal property.
Right.
Are you going to be involved in that negotiation? Yep. And would one of the stipulations be they change their name back to that Redskins?
Oh, I see. Well, that's a little bit, nobody's asked me that one. Look, I think when the Indian population is a great part of this country, a great heritage. And we were talking about Massapequa, Long Island, the Chiefs, they call themselves the Chiefs. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs, they're not changing their name. A great team, great people, great owners, great coach and quarterback. I love the quarterback, like his girlfriend too, and his wife. His wife is great. She's been a big fan. His quarterback's mother is incredible. I like that team. They're called the Chiefs. And frankly, I see nothing wrong with it. They call them the Warriors, and not that team, but a lot of other teams, and all of these Indian surnames and different names. And I'm saying that I think that's a positive thing. And when you go back to Indians, they poll this. They don't know why these names are being taken off. They're trying to. I think it's degrading to the Indian population, and it's a great population, and they like when they're called by various names. Now, Washington. The Redskins, perhaps that's a little bit different, but I can tell you that I spoke to people of Indian heritage that love that name and they love that team, and I think it's I think it's a superior name to what they have right now. And it had heritage behind it. It had something special. But a lot of the names having to do with, different places, not just Indians, but I think they changed the name of the Cleveland Indians. Why would you take the name Indians off the Cleveland Indians? And now it's called the Cleveland something else.
Guardians.
Right? Guardians. It just doesn't make sense to me. So we're about bringing common sense back to this country. And it may be popular or unpopular what I'm saying, and I've just said to you, he's a nice guy. He got a lot out of me on this one, but I think most people agree with me. I think it really is demeaning to Indians. But to change the name of the Cleveland Indians, as an example, to the Cleveland Guardians is not the same, and I'm sure it has an impact on the team.
Thank you, sir. Elon Musk said he'll be stepping back from his work with Doge a little bit and only dedicating maybe a day or two a week to it. How long would you like to see that continue, and how involved would you like to see him continue to be after?
Well, first of all, I can't speak more highly about any individual. He's an incredible guy. He's a brilliant guy. He's a wonderful person. I've seen him with his family. I've seen him with a lot of his children. He's got a lot of children. He treats them good. He loves his children. But he's a brilliant guy, and he was a tremendous help, both in the campaign and in what he's done with Doge. And, we're talking about almost $200 billion and rising fast, because many of the things that we were looking at are now being found out to be fact. It's terrible. I mean, the fraud, the waste, the abuse, everything that's happened is just terrible. So I also know that he was treated very unfairly by I guess you'd call it the public, by some of the public, not by all of it. I say he makes an incredible car, everything he does is good, but they took it out on Tesla, and I just thought it was so unfair because he's trying to help the country. But he has helped the country. I also want him to make sure that he's going to be in great shape, and I know he is. I mean, he's going to do great. He loves the country. He didn't need to do this. He did it. And I told him, I said, whenever you're ready, I'd like to keep him for a long time, but whenever you're ready, he's an exceptional guy. When you see those rockets go up and come back and land in the same gantry, nobody else can do that but this man. So he's just an incredible person, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a nice person too. He's a very nice person. He really helped the country, saved us a lot of money. And I heard him say that he'll start easing, he was always at this time going to ease out. And when he goes back to Tesla, that'll be taken care of. It's artificial. These were sick people that thought they were doing something. He's a great patriot, and it shouldn't be the way, that should never have happened to him. And I will tell you right now, he makes a great product. He makes a great product. It's a great car. It's great everything. Starlink is great. What he does is good. He's doing medical things that are amazing. And we have to, at some point, let him go and do that. And we expect him to be doing it about this time. But I'll talk to Elon about it. Thank you for the question.
So, second question. Canada has an election coming up. Would you have a prediction for that, and what do you think the results of that?
With respect to Canada?
With the negotiations?
Oh, I don't want to predict other nations' elections. It's tough enough doing this one. Look, I love the Canadian people. I like Canada, but it's costing us $200 billion a year to support Canada. $200 billion. And I say, why are we doing that? You know what? We can make our own cars. We have more energy than they do. We have more energy than anybody in the world. We don't need their lumber, obviously. We have more lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We have a lot of everything that they sell us. But in particular cars, they took a large percentage of the car making, and I want to bring it back to this country. I really don't want cars from Canada. So when I put tariffs on Canada, they're paying 25%, but that could go up in terms of cars. When we put tariffs on, all we're doing is we're saying we don't want your cars in all due respect. We want really to make our own cars, which is what we're doing in record numbers now. You know, we're going to be at record levels in a very near future because of all the plants the car plants that are being built. And I'd rather see them made in Michigan and made in South Carolina and made in different states, Tennessee. We have a lot of great car-making states, and we have some that aren't car-making yet, but they will soon be car-making states. And that's what I want to see for our country. At the same time, I want to help Canada. I have spoken to the current Prime Minister. He was very, very nice, I will say. Very nice. We had a couple of very nice conversations, very good. But I don't think it's appropriate for me to get involved in their election.
Mr. President, if I may, this deal that you have with Russia, does it include recognizing Russia's sovereignty over Crimea?
Well, everything is good. Look, I just want to see the war end. I don't care. As long, if they're both happy, they both sign an agreement. I have no favorites. I don't want to have any favorites. I want to have a deal done. I want to save the lives. Now, with that being said, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars through Biden. Biden should have never let that war happen. We're spending hundreds of billions, maybe $350 billion we've given to Ukraine. And we could use that money right here. So I'd like to see that. But most importantly right now is when I see the pictures, the satellite pictures of the battlefield, if I can stop that because of an ability I have to do things, I want to see if I can do that.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you just mentioned that 25% could go up on cars in terms of Canada. Does that mean that you're considering changes to the auto tariffs and auto parts?
No, we're not considering it now, but at some point it could go up, yeah, because, again, we don't really want Canada to make cars for us, to put it bluntly. We want to make our own cars, and we're now equipped to do that. They took a lot of our car business. Mexico, too, took a lot of our car business. We want to make the cars here. I'm running this country. I'm not running Canada. And that's why I asked Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau affectionately, but I asked him, why are we spending $200 billion to support Canada, to subsidize Canada? And he was unable to answer the question. I mean, why are we doing that? And I have to be honest, as a state, it works great. As a nation, considering the fact that most of the nation, 95% of Canada, what they do is they buy from us and they sell to us. They sell to us. If we didn't buy their oil, and we don't need their oil. We have more oil than anyone, but we don't need their oil, we don't need their lumber, we don't need their cars, we don't need anything. So I said, why are we doing this? Why are we spending $200 billion? It doesn't make sense. If we needed something, that would be a different subject. So I'm working well with Canada. We're doing very well. We're working on a deal. We'll see what happens. But again, why, representing this country, why are we spending $200 billion to support and subsidize another country? Because if they didn't have us, and if we didn't spend that money, as Trudeau told me, they would cease to exist. He said that to me. They would cease to exist, which is true, certainly as a country.
And then on tourism, there's been a steep drop-off in international travel to the United States. It was down 12% last month, down even more from Western Europe. Why do you think that there are fewer people suddenly who want to travel to the United States?
Well, there could be a little, there's a little nationalism there, I guess, perhaps. It's not a big deal, but, with the dollar being where it is, because, China would always fight for having a low dollar. Japan would always fight for having a low dollar, meaning a low yen, or in the case of China, the yuan. They'd always want to have I'd speak to President Xi a lot. I'd say it's unfair that your yuan is so low. I'd call up a great man, Prime Minister Abe, great man, Shinzo, who was unfortunately assassinated. And I used to tell you, he was a good friend of mine, I used to say, Shinzo, you can't let your yen go down. It makes it very hard for us to sell tractors. It makes it very hard to us to get tourism. And our dollar is a little bit on the low side. And that means that a lot of tourism is going to come in. But I could see a little bit of nationalism at work. And I could see it likewise with us, not wanting to go to certain countries. But that will work out very easily.
Do you think some people are scared to come here because they hear the stories of tourists who are detained for a few days or even a week or two?
No, we treat our tourists great. We're the tourism capital of the world. There's no place like this. And there may be a little bit of nationalism, but I doubt it. I actually doubt it, yeah.
Mr. President, has there been any direct contact between the U.S. and China trade at all?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
Every day.
Every day. And then secondly, would you support a millionaire tax?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. You know, in the old days, they left states. They go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You'll lose a lot of money if you do that. That would, and other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
Sir, how did the talks today go in London? Do you think that the asks from Ukraine and
I think they went well. I mean, you know, we got to get two strong people, two smart people to agree. And as soon as they agree, the killing will stop. But yeah, I think they went well, pretty well.
So as you stay watching we understand that your economic team, many of them are here today. J.D. Vance has negotiated what's called a monster trade deal with India, like biggest one ever. Can you share with us what some of the framework of that might be?
You said England.
India.
India?
India. Oh.
They're not very complicated, these deals. It's about the tariffs. India charges almost more than any other country in the world. And believe it or not, we do very little business with India, other than the fact that I like the Prime Minister very much. He's a friend of mine. He was here 2 weeks ago, as you know. And we stood right outside, did a news conference. Unfortunately, the grass was very wet. It was very hard for people to stand on the grass. They got their shoes all ruined. But other than that, it was a very good news conference. And he's a great guy. But we do very little business. You know why? Because their tariffs are so high. They have among the highest tariffs, higher than China. They have among the highest tariffs in the world. And I understand they're going to reduce those tariffs, but it's really sort of their problem, not ours. We do very, very little purchasing in India because and selling. We do very little selling. I mean, Harley Davidson, I said, how are you doing in India? This is about 6 years ago. They came to lunch as a great American company. They make the motorcycles. And I said, how are you doing in India, as an example? Well, we don't do any business there. Why? Because the tariffs are too high. I said, that's interesting. Well, what are you going to do? He said, well, we're going to build a plant in India. And that's what they did. I don't want that to happen. They were forced to build a plant. Well, essentially what we're doing is the same thing. Remember, there's no tariff when they build their plant here. And everybody wants to build because they don't want to. And the higher the tariffs go, the more likely it is they come in and build a plant. You know, I mean, if it's 25%, that's fine. If it's 50%, you get more plants. 75, you get more. At 100, you get more than that. And they're all coming in at numbers that nobody's, I don't think, Howard, there's ever been numbers like we've seen.
Never.
$7-8 trillion worth in 2 months. Because it took me a month to get started, in all fairness. But in 2 months, we did this, and now we're coming up on 100 days, first 100 days, and I think we're going to be close to $8 trillion. There was never any president that did even a tiny percentage of that. Okay, any other questions?
Sure. One of the deals signed by your 100-day mark, and China is saying that we're threatening and blackmailing them into a deal. What would be your response?
Well, I mean, China, look, I have great relationships in China, with President Xi in particular, but China has been charging us massive tariffs for many years. That's one of the reasons they were able to steal so many of our companies. They took our companies out of America, and they built their plants in China. And one of those things, so now we're reversing it, but at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No, we're going to get along great with China, I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Keep going.
Thank you all for joining us.
Fuck, we're weird, man. Look how weird we are. A dead person. They're all like doing this for. It's kind of weird. We fill them full of a bunch of formaldehyde and prop them up. Statue. I can look at it like a wax figure. What does he need? These guards are like highly trained priest assassin, like protector. They're trained to use this weapon. Like, they're ready. They're not trying to touch him. What happens? Is that what happens? You try to touch them, do you get stabbed? Christian. That's not very Christian-like. Why do they have guys with the weapons in there? Is it not enough that one person's already dead? How long have those priests been sitting there? Tell you what, God really loves this building. He loves how much money that the people spent on this building instead of helping out the needy. Loves that. I know God, dude. God loves the amount of electricity it costs to cool and heat this building just for the sake of Him being awesome. God loves that. I know God, dude. Really doesn't make much sense. Whole thing. Like this is another dude, man. Actually. Okay. Like the King of England. Figurehead of it. Poster child. Catholic. Well, he really was, right? This is the guy we masquerade around town. This is our Catholic. This is what a Catholic is. There you go. If you want to be a Catholic, this is the pinnacle of Catholic. Just so you know, get your thing. If you're already a Catholic, well, if you're not more like this guy, what are you doing? You're not a real Catholic unless you're more like this guy. Isn't that what he is? The Pope is like a salesman also to Catholicism. Because he's seen more than any other Catholic in the world. He's their biggest proponent. Which is why when I see stuff like them, like him stopping at a pizzeria and them giving him a pizza and him accepting it and driving off, or he got donated a Lamborghini apparently, and he signed it and sold it and donated all the money to some organization. How do I know? Like, for one, the pizza thing wasn't a total PR stunt. Seems like it to me. Oh, Catholics are the best. And then, like, him doing the same thing with the Lamborghini. How do we know that they didn't actually buy that Lamborghini? Something. And, like, hey, Lamborghini, act like you gave us this, and we're going to give it away. Or something. And it'll make us both look good. I don't know. They have so much money, they could easily buy a Lamborghini. But, or Lamborghini, since they're in Italy, knows that they'll get favor from the almost like religious government that they have going on there. Right? They'll have favor from the Catholic faith now for shit, and they have a lot of power out there. It's all weird, man. Because they have so much power, it makes it really odd. I mean, look at what happened with all these NGOs that were flooding migrants in our country. Most of them were Catholic ran. That's a lot of power. Man. Over them, we wouldn't have had thousands of people every month, probably. This guy's part of the problem. This is part of the problem. He's one of the reasons why we were flooded with migrants. Because the Catholic charities can't do shit without the approval from the upper church. The upper church approved everything that they did in flooding our country with those migrants. Oh. He is directly, and he's like, it's like the United States doing something. Our government doing something. Federal government. The President of the United States is the top in charge of that federal government position. So anything that the Catholic Church does, the Pope is directly in charge of that. So this motherfucker caused our borders to be flooded. Time for a new one. It doesn't do that. What an asshole. You know? Yep. I don't give a fuck how much he smiles. He fucked our borders up. He fucked our country up a little bit. Directly related. And Biden, like, into fucking the border out. Well, somebody's converting. Here we go. The Dems are still with this guy.
Laura, it is about the rule of law. This is a bipartisan issue. It transcends partisan politics. That's why a conservative-leaning Supreme Court has said that Donald Trump must facilitate the return of this individual. This is very dangerous. We are turning into an authoritarian country, and there are Americans from all across the political spectrum who are deeply concerned about this. Again, my office has not received more calls about any other issue since I have been a congresswoman than this one.
Really?
Hi again, everybody. It's Barbara Clark in New York following her trip to El Salvador, where she and 3 other Democratic lawmakers had tried to meet with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Congresswoman Ansari of Arizona was out there advocating for the rule of law on Fox News, raising the alarm about what could happen if due process is ignored and even thwarted right here in America. That fight for due process escalated late yesterday as a federal judge handling the case of Abrego Garcia's release, Judge Paula Zinnes, put out a searing 8-page order calling out the Trump administration. Abrego Garcia's lawyers had told the judge yesterday morning that the DOJ had, quote, produced nothing of substance to their questions about what steps have been taken to bring Abrego Garcia back, prompting Judge Zinnes to voice her clear frustration in this new order. Quote, defendant's objection reflects a willful and bad faith refusal to comply with discovery obligations. Judge Zinnes goes on to say this, quote, for weeks, defendants have sought refuge behind vague and unsubstantiated assertions of privilege, using them as a shield to obstruct discovery and evade compliance with this court's orders. Defendants have known, at least since last week, that this court requires specific legal and factual showings to support any claim of privilege. Yet they have continued to rely on boilerplate assertions. That ends now. She gave DOJ until 6 p.m. today, about 1 hour from right now, to provide all the requested information. So far, we have not heard that what she has asked for has been presented. This judge's scathing words about the actions of the Trump Department of Justice are just another piece in the pushback against the administration's larger attack on the rule of law in America. The New York Times reports this, quote, the White House's repeated resistance to court orders, not only in Mr. Abrego Garcia's case, but in other legal proceedings as well, has edged the administration ever closer to an open showdown with the judicial branch in a way that could threaten the constitutional balance of power. That showdown is where we start this hour. Some of our favorite experts and friends. Voting rights attorney and founder of Democracy Docket, Mark Elias, is here with me at the table. Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman of New York. He served as lead counsel in the first Trump impeachment and now represents New York in Congress. Tell me what you think, wearing all of your hats, as a member of Congress, as a former prosecutor, of this standoff, and are we already where people are warning we're heading?
I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we get there if there are contempt proceedings and if the administration ultimately just defies a contempt order. There's sort of an escalating enforcement mechanism with the courts, but we are getting awfully, awfully close. And it's not just in this case. It's in the Alien Enemies Act case with Judge Boasberg and Judge Wilkinson's just brilliant, powerful opinion last week. And ultimately, it's not really in dispute here. I think if you say to anyone, what does facilitate mean? As Judge Wilkinson says, it means to do something, right? You have to actually do something. And the Trump administration is saying they don't have to do anything. And that's not, it's really not a material dispute as to which one is right. Their obligation is to help get Mr. Abrego Garcia back so that he can get due process. Nobody is saying that the courts are not saying he needs to come back so that he can stay forever. It's just that in this country, we operate on the rule of law, which requires due process, and that a king, we have no kings who get to decide whether you're a member of MS-13 or not. You are put to your proof. You must show that he is a member of MS-13, if that's what your allegation is, and then a judge.
That's not why he's getting kicked out, though.
the executive branch or a lawyer gets to decide whether or not you are a member of MS-13. And if you are, and they've designated it as a foreign terrorist organization,
already an illegal
then
immigrant,
you can
dude.
remove the withholding order and you can send him back. But you have to go through that process. And the reason why this is important is not just this case. It's that if we avoid or evade due process in this one case, then this government can do it in every case, and our entire system breaks down. And that is how we go into pure authoritarianism and not democracy.
I mean, and that is an argument that even Joe Rogan seems to grasp and agree with, that without due process, depending on who is in the office of the presidency, we stop being the country that we think we are. The Trump administration seems to be engaged in a different project, right? They want to paint Democrats as being against deporting people who are dangerous or criminals. But they seem to have lost that round and not yet recognized that. That round also seems to be predicated on a bunch of disinformation and misinformation, as the Reagan-appointed judge you reference points out. When they say he's a gang member, he writes, perhaps, right. but charge him and try it out. How do you make sure that the pro-democracy side in the Democratic Party continues to be able to get the facts out in what has, I guess, up until now, been a pretty solid and air-sealed information ecosystem on the right?
Well, part of it is what you showed at the beginning, which is Congresswoman Ansari going on Laura Ingraham on Fox News. I try to get on Fox News every week. I have difficulty doing it.
Who do you call? Where do you want to go?
I'll go on any show. I think it's really important for us to talk to other people from other viewpoints. And I don't like the fact that networks are selective as to what party they will put on. And it's important for us to talk to Fox News and other people and Joe Rogan and anyone where people are interested and engaged and want to know the facts. I'm game to go on there, because this isn't about MS-13. It's not about terrorism. They're just wrong about that. This is political for them. They're trying to distract from the absolutely disastrous economic policies and tariffs that Donald Trump has implemented, that is increasing prices, increasing inflation, tanking the stock market, and sending us directly into a recession because all businesses are retrenching and are not spending any money and are laying off employees.
Thanks, Mark.
So to them, as long as we're talking about immigration, we're better off.
Yo.
But this isn't about immigration. This isn't about whether he's a terrorist or not, MS-13. This is just about the fundamental values, the very basic things that our country has relied on that make us a democracy. If we don't have due process, if we don't have the rule of law, if Donald Trump is telling the Department of Justice to criminally investigate people who spoke out against him, we are a banana republic. This is exactly what then Vice President Joe Biden went to Ukraine to do in 2015. And he told the Ukrainian president, you must fire the prosecutor general or we will not support a $1 billion loan that you would otherwise get from the IMF. And why did he want that prosecutor general fired? Because that prosecutor general was corrupt and was only prosecuting his enemies and was protecting his allies. We export democracy around the world in that way. And now Donald Trump is doing that very thing. That's where we've come in 10 years.
Is DOJ under Pam Bondi corrupt?
If they investigate Chris Krebs and Miles Taylor because Donald Trump told them to do it, yes. That is contrary to every norm, value, concept, and moral integrity of the Department of Justice. That is a banana republic. And if they execute that order, then they are absolutely part and parcel of the corruption.
And what is the distinction of what happened in the Eric Adams case and that case? What line do you think are we on? Are we in the way station between something that's still predicated on the rule of law and something that would be corrupt? Or where do you think we are after the dismissals of all the prosecutors involved in the Eric Adams case?
I think what they did in the Eric Adams case was to politically weaponize the Department of Justice and the criminal justice system. He had been charged through a grand jury with proper procedures. And what the administration tried to do is use a criminal prosecution to implement and execute their political policy priorities. That is, of course, unacceptable. That is not how it's done. And the judge rightly called them out on it and said, okay, well, you want to dismiss the case, fine, but you're not going to get the hammer and the political benefit that you wanted. In this case, this is just outright corruption. And in Kilmar's case, it's just undermining very, very basic tenets. Like, if we don't have due process, we've got nothing. And we don't have the rule of law.
An Orange County man has been arrested.
That every immigration case or criminal case
I'm done with you.
is
Come on,
undermined.
hurry up.
It's when Donald Trump says, I'm just canceling this grant that you've already received, and I'm calling it back, or I'm canceling this collective bargaining agreement because I don't like it. Well, then every business in America can say, I don't like this contract, and my president is just nullifying his contracts. I'm just going to nullify my contract. If we don't have settled rule of law, our country will collapse.
Whatever, buddy. You sound butthurt and sad. Get a bottle. Suckling. They call it the cat killer.
Accused of killing multiple cats in one Santa Ana neighborhood.
Yeah, the suspect is accused of luring the animals to their death. KTLA 5's Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost live now in Santa Ana with the story. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, guys. This morning, the Santa Ana Police Department, along with the Westminster Police Department, served a search warrant on this home behind me on Wilshire Avenue here in Santa Ana, and a case involving what they're calling a serial cat killer. Here is some video the police department posted on their Instagram page earlier today. You can see in the video that they posted, they actually show a man who appears to be luring a cat with some cat food. They say that man, they believe, has been doing that for several weeks here in Santa Ana, if not longer. As far as how many cats they believe he has killed, they only saying a lot right now. It sounds like they're still trying to get a handle on just how many cats this man has killed, but they say he has confessed to the crimes. He's under arrest. He's confessed to what he's done, and they said they're still trying to find out just how large this case is, but it comes as people here in Santa Ana and Westminster have reported their cats being kidnapped, and this man, a lot of people who live around here have been pointing to his house as being the possible culprit. Now they're saying that they believe he's the same man responsible for a case in Westminster. Let's show you some video from Westminster. You may remember this case. We covered this case last month. A little cat named Clubber was kidnapped from its owner's driveway in the same fashion. You see a man in the video there. He's wearing what looks to be some sort of orange shirt or some sort of reflective orange shirt. When he kidnaps this cat, it looks to be similar to what the man was wearing when he was arrested by Santa Ana police in that previous video we showed you. Well, according to Santa Ana police, they believe it is the same guy responsible. The good news out of that Westminster case, after it was publicized, the story got out there, that family got their cat back. Unfortunately, we don't know how many other families are not going to get such good news, as they believe this man has killed an unknown number of cats. Now let's show you a picture of the man they believe is responsible. He has been identified as Alejandro Acosta Oliveros, 45 years old. He is now in police custody. Like I said, police are talking to him. They say he has made some incriminating statements and that he has confessed to some of the crimes. He's now being questioned. He's going to be booked, or actually has been booked as of now. We just got that booking photo in a short while ago and expected to get some charges filed possibly in the next couple of days. For now, reporting live here in Santa Ana, I'm Chip Yost, KT.
I just want to think something might have happened to Tux, you know, because he was just so friendly. I think that all it took was him going up to like one of those type people. I think it's more in their culture. Wherever that dude's from, like they have some sort of culture with not giving a fuck about cats. I don't know, man. I think it's like a South American, Central American, Mexican something thing below America, actually. And traffic. The draft starts. Traffic is higher because some draft is going to start. People are weird. Not that important, is it? But they're gonna throw the ball and hit their heads into each other, man. It's gonna be starting soon. I can't wait. You bringing the beer, right, man? You're bringing the beer? Oh yeah. I got $20 on it. With that endo weight, I got 5 on it. There's a
Looking at the 105 freeway here at Central Avenue, this is where the pursuit came to an end. LAPD Southeast officers were in pursuit of an...
game over. Washington newborns are testing positive.
All 3 of these mothers have one thing in common.
I was pregnant and I'm using fentanyl.
Like, I just knew that, you know, we both had meth in our systems and that we needed to get clean.
Their babies were born with drugs in their systems and withdrawal symptoms. It's called neonatal abstinence syndrome, or NAS.
I felt guilty every day. Like every day I was crying because of the guilt and shame. And I didn't know really how to ask for help.
Federal records showed the number of babies born with NAS across the country is going down. But the King 5 investigators found Washington faces a troubling exception. A recent Washington State University report reveals in 2022, babies born withdrawing from drugs dramatically exceeds the national average by nearly double.
I don't give a fuck if she got help with it. That kid's probably got long-term side effects now that are going to last it for the rest of his life. Brain shit. It's probably going to be a little fucking retarded. It might have fucking anger issues or something. It might not be. It might have impulse issues. It might have hyper. It might have autism. What the fuck was that bitch thinking? The fucking skank. I don't give a fuck if she turned it around. It's too late now. I mean, yeah, it could have gotten a lot worse, but you done fucked up.
But where I am right now, Spokane, it is dramatically worse.
According to the WSU report, Spokane is at the epicenter of this crisis, labeled as an area of heightened concern. In Spokane County, nearly 3.5 times the number of babies are born with NAS compared to the national average.
And is it concerning?
It is concerning. It's telling me that we have too many families that are not getting the care they need and not getting the support they need.
Why would that be? Why would Washington?
They're not getting the care they need. That's what it tells you. Fucking, this is Seattle news, by the way. They're not getting the care. They're not getting enough care. They're not getting enough love. They're not getting enough hugs. So what she means is there's not enough oversight on people. They're not getting that. We're not making them come into an office and looking over what they look like and making sure that their blood work's coming back all right. That's what she really means. We're not looking over. We're not mandating that they have to come in and we check them out.
And specifically Spokane's numbers be so much worse than the
They
national
need
average.
fucking do that.
The researcher of this
They
WSU
need to do
report
that,
says
actually.
our homeless problem could be one of those reasons. Research shows substance abuse is more prevalent in homeless
They need to make it
populations.
illegal.
Washington ranked 3rd
To have
nationwide for homelessness in a
fentanyl in your
2024
system with a
congressional
baby.
report, trailing
About-
only New York and California.
We know that there's a big correlation or strong correlation.
Why isn't that
between
illegal?
Having substance use disorders and having mental health issues, being in poverty.
And so what else is there to do other than do drugs? And that just like kind of numbs the depression or whatever.
Like this bitch now, if your baby was born with drugs in its system, you should definitely get some sort of charge for that. Child neglect, right? I mean, if it wasn't like a birth, if it was just in your house and it came up positive for drugs, you would get a neglect for it, wouldn't you?
That people are dealing with being homeless.
Mothers like Erin say it could also be Washington's lax approach to drugs.
And I bet that Washington, it just goes, that wasn't very nice of you. You better now, okay? You know what I mean? I bet they're super relaxed. They don't, if they do punish them, it's like, now you got to go to a drug and alcohol program. Be a better person tomorrow.
In 2021, Washington downgraded drug possession to a misdemeanor.
There's not really very many, like, punishments for people doing drugs.
Oh.
The assistance ends up just allowing them to continue to do drugs, but more comfortably.
As for Spokane, the federal government says it's a cesspool for drug activity. The DEA says it's a central hub for narcotics distribution because of its close proximity to Canada and I-90.
Do you think that Washington is doing enough to help moms and babies in this type of situation?
Probably not.
No.
State leaders say treatment
Blame
has
Canada.
to be the priority to tackle the state's fentanyl problem. Maddie's Place in Spokane is the only place in the state and one of 4 in the country that provides housing and treatment for mothers and their infants together.
I mean, I hope that people will see that this place fills a big need.
Maddie's Place has served as a lifeline for these 3 mothers in various
this place a big need. Why? I need more. I need why she wants that, because I have no idea why she would want that. Why do you want the world to see that this place has a big need? You look at this. You press that bar right there, a fucking alarm will go off. They can't leave.
States of recovery.
I've seen those before.
There's no resource in the state that provides what we're providing.
Door will open, but
which is
alarm
to
will
the
go
mom
off.
And the baby during this critical time period, where you're actually licensed to treat the baby, and then at the same time, you're really treating the mom too. Is this area where our mom's team is located?
Maddie's Place president and CEO Sean Cross says their model is a success. Since opening, they've served 122 babies, with 95 staying with their parents, rather than going into foster care. He says they're also cheaper than a hospital.
So we're really changing the trajectory of the infant's life and the trajectory of the parent's life.
Despite its success and plans to expand, the organization is facing a crisis.
We are at risk of losing our funding and not having it continued, and so we're at risk of closing.
If Maddie's Place loses its state funding, it could close in 2 months. They're asking the legislature for $2.2 million. It's money that would be added to the governor's already strapped budget.
Okay, that's why
Advocates
she
argue
said
the
that
high number
earlier.
of affected infants means Maddie's Place needs to be a priority.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there who need the same help we did, and there's just not places for it.
We should have alarm bells that are going off, and I don't care what the budget crisis is in the state of Washington. This should be our #1 priority, is dealing with this. We're in a free fall.
Maddie's Place should know their fate by this weekend when the governor finalizes his budget.
Kristen, it just takes so much courage to speak out about these types of struggles. What motivated these mothers to want to speak about their addiction and their recovery?
They are brave. I mean, they sat down with me, 3 of them on camera with their babies. It doesn't happen often, right? Yeah. And so I do think.
Wait, what? Are they single? Are they ready to mingle? What better place to get the word out to eligible bachelors out there? If you're going to be honest with them anyway about your previous drug use, what better place to do it than the fucking news, baby? I'm an eligible bachelor too. I just happen to be a female in a program over here. Now you know where I'm at. Come knockety knock. You don't think that some of these females aren't going to get letters coming into them and shit like, hey, I saw you on the news. They're thinking 5D chess, motherfucker. That's why they agreed to be on the news. You see how many people set up GoFundMes for the most frivolous shit?
I think it shows how unique Maddie's Place is.
They're all going to have GoFundMes by the end of this.
We know this is a problem, and they decided to go on camera to
me
talk
and my
about some of
baby.
the worst moments
I
in
was
their
on the
life, their
news.
struggles with addiction,
Here's proof.
because they truly feel that Washington needs to make this an investment.
Amazing courage. Thank you, Kristen.
Hard to see it. And you can see a lot
They're
more.
gonna relapse off of their GoFundMe money in no time. Took me 2 seconds to figure out why they would want to be on the news for that. But Seattle, the Democrat ran fucking news station. They can't figure it out. They're just so. They're just. They just want to help. Sorry, but drug addicts aren't the most trustworthy people. Especially when they're that close to being a fentanyl addict. I mean, those are babies that were just born. Like last month. These motherfuckers haven't even dried out yet. They're still detoxing. Man. So brave. They don't even know where they're at hardly. Probably still on something. Like what they used to give people? Heroin junkies? Methadone.
Bathroom taking a boot. I'm not gonna let this go to waste for real. Oh, I know you're not. But it's gonna go to waste in the bathroom.
I just got recommended this channel randomly.
Alright, but it's gonna be a different type of waste.
The video started just like this.
But the way that you're eating your pickle and the way that pickles that I like to eat are two different things. Okay, we got somebody saying drink the juice. Okay, Norma. So let's go ahead and pick it up.
People have an audience.
Wait. Like the sign says in the crosswalk, wait.
Get it.
I mean, he wanted her to do. Done. Adios. She's drinking the whole thing. 6 likes. She's gonna down a whole jar, or well, the rest of this jar of pickle juice.
Why?
Let me see. Need the
It's
likes.
so much sodium.
I do this.
For 6 likes?
No, I don't. Just go ahead.
I'm not gonna let that go to waste.
That's a whole lot of sodium she's ingesting at once. She's gonna have to drink water or get the shits, dude. Because her body tries to get rid of all that sodium. Trust me, I know. Remember that time I accidentally dumped too much sodium in my oatmeal? Too much salt? I had the wrong side open on the salt container and it dumped like, I don't even know how much. Half a cup of salt into my oatmeal. And it was so salty that when it was done cooking, like where the water had evaporated, there was just like dried salt crystals all on the inside of the oatmeal cooking, the rice cooker, the bowl. And it tasted like fucking salt. It just tasted like straight salt, dude. It was so salty. I've never had anything that salty before. I ate almost like half of it. I did it on stream. I was over here like, God, dude, this is kind of gross. But it was with eggs and stuff, so it was just, I kind of worked, but then I couldn't do it after, because it was starting to upset my stomach. Dude, that gave me the worst runs I've had in years, dude. I didn't know that was going to be a side effect of salt intake. But that's why I was saying, like, that somebody get the runs from that. That was a long story, wasn't it? Did you know that it would do that? Dude, I was shitting straight water. I'm not even playing. It was as watery as a colonoscopy prep. Actually, it was water. Nothing but water coming out my butt because of that oatmeal. That's what happens if you eat too much salt. I didn't know that. Did you know that until I just told you the fucking story? Because if you, the people that left, they better have known that before that. Because if I taught them that and they left, that's disrespectful. I mean, I'm out here giving lessons. D-livers have no respect. And I just ordered cat litter, man. I don't just do that for anybody. A pill splitter and some pumice stones to clean things with my bathtub. That's in my mouth. You need a new one. Man, that thing don't last hardly at all. Rubbing it. Do you use them to clean your bathroom and stuff? Those things go through. I go through one. I'll probably go through one in just one cleaning. We'll see. Or last time I did. They're cheap. Got 14 of them for $10. Like if you get the name brand ones, it's like 2 for $10. Amazon ones. They're from China. Are they? Brand. A brand name. I can find out. I don't know. Probably America. They probably put that. Why would they put that? Be all proud of it. American pumice. Yes. What, you want the best pumice or you want the American pumice? The pumice. Sharpen. Sharpen it. Oh, yeah, I also said you can use it on your feet. Country of origin, China. Is actually Chinese. Sorry, I bought Chinese pumice. I don't know how to buy American pumice. See if I put America next to it, it comes up with American ones. The first one it gave me doesn't even give me the country of origin. But Hatoku is the manufacturer, and that's definitely not an American name. Well, these pumice stones made in America. Hard to find on Amazon. You should be, you know, Amazon should have a Made in America button where you can filter out by products that are made in America, because they already have the information of country of origin for a lot of stuff. And then products that are made in America usually are going to make sure that it's on there as the country of origin. So, why don't they do that? Trump should do that. Should tell them, hey, do that. Let Americans find what products are made in America. They already know. There's no tab on the left for country of origin. That's stupid. Isn't that fucking stupid? Okay, a capital F. I mean, Amazon is working against us. Like that, they wouldn't hurt Made in America products if there was a Made in America button. It would only help them. It would only help, because right now I want to see, are there any of these made in America? And I don't know how to on Amazon. I tried putting next to it pumice stone American. What if I put Made in America? America. I can't find any. The high-end ones that are 6 for $20, it doesn't say where they're made. I figured those might be made in America because they're so expensive. They come individually packaged in a box. But oh, made in China. Made in China, right on the box, dude. Wow. That's crazy. They're charging $20.30 for 6 of these. Because they're individually packaged, one per box. And it's pretty much, I think it's the same thing as the one that I'm paying $9 for 14 of them. Or you can get a package of only 2 of them for $9.10. And people are buying it. People are spending $9.10 on 2 of the same product that they could get 14 of for $9.99. Both made. I give up. tried to find it for the people. Global pumice. Is it made in America? You know, global pumice. No global pumice. I don't see them on that brand. Bad business. Mm-hmm. "100 yards over the rim." American. What do you, oh, that's the name of the mine you're saying, not the product they produce. I thought you were saying that's the name of the product. It shows their products, so, but they don't make that type of stuff. They just make rubble. It looks like they make rubble. What the hell do you do with that? They make aggregate pumice. So apparently you can make these. This might get shipped to China, and then they make these cubes out of it in China. Is that it? What else they must be able to reconstitute that. Unless it's just used for like soil irrigation. Must be soil irrigation. I don't think you can reconstitute it. I don't know, maybe you can. Make fucking meat. They have meat glue where they reconstitute meat. So why not? I don't know what it does. Or cement. Maybe. Could own the mine.
Justice Department is asking a federal judge to pause the discovery process for a week in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The judge said last night the administration has willfully and intentionally ignored court orders to provide updates on what steps they've taken, if any, to facilitate his return to the U.S. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camila Montoya Galvez is here in Studio 57 to break it down. What more can you tell us about this request by the Trump administration? What does this mean?
Well, into the Justice Department, the Trump administration, by extension, is seeking to have this case effectively halted for the time being for at least 7 days a week. They are seeking for the judge to order a halt to the daily updates that the government has been mandated to provide every single day as to the whereabouts of Mr. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who we now know has been transferred to a different detention facility in El Salvador. He was initially held at that notorious mega prison known as Secot until being transferred to the other site. And they also want a pause on the discovery process that this judge in Maryland has ordered to basically force and compel the administration to provide documents and sworn testimony from officials as to what steps, if any, they are taking to comply with their binding legal order, which is that the administration has to and is required to facilitate the return of this man to the U.S. As you know, the Justice Department continues to argue that there's little the U.S. can do now because he's now in Salvadorian custody.
Do we know when the judge might rule on these requests?
No idea. No.
Okay. Today's also a big day in the case of Mahmoud Khalil. This is the Columbia University student activist being held in Louisiana after he was detained by agents last month. His wife just gave birth in New York. He wasn't there. Why is today a big day? What do we expect from this case?
Just to level set, Lindsay, I attended Khalil's immigration court hearing in Louisiana earlier in April, and an immigration judge at the Justice Department found that he is deportable and removable under one of the legal grounds that the administration has been citing to justify his detention and potential deportation. That is that determination by Secretary of State Marco Rubio that found that his presence here and his activities here threatened the foreign policy interests of the country. Now the judge has given his lawyers, Khalil's lawyers, until today to file any applications like asylum that would prevent that deportation under that ground from occurring. So they have until today to file any applications for relief that could come in the form of, again, asylum, but also something called withholding of removal, which is another legal protection from deportation. We expect that to happen. Once that happens, Lindsay, that will trigger another chapter in this legal case, and they will contest and fight over whether or not he actually qualifies for relief.
Let's talk about another case. A federal judge in Vermont hearing arguments from lawyers for Mohsen Madawi asking for his immediate release. He had shown up to an immigration interview in Vermont, right? And he was taken into custody. What should we know about the latest in his case?
Well, the judge in Vermont did not issue a ruling on the merits of this case yet, but he did continue his order that currently prohibits and bars the Trump administration from moving Mr. Madawi away from Vermont and also from the U.S., from deporting him. So he will continue to be held by ICE in Vermont while lawyers and the Trump administration fight it out to see whether or not the administration actually has legal grounds to detain him and to ultimately remove him from the country.
Okay, Camila Montoya Galvez, thank you.
They really don't want these people getting put out of the country.
Stop! Stop! They give you a drink, that's it!
A suspect in a vehicle pursuit slowed down enough to offer cops a refreshment, but quickly took off. The Highlands County Sheriff's Office in Florida released body cam of the bizarre incident. Officials say they were responding to a call from a convenience store about a theft of alcoholic products. Sheriff's deputies responded and attempted to stop a vehicle that fit the description of the suspects. But while the driver slowed down, they say it wasn't to comply with law enforcement.
Stop! Stop! They give you a drink, that's it!
Deputies say he held out a can of vodka spritz and quickly drove off.
Why is the news so fucking retarded? They've been showing the same clip for 51 seconds over and over and over, explaining the clip in different ways as if we don't understand it, like we're all retarded or something.
They say the chase
Okay.
continued until the suspect's vehicle was disabled by spike strips.
Get on the ground now! Get on the ground now!
Body cam also shows the suspect getting tasered by police.
Put your hands behind your back!
The 39-year-old suspect, Richard Christopher
Usual
Smith of Miami,
suspect.
was charged with battery on a law enforcement officer, aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, obstruction, and petty theft. His arraignment date is set for June.
You guys had fun, all right?
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
Stupid Billy.
Been some actions taken by the administration that has really hurt our veteran community. We've also seen cuts at the VA. If we go back to those numbers, which that would mean a cut of about 80,000 people from the VA delivering health care, that would have a serious impact on all of us.
Arizona Senator and Air Force veteran Mark Kelly attacking planned cuts at the VA during a town hall with veterans earlier this week. Kelly following up on X, writing this: I stopped by my local VFW post in Tucson to talk with veterans and hear what's bothering them. Many pointed to the changes already happening at the VA and are worried how their health care will be impacted by layoffs. Let's bring in Veteran Affairs Secretary Doug Collins to respond. And Mr. Secretary, good morning to you and your response to these comments from Kelly.
Well, it's very sad to me. It's, you know, how much better would it be if the senator would actually look at a VA system that is, you know, working to help veterans instead of actually scaring them and actually going in and perpetrating the, basically the lies that are out there that we've made changes. I would just like to ask the senator, excuse me, what changes are you talking about that have hurt veteran care? We've not had those layoffs that he keeps talking about. We've had people who've retired and we've moved and we've reshuffled. I put $360 million back into community care. You see, the problem is standing there as a veteran, which is, again, concerning to me that a veteran would actually tell stories to veterans that are not true, but also not take the time to actually look into it. And to say that if we cut a number of people, he's used the 80,000 number. I've told you and others that that is a goal. We're still looking at where those cuts may come, that none of those are actually going into effect in the frontline care for our veterans and health or in the benefits. So I'd actually like to say, if he's actually understood what we're doing, how can you make comments about something you don't understand? This is politics at its worst, and standing in front of veterans as a veteran and telling them those things, boy, it sure would be a lot better if we actually took a time to learn what's going on and to also acknowledge the fact that the VA for the last 10 years under the General Accounting Office has been deemed a high-risk list. You know, I never hear him talk about that, but you know, I guess that's just the way politics is in Washington.
Well, and that's something you know as a former congressman as well, sir, but isn't it true that you're opening up more facilities right now? That is the plan, to expand services, not cut them?
It is, Cheryl. I mean, this is what makes this sad. I spent most of my time putting out rumor and innuendo from, you know, the unions, the workforce, you know, and from groups, members of Congress, senators, and others who would just rather use political dialogue to scare people. We've actually opened 6 clinics that have been in the works. They've opened 6 since January 20. We've opened 2 very large ones in Virginia. I was at an opening just a couple of weeks ago. We're going to actually be in Arizona next week. Here's the thing. We're out there trying to tell the truth. And unfortunately, many in the Senate and others are trying to make political points. They just don't like the fact that the VA, which they poured millions of dollars. Remember, the last few years, the Democrats in the Senate have poured billions of dollars into the VA and added hundreds of thousands of employees, and yet we don't see the improvements in the metrics. In fact, disability claims have gotten worse. They've not gotten better. We've actually seen our static times and community care numbers increase because they didn't want to deal with community care. Again, all I'm asking is let's work together for the veteran to make the veteran be the center focus of the VA, because we are opening new projects. We are doing things that are helping our veterans. And it's just a shame that he would use a cheap political stunt like this to, again, scare veterans into thinking things are getting worse at the VA when we're actually trying to make them better.
Well, you mentioned disability claims. Isn't it true that you're working to accelerate the technology upgrades that are needed on the back-end systems at the VA so that claims are paid faster, that appointments are scheduled faster, that records or you know, electronic records are in place? How's that going right now?
It's going very well. We're processing more than we have processed in the past. Even in the last 12 months, we hit 1 million processed claims earlier than we ever have. And we're actually automating more and more of our system so that we can actually process the claims quicker. But that doesn't mean that we're anywhere close to being where I want to be. We've started some pilot programs to take new people who are first time applying for their benefits and being able to move them closer to the front to get a quicker answer, especially on easier claims. These are the kind of things that we're looking at and going forward. But let me also just say one thing, Cheryl, about his claim about health care. Since 2015, I mentioned the GAO report, 2015 to now, that's 10 years, we've added hundreds of billions of dollars and we've added hundreds of thousands of employees. But you know something, total veterans in our country have actually declined by 4 million, and the veteran served number at the VA has stayed static at about 9 million. So this idea that just putting money and people at a problem and solving it is nowhere close to being true. So again, this is just a concern that, you know, again, that's why I come on here just to tell the truth.
Yeah. And we welcome your voice, and I'm thankful that you're with me this morning, Secretary. I also want to ask you about this. You were added to the Trump administration's new task force on anti-Christian bias. And you reportedly sent an email to all VA employees asking them to submit or report any instances of anti-Christian discrimination. Can you tell us more about this?
I can, and one of the things that we're looking at in that and following the executive order from the president is making sure that everybody has the right to exercise their faith and their religious freedom in the way that they see fit by their own doctrines of their faith. What is unfortunate over the past few years is there's been a bias toward, you know, issues, especially in dealing with Christianity, and which are not afforded or not done to others in faith. And I think these are the kind of things we're looking at. In the VA itself, we've had chaplains who were told what they could preach and what they could not preach. As a chaplain in the military for, you know, coming up between Navy and Air Force 25 years, that's just a no-no. You don't do that. And that was fixed. And we made it clear to our chaplains that they're to be, you know, to work in the tenets of their faith along with what they do at the VA. And again, we're making sure that everybody's religious freedom is protected. And I think that's just what this EO does. And it's good to see that the president took an issue with this.
And I know that veteran care is top of mind for you. It always has been as long as I've known you. But veteran approval of telehealth visits seems to be rising. More than 2.1 million vets are getting health care on the phone now, but that's a 12% increase from what we're looking at here. 93% are saying they're satisfied with their visits, and 92% put trust in their telehealth. So you are seeing positive moves there.
Oh, yeah. Look, there's a lot of good going on at the VA. We're helping people. We're moving forward. You know, and the telehealth numbers are reflecting that in the sense that people are able to get their health care and
from
not just in
home.
a traditional way of coming to a VA facility. They're able to use telehealth. They're able
I
to
do that
now
all the
use
time.
community care, which had been frowned upon in the previous
And
administration. We're
I'm
actually
making
letting
it.
them go to the doctor.
Dude, I used telehealth just last week, actually, with my appointment that I had. Wasn't last week? And then I'm using community care for a dental appointment right now because they don't have one for cleaning. I'm reading about it right now. Thank you for reaching out, and I hope you're doing well. It appears that our next available appointment for cleaning is in late December 2025. So I've gone ahead and placed a consult for you to receive an exam and cleaning through community care. Please allow them 1 to 2 weeks to contact you, and please also let me know if you do not hear from them within this time frame. Actually, doctor messaged me. My message to them was originally, and she messaged me within a day or something. Oh, the same day? The same day, yeah, the same. Said, hello, I hope your day is going well. May I make an appointment for a cleaning? There aren't any available within a month. May I please get a referral to see the outside dentist that I saw last time? I was able to message online and make an appointment too, which is kind of cool.
We're working out ways that hopefully our community care doctors and others can communicate better with us. We're looking at policies on our side to streamline that so they can get better care. I mean, we're also looking in, using ways to deal with PTSD and TBI, dealing with other clinical treatments, including psychedelics and other things that are being tested right now, because we want to be able to give the best we can to our veterans and make sure that they are being treated in the best possible way for the benefits they earn. Remember, Cheryl, I've told you this before. At the VA, it's no longer about our building and what we do to build ourselves up. It's about, are we servicing the veteran?
But it's also, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that saving money at the VA by doing increased telehealth?
It is. I mean, because it's increased, it's saving on both ends, not only from our perspective of what we're able to do and how we're able to see more people, but it's also saving the veteran from having to drive in, get to their facilities and do the things. They can actually stay at home, especially if they're in working or not working, or maybe they just can't get out as easy. They don't have a ride. This helps them out tremendously. This is just a benefit than what we've seen. And frankly, we see it in the private healthcare sector as well. If it works in the private healthcare sector, shouldn't our veterans have the same ability? And we're showing that the VA can do it. I'm proud of our VA folks.
Absolutely. Secretary Doug Collins, always a pleasure. Come back anytime, sir. Thank you for being here.
I mean, I did get to where I drank way too much, ate too much, got really unhealthy because I could, go home at night and I've been exercising every day and I've lost 63 pounds. I feel great. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been working too much, ate too much, got really unhealthy.
Look at this shit. I think it's so fit.
Healthy because I could, go home at night and have some drinks and, and eat half a key lime pie and just kind of dial out and forget about reality. But things have gotten so intense and so dangerous that about the last 9 months I haven't drank and I've been exercising every day and I've lost 63 pounds and I feel great. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been working out 98 days today. And I've just embraced the responsibility. Plus, we're alive right now, really in the Great Awakening. I mean,
he does have more of a responsibility. You know what I mean? He is looked up to by people. I think he realized that responsibility, not being a fucking badass, when people look up to him. That's cool. Nobody looks up to me, so I can get fat. Nah.
The White House is responding to the possibility of lowering tariffs on Chinese imports by half in some cases. They tell Fox Business, quoting now, President Trump has been clear China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. When decisions on tariffs are made, they will come directly from the president. Anything else is just pure speculation. I'm not sure what impact that has had on the market. We are now still up, though, 880 points. I want to bring in Congressman Carlos Jimenez, a Republican from Florida. Congressman, what kind of a deal do you want to see the White House strike with China?
A deal that strikes a fair balance between China and the United States, even though I'd love to see us decouple from China, and I've said this over and over again because they're our greatest adversary. It needs to be a fair deal. And so whatever tariffs they're imposing on our goods, we should be imposing on theirs. And so that's the kind of deal that I want to see from China, but also something that encourages the return of manufacturing to the United States, because that's vital to our national security.
Got it. Change the subject for a second. Take a look at this Wall Street Journal report. I'm quoting, Cuba is running on empty. The country's broke. Its people are suffering. I'm sure you saw this. You fled Cuba when you were, I think, just 6 years old. How should Trump handle what may be the imminent collapse in Cuba?
I think Trump they're on the edge, and I think Trump should kick them over the edge. This regime is illegitimate. It's a communist regime. It's an enemy of the United States. It's oppressing its own people. That's why I've called on the Secretary of the Treasury to stop all remittances from the United States to Cuba. That's one of their last cash flows into the regime. And by the way, they steal it anyway. And then I'm also asking for the Secretary of State to stop all travel to and from the island. They are on their last breath. Let's make sure we don't give them any oxygen. We need to change Cuba from an enemy and a base for operations for Russia and China to a friend. And they will be a friend. They'll be a democracy. And there's plenty of people here in my home county, in Miami-Dade County, will go back and rebuild Cuba once it becomes a democracy and once it's free again.
Is there any organized opposition within Cuba?
Well, look, there are organizations, but it's an extremely repressive regime, and anytime anybody pops up, they go ahead and arrest the leaders, like they did about 3 years ago. We had a huge uprising in Cuba, hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. They shut down the internet. They started arresting all of the leaders, and they started, a brutal repressive program to shut it down. But I think right now that the pressure is continuing to build, so we need to stop immigration from Cuba so that those that are completely frustrated are there. And then, like I said, stop all remittances from the United States into Cuba. That feeds with them with billions of dollars. And then also stop all the travelers coming to and from Cuba. Now is the time. There's something else that they did, too. They stopped all foreign companies that have made profits in Cuba from being able to take those profits out of Cuba. So those our friends that have been dealing with Cuba are now finding out what it is to deal with Cuba. Now they can't even make a profit in Cuba, which is just fine by me. They're waking up to the fact that this is a failed regime, and it's time for that regime to go.
Okay, I want to talk about Abrego Garcia for a second.
We're of the House still?
4 more House Democrats traveled to El Salvador to demand the return of this MS-13 gang member, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They claim he's just a Maryland dad who's been wrongly deported. Congressman, I suspect you are enjoying the Democrats' meltdown over this wife beater. You're enjoying it, aren't you?
Well, you can see the smile on my face. I'm okay with it. Okay, they want to go down there and have coffee with this guy. Go right ahead. Look, they should be at and anywhere. The only place they should need to be is at the courthouse steps. Okay, that's it. They don't need to go down there and then try to make something out of this guy that he's not. He is a wife beater. He's obviously a member of MS-13. Look, the judge stopped him from being deported. Why? Because he said he feared for his life because of rival gangs. Rival gangs, that means you're a member of a gang, all right? And so he's a member of MS-13, right? Okay, so this guy's obviously a gang member. He's a human trafficker. He beats his wife, and so that's not the kind of guy that I really want to share a cup of coffee with and make him out to be something that he's not. Again, you want to say something about it. Let's argue it out at the courthouse steps, and then let's see what the Supreme Court says about it at the end.
Keep smiling, Congressman. We're all having fun here. Congressman Jimenez, it was a pleasure. Thanks very much. We'll see you again soon. Thanks.
Simon's meowing. Wants something. He wants out. He's from my leg.
An 11-year-old girl screams, begs for help as 43-year-old Marius Mutu pins her to the ground. Look closely. He's leaning on her back with what looks like a phone in his hand. She tries to push his arm away.
Get off of her!
Another person intervenes, and the video stops there. This happened Saturday on Allison Park Place. We showed the video to people living nearby.
As a mom, it makes me sick to my stomach. And for like a grown man to do something to a vulnerable person is ridiculous.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says Mutu told deputies someone had been throwing eggs at his apartment for the past week. Mutu said it happened again Saturday. He saw the 11-year-old girl walking by and assumed she was responsible. Deputies say Mutu chased her, forced her to the ground, and restrained her until others intervened. Mutu also told deputies he was trying to take a picture of the child to report her to the apartment management. This woman says she can only imagine
Good
how
luck with
this
all that.
11-year-old is feeling.
The long-term trauma and the parents and anybody else who witnessed it, like there's kids all up and down these streets every night. I just think of like what if it was my kid or our kid. It
Yo,
could be
this dude's
anybody.
about to get brought up on
Thanks for
some
watching.
pedo
Stay
charges,
updated
man.
about
He's about to get his
breaking news
ass
and top
beat.
stories on the
What
NBC
the
News
fuck?
app.
If he wasn't doing that for those purposes and was like actually just trying to hold, I don't think you can hold somebody's kid down like that for throwing eggs. I can't imagine trying to do that to somebody's kid. Like somebody threw a rubber ball at my window once. It was loud as fuck, dude. I ended up finding it out there in the grass. It was threw it. They chunked it. But I wouldn't even think about chasing after that kid who could have broken the glass. There's no way I would have chased him down the street, tackled him, busted my phone out, been humping his back, and been like, I'm going to take your picture. You're not going in. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, apparently it's been happening for a while, though. I mean, if the kid was doing it every day, I still don't think I would chase him down and tackle him like that. It's too risky. What do you mean? That's a kid. I'm not fucking even touching him. Unless he's like actively breaking shit and won't stop breaking shit or something, then yeah, I guess somebody's got to do something about it. But that dude was stupid for that one. Now the camera's being stupid. At least Penelope was done already. Right. Oh wow, she done. She was definitely done. She ate a whole can just now. Simon. Simon. Hey, you're back already. All right. You, Simon? Don't lay there, damn it! I'll lay under my feet. Yeah, that's right. That's the lay right where I put my feet, like where, like, very slim passageway that there is here to leave. Complicates things when he lays there.
President Donald Trump made a surprise walk around the White House North Lawn on Wednesday, telling reporters that he's installing 2 flagpoles on the White House grounds.
We're putting up a beautiful, almost 100-foot tall American flag on this side and another one on the other side, 2 flags, top of the line, and they've needed flagpoles for 200 years.
An American flag and a POW MIA flag are flown from a pole on the White House roof daily. It's unusual to see the President of the United States walking along the north lawn of the White House as it faces a park. However, Secret Service cleared out the park before the President's arrival. Trump said the new flagpoles will arrive in about a week and be, quote, paid for by Trump.
Really? He's gonna buy them? I mean, probably not that expensive for him. I'm hiding on the shelf. Why did that comment just do? Oh, earlier you saying, oh, I see. Yeah, he knew I was going. He saw the bag at that point. Stop licking. God dang, he can't. Dude. Oh, I gotta get his blood drawn again soon. Next month we'll know. It'll come back high, and then it's gonna be sleepy time again, probably. Or I don't even know how. I feel like we should be giving him in between dosage of what we get. Last time was too much. Now it's not enough. This type of shit that keeps the compounding industry in business, because I could compound his medicine at being like that strength, and then we don't have to worry about splitting a pill twice. Split a pill in 4s with hers. I might have to do it with his. That Lori Valley chick lost her case. All that. Oh, he's already got a life sentence.
No wonder Trump's suits always look ill-fitting, which is actually one of the secrets of his success. It's hard to imagine a billionaire like Donald often wearing ill-fitting suits. His clothes have oversized shoulder pads, tight tie knots, loose coats, and baggy pants, which make him look a little funny, especially when he bends over the table. The shoulder pads almost touch his ears. This is confusing because Trump is rich enough to buy the most expensive clothes, but obviously he chose this design on purpose. Rumor has it that he has custom-made suits by Italian brand Brioni, and such a brand obviously wouldn't make such a mistake. So why would Donald deliberately wear ill-fitting suits? Many people think that he does it to create a unique personal style. Trump's suit choice has become one of his trademarks. These funny designs come from his personal preferences, such as his preference for loose cuts. After all, he is an older and plump man. He thinks that long ties can elongate him. No wonder Trump's suits always look...
How did it end? Elongate his penis? Oh, this guy's a Trump hater? I don't know, this is some random short that hit. I should tell you two to stop recommending shorts to me. I do. Why can't you do that permanently, though? Like, I do it, I tell it to show me, like, can I just tell it to show me none? You can't do that. You can't turn shorts off on YouTube, can you? I want to do that, actually. See if I can do that. Settings. Playback. Yeah, I don't even like it. Oh. I feel like that was fair. Yeah, I don't think you turn shorts off, though. I don't see anywhere to do it. Which is stupid. You should be able to. Like, if I wanted to watch shorts, I would be on fucking TikTok. I'd be on Instagram or some shit. But they know most people are on phones, so they'll start watching shorts and just not even realize it. They'll prefer that aspect ratio. Full screen. Now, I can hold it like this. I get like that now. I'm sold. When do y'all eat my lap anymore? Simon wants out again already, too. He didn't do anything. He just came in here, walked around, licked himself a little bit. Now he wants out. Now for it. No. I guess. El Salvador has become Democrats' new Epstein Island.
Well, not so holy act by this man. Authorities say he walked into a Boyle Heights church and stole a metal cross. It happened last week on Holy Thursday at St. Camilla's Center for Spiritual Care on Zonal Avenue. A camera caught him snatching the cross off the pulpit. Authorities say they're sharing the video evidence in hopes that somebody comes forward recognizing the man.
Wearing on a fat chain right now. Lay down there. I'm inside of it.
Right off the top at 5:30, BSO showing us the thousands of stolen products they found inside of a pawn shop. We're learning more about this big operation and also the thieves behind this big bust. Good evening, I'm Jim Barry.
And I'm Naja Sherman. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez is live in Hollywood. And Maribel, you have more on what deputies found.
Yeah, Naja and Jim, this was a major operation. The deputies tell us these thieves would come into this pawn shop several times a day with thousands of products worth, get this, more than $10,000 at a time. It was inside this U.S. pawn shop at 5450 State Road 7 in Hollywood, where BSO says thousands of stolen products from major retailers like CVS, Walmart, Home Depot, Walgreens, and Publix were being sold.
Some of the items that they were purchasing routinely was over-the-counter medications, health and beauty aid, power tools, and all new in box and multiple of like items.
And deputies say it was this group of people behind the massive operation, including the owner of the pawn shop, 46-year-old Igor Melamed. He is accused of allegedly buying the stolen goods from a ring of several thieves.
These last names look kind of sus.
Arrested.
They would close the door because they couldn't accept any more customers because there was so much product on all over the counters. They would bring it in trash bags, wheel it up in wagons. It was quite the operation, very lucrative, unfortunately, but their time has come.
And this is all part of a 3-year-long investigation where detectives seized more than 50 pallets of stolen merchandise worth more than $750,000, as well as putting those who buy them, mostly online, at risk.
Another side component of this is the health issue. Some of these are medications that have to be stored at a proper temperature. These people that were stealing, it was throughout not just Broward County, the boosters, the professional thieves, they were stealing all throughout the state of Florida.
And deputies tell us these thieves would go into these major retail stores and literally wipe out the shelves and bring all those stolen products to sell them here at this pawn shop. The owner of this pawn shop is being charged with racketeering, the others with racketeering and dealing with stolen property. This investigation is ongoing. We're live in Hollywood. Maribel Rodriguez, CBS News, Miami.
Please stop licking. Got a pill splitter on the way. No medicine.
The suspect in the shooting that injured Deputy Constable Sheila Jones is now facing 2 felony charges.
And we've learned this isn't the first time 34-year-old Parnell Bland has had run-ins with law enforcement. KPRC2's Jaewon Jung joining us now live.
Hours. All 6. He was actually found guilty of possession of a controlled substance and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Texas Department of Corrections records show that he was released from prison in December of 2023. Court records show since being released from prison, Bland was arrested at least twice in Liberty County.
You need to show this guy's face more. That's all they show it. They should have this fucking guy's face on for at least like 10 seconds. They showed it for like 1 second. They don't want people to know it's a black dude. That's bad for the agenda. For the cause. That's bad for the cause. Black people can't do any harm, man. They had to show his face, but only for the minimal amount of time. Fucker grow hair again. He is over grooming over here. Now's when she always wants to come here. Yeah, well, yeah, more than just a licking, huh?
The Trump administration's mass deportation agenda has already resulted in a 655% increase in terrorists being nabbed roaming the country. Since President Trump's inauguration on January 20th this year, more than 200 known or suspected terrorists have been nabbed by ICE, including one who is on his country's
remember
most
this one?
wanted
Yo,
list.
wait. Remember there was one dude, I forget who interviewed him. It was either JLR or Anthony. The dude was like, "You don't know who I am now, but you will," or he said like, or he was surprised that he didn't know who he was. I forget which it was. The dude was straight up like admitting to being a terrorist. And then it comes to find out that he was or something. Yeah, it was some weird shit. Was that him there? I can't remember because it was a younger dude. It wasn't like he wasn't old. He was like right kind of like 30s, like around. I don't know if that was him or not though, but it was Joe that had it. Yeah, it could have been him too. That's true. Or Oreo, for that matter. But yeah, it might have been, maybe. I can't remember exactly. Maybe there was more than one also. But, I wish I could remember exactly what.
By ICE, including one who is on his country's most wanted list. During the same period under the Biden administration last year, there were just 29 such arrests made. The individual who was on his country's most wanted list is Harpreet Singh, who's from India. He crossed the border illegally in 2022 into Arizona and was subsequently released by the Biden administration. At the time of his apprehension at the border, agents did not know his terror ties. For more than 3 years, Singh was allowed to roam the country with impunity, and the Trump administration now blames the Biden administration for allowing that to happen. Singh was wanted in his home country for terrorist recruiting and terror funding. He was also wanted for planning grenade attacks on Indian police. Luckily, ICE was able to nab him in Sacramento last week. And the Trump administration says they're not stopping here. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told the Post recently that under President Trump and Secretary Noam's leadership, ICE is unleashed to remove these violent criminals from America's streets and put an end to catch and release. She said the Biden administration is fully to blame for allowing illegal migrants with terror ties like Singh to roam the country for years before they were nabbed by ICE.
You know what's crazy, dude? Is both Joe's and Oreo's channels got fucking deleted. So if it did happen on their streams, it's gone now. I'm the only one that has that. Because they weren't dual streaming at the time. Were they? I can't remember. Now, if they were only on YouTube or not. Well, yeah. Because Twitch doesn't hold on to the shit. They would have had to have Moved it off of Twitch. And all those streams got deleted. All their border streams. Everything that they did got deleted. Fuck, that's gutting, actually. I feel sorry for them for that shit. Sucks. Pink, why are you always flattering people? Just come in and be cool. You know, flattery thin. Easily seen through. Yeah, but it's like, if I was a man, I'd see you more than once every 2 months. I'm more like just some dude you check on sometimes and you don't hate. That's more like it. I just want to be real with it. You think it's funny? Well, I think you're a bitch for that. What do you mean getting Joe and Oreo leaving? I didn't get them leaving. What does that mean? Can't celebrate that here either. I'm not celebrating that they got kicked off of fucking YouTube. Did you not just hear what I said? Like, I think it's fucked up that all their stuff got deleted. You're a little retarded, lady. Well, I've always told you that, though. Too. Nothing's new. You knew that. You might not know you're actually retarded, but you knew I told you that. Not on one, dude. You heard what I just said. It's like you don't even listen when I'm talking. All you care about is what you want to say and what you have going on in your life and what you think going on. I'm trying to tell you what was going on, and you're still like you're still making it about you. I just told you I was talking shit about YouTube deleting their shit, about how fucked up that is, how gutting that is. That's not cool. And you're like, ha, that's cool though. Ha ha, I think it's cool. And I'm like, well, I don't think it's cool. And you're like, hey, why you're really on one right now? And you're a dumb cunt. You're just a dumb cunt, Pink. Fuck, am I the only one here that sees the dumbness in this shit? I don't care if it's Oreo. I was just talking about yesterday how I don't have a problem with Oreo. I had a problem with Oreo being with the People's Convoy. I had a problem with Oreo being with 1776. Before and after that, I'm cool with both of them. And I always was. I was a member on their channels and shit before they got with the People's Convoy in 1776. You were always a hater of them because you're a dumb cunt. You're a fucking dumb cunt, Democrat, liberal bitch. That's what you are. And I got rid of most of y'all after that whole People's Convoy thing. I somehow, like, I collected y'all until there were people like Ant and that other chick that came out there and other really leftist-leaning people. Once those people came out there, y'all migrated to them more than to me. I'm okay with that because I don't get along with you fucking idiots. Confidently strong woman. You're single as fuck because you're such a confidently strong woman. You're single as fuck because no dude wants to be with you, actually. Sorry. But I'm not sorry because you do it to yourself. On one, dude. It's just when you come in, like, guns blazing, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Like, I haven't seen you in 2 months, and you're all lathering the shit out of me for no reason. You take everything out on me. Yeah, no, you just come in. You know what? I don't think I'm the only one that does this to you, dude. You attract this type of attention. Fucking weirdo, man. You like people yelling at you and shit. Fucking got daddy issues. I think your dad used to yell at you, so you miss it. For some reason, he won't do it anymore. He can't do it anymore. He's no longer here. I don't know. For whatever reason, you're a fucking weirdo. And only reason why you're unbanned is for comic relief. At any moment, you could get rebanned. No, just don't forget. Fucking forget your place, Pink. You're here for my entertainment. Only reason why you're not banned. Because every now and then I'll be like, oh, it's this dumb cunt. See what stupid shit she has to say this time. You know, because it's not very often we get an idiot like you to come through here. They stay the fuck away or they don't say anything. You don't make me laugh. Not in the way you think you make me laugh. I'm laughing at you. Yeah, that's your job. Keep at it. You have to go work. I don't like you. I feel sorry for you, Pink. Actually, I think that you probably have no friends. And that's what gets me to unban you every time. What was quick? What did you think I had to go do? Take a shower?
As if being in the minority weren't hard enough already, Democratic leadership in Congress has to do it without the confidence of their own party. New polling from Gallup found only 39% of Democrats express a great deal or fair amount of confidence in their party's congressional leadership. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries came in at 50%, Senator Chuck Schumer was at 48%. That's lower than their Republican counterparts, including House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Overall, 76% of Republicans have confidence in their party's congressional leadership. The poll was conducted as President Trump finished up his first 3 months as president. His approval rating came in at 45%, which is the second lowest on record for a president's first quarter. The only rating lower than that since World War II is his own from 2017. The average first quarter presidential approval rating is 59%. Pollsters conducted the survey from April 1st to the 14th as the nation saw its economic prospects swing drastically. President Trump announced tariffs on every nation in the world on April 2nd. That sent the stock market tumbling approximately 10% over the next couple of days. Markets have since rebounded slightly, due in part to a pause in tariffs during a negotiation period. The Dow Jones is down approximately 6.7% from where it was a month ago. While Trump deals with the economy, Democrats are trying to figure out a way that they can unify themselves against Trump's agenda.
What's up, everybody?
They've tried social media campaigns on the high cost of living, book bans, deportations, and even President Trump saying he wants to run for a third term. So far, they haven't gotten anything to stick with their base or independents who they hope to sway in the 2026 midterm elections. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more reporting, download the SAN app.
Now at noon, people living on the edge of East Hollywood near Koreatown say a famous new neighbor is becoming a noisy nuisance. Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West. Thanks for joining us for the KTLA 5 News at noon. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. Neighbors are making accusations of some bizarre behavior, including loud noise and disturbing graffiti.
Have to say that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West. Do they have to say that, or can they just say Kanye West? Do they have to call him Ye? Like, why the fuck?
KTLA 5's Kimberly Chang is live outside that Beverly Boulevard building with the details.
Why do they have to do it? I wouldn't do it.
Hi, this warehouse is right across the street from an elementary school, and it's adjacent to homes and businesses in the area. If you take a look behind me, you can see that it's surrounded by a black gate. Most neighbors tell us they aren't aware of what goes on behind those gates, other than they've heard loud music, sometimes late at night.
I have no idea what it is. It's kind of a mystery to me, so yeah, but I have heard loud music coming from it.
This nondescript warehouse is a center of noise and other complaints, and according to multiple neighbors, is used by rapper Ye, also known as Kanye West, for parties, rehearsals, and casting calls. Police have responded here multiple times in the past. LAPD confirmed they received 7 noise complaints since the beginning of the year, but no action was ultimately taken. Police were also called out to the area near Kingsley and Beverly after a swastika was spray painted on the white walls of this building. Neighbors say the music is blaring from speakers, sometimes late at night. Ye is no stranger to controversy and has been accused of making anti-Semitic comments before. Last month, a flyer with Ye's name on it was circulated seeking all male volunteers for a, quote, hooligan choir. In bold letters, it read, quote, no fat people and must be comfortable wearing swastikas, and had this location listed. We spoke with neighbors who saw the swastika and thought it was disturbing.
It's just across the street from the school, and I don't think kids should necessarily deal with that imagery, especially if they don't understand what those things mean. And they put up metal walls now. We don't really know what's going on. And then it was like a chanting of like only men, all dressed in black. So it's just been like very weird to see.
There's like raves and concerts here on the weekends, and then in the weekdays there's been noises. There's been groups of men doing like push-ups and exercises over here, and you can hear music like blaring from the parking lot.
Neighbors say this has been going on for the past few months, sometimes multiple days in a row and sometimes a few times a week. One neighbor told me that he did try and talk to the security guards at this location, but nothing was done. Reporting live here in East Hollywood, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
Damn it, cat! Fuck. Penelope really does look like she could be Sweepy's mom. She was in the backyard, right next spot where Tux used to sit, I think. And she hung out for a while. Like she didn't get started off until I was like really trying to get her to come back. Then she ended up scurrying off like 10, 20 feet away, and then I put it down. But interesting. Our Sweepy was born down the alley and walked all the way up the alley over here. To put her out there. Ed, how's your day been? Yeah, she was in the backyard. It ran off. I gotta get these cats to come up to me. I can't even get Sweepy to jump in my lap.
The LA City Council voting in favor of expanding a policy banning people from sleeping in some public spaces. It extends the zones to Superior Street and Deering Avenue in Chatsworth. KTLA's Aaron Myers is live this morning in Chatsworth with the latest. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. They did vote on this yesterday, and as you said, they did expand this resolution. It is now going to be in effect here in this area, though it is already in several locations. You can see here behind me, we are at Superior Street and Deering Avenue. There is a small encampment here. We did speak to a gentleman that is staying here. Now, City Council approved the resolution 11-2. The policy prohibits people who are homeless from sitting, lying down, sleeping, and keeping belongings in certain public areas. Crime data from the area shows there have been more than 24 arrests in the first few months of the year, which is up from last year. Many of the arrests were for narcotics possession and trespassing. Local businesses near here have also said they have concerns that crime seems to be increasing. They believe that is due to those experiencing homelessness in the area. The resolution states police investigations have connected homeless people to confirmed crimes. A report released last year, though, said enforcement of the policy wasn't working. Though some areas have seen more aggressive enforcement, many areas still weren't clear of encampments, and that getting people into housing has been generally ineffective. Now, people in the encampments are supposed to get advance notice and help finding shelter before they are cleared. We spoke with Stefan, who has been staying in the small encampment here. He says even though the resolution just passed, there has already been some enforcement in this area.
To tell the truth, I think that it's kind of bogus. They've been coming down on us already, and they hit us almost every 2 or 3 days. So we're already at a deficit, and by them doing this, we're just going to end up with absolutely nothing. But hopefully, if that's the case, they house us.
Now, we do know thousands of arrests have been made over the past several years due to this policy, but many of them are happening in specific areas, such as this portion of San Fernando Valley and West LA. Reporting live here in Chatsworth, I'm Aaron Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
The damn camera, bro. What? If you what, boy? Ah. Sorry. Fine. What? Strawberry. Strawberry. First room he's had in. That's trippy. Wild. Next comment about friends, though.
Is President Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy? This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them, in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street. Trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls.
Last hanging out with y'all,
we know it's coming from Main Street.
Now
for
I'm a
few
nobody.
Reasons. I always try to give you the
nobody.
evidence, show you why we know what we think we know, and here it is. First, there's detailed data on the inventories and supply chains. So it shows when American stores will be running out of these products, many of which have some foreign ingredient in them, and they're running out of what was purchased before the tariff war began. Second, some of America's largest companies track all of this because it's their whole business and expertise. This is what they do, so they're all over it. And they are now formally warning about the coming Trump slump any way they can, which includes what I'm about to show you, the largest employer in America, Walmart, which has over 1.5 million employees. They employ more Americans than any other company. And the Walmart chief just joined an attempted Trump tariff intervention, along with the CEOs of the other huge retailers, Target and Home Depot, to privately warn Trump that his tariffs, let's take this in full, I want people to be able to see this, his tariffs, you can read along, the tariff and trade policy will not only disrupt supply chains and raise prices, it will lead to empty shelves. Now that's big. If people were upset over, say, high prices during the inflation years that we had, imagine high prices and basic products also being wiped out, echoing the empty shelf panic of the pandemic that we all remember in Trump's first term. Well, empty shelves are an unpopular outcome. It impacts people's lives, their ability to plan. You end up having to go other places, spend more gas money. You know the drill. It will also, obviously, if it happens again, impact Trump's political approval. Now, when could these empty shelves hit? The disruptions could land, again, let's see the whole thing. The Trump disruptions could become noticeable in 2 weeks. I'll just tell you at home, I want that big on your screen because it's one of those little sets of words that will matter a lot if it happens in 2 weeks. Today it's in Axios. Today it's on, of course, television news covering the markets or the economy or the politics. But a heck of a lot more Americans are going to notice if in 2 weeks from tonight, their shelves are bare at all the Walmarts around the country. It's sobering.
Not going to happen.
It's also foreseeable based on what so many economists and conservative allies have been telling the White House. Sobering for a Trump administration that keeps trying to claim the trillions lost in the trade war are just
Not
temporary
the formula.
pain, but it will lead.
Soon
Enough, they have said, to
Why are they
better results.
only showing formulas?
Which certainly
that come
means
from
something
China?
other
Hold on.
than COVID stuff.
If all of our fucking baby formula, which is all they're showing on here, is constant baby formula products, if all that's coming from China, maybe it's time we start making that locally. We really want to feed our kids Chinese-made formula. Or what? What's going on here? Where's this shit made? France?
Empty shelves. Now, the warning I just mentioned, this private meeting with the president, is the runway for Trump edging back to a pattern that he's repeated. Trump is a self-proclaimed trade warrior who often breaks Tom Petty's first law, don't back down. And also, by the way, Sun Tzu's teaching that the true warrior only fights battles he's already won, which simply means you assess the opponent and resources first so that you don't pick losing battles. That would be a different approach, say, than firing off economic shots at China if it's in a battle you can't ultimately win, one that even your own team has been admitting is a set of unsustainable tariffs. So that is the runway for this Trump-induced whiplash hitting Wall Street right now. Investors eyeing what they call the Trump tax of these tariffs, and now the Trump cost of uncertainty, while hoping the president will end the back and forth once and for all and finally maybe just cave.
This make or break hour begins with the ongoing market volatility taking investors on yet another ride today.
It's been a really rough road. There's been so much volatility, Adam. And I think that investors are tired. Like Ryan says, they want clarity.
It doesn't get rid of the volatility. Some days up 1,000, some days down 1,000, depending on what's coming out of the White House.
How are you feeling today?
I feel like I need a neck brace. The volatility has been insane.
Insane volatility.
No fucking way you read all those books, asshole. Get out of my face.
Now, every economy faces some inevitable volatility, but these experts, many of whom, by the way, lean towards conservative views on policy, see Trump as the cause of this avoidable volatility. Fox News' sister outlet, the Wall Street Journal, has declared Trump's tariffs now the greatest economic threat. It's a bad report card for the first 100 days. Over on actual Fox TV, where they first downplayed the market's plunge, they avoided even showing a stock ticker on those big crash days. Well, now there are more voices saying trade wars are bad, and the administration's briefings are straining credibility.
Trade wars don't have a lot of history of working out very well for any party who's involved in it.
If you come up every other day, yeah, we just had a great call with so-and-so and these guys, and it starts to take away credibility. It starts to smack of desperation.
Credibility fading. Desperation coming out of the White House. And I can remind you some of the other indications we've heard. Peter Navarro, the trade advisor, and others said they had dozens of deals, up to 90 deals in the works. If that were true, you would expect some of those deals to be announced, especially from such a PR-focused administration. We're still at zero. No announced deals. What we are announcing, what we are covering, what we are hearing is this talk of unsustainability or people around Trump basically trying to give the markets some sort of cold comfort, some sort of hope was the word of the day yesterday. I showed you that in headlines if you happen to catch the news last night. And then these leaks and these indications that Trump will eventually back down, almost trying to will him towards the reality that the markets say is needed, that Walmart says he has about 2 weeks left to decide on, or we get empty shelves. Here's a quote. Tariffs could come down to between 50 and 65%. That would be slashing Trump's big China tariffs to, quote, de-escalate a trade war that has not gotten the United States or the administration anything so far. That's the Wall Street Journal quoting a White House official. Politico, referring to Trump's past explanation when he backed down partially and saying another case of the yips taken together, it marks Trump's biggest economic climb down since the last one. Another indication of just how badly most of this stuff is landing. You can remember Trump did retreat on the reciprocal tariffs, camouflaging that in a 90-day pause, and backed down on his attacks against the Fed chair. They were beefing only because the Fed chair had made accurate points about the cost of tariffs. So there has been some retreating, but many of the key tariffs are still in place. There are no trade deals yet announced. And because this is starting as a market story, as I'm telling you tonight, we are, according to the big box retailers, 2 weeks away from it being a story that everyone's going to wake up to in a very, very literal way in their grocery stores, in their malls, in their big box stores. But right now we're hearing more from the market folks who catch this stuff first. Here's a billionaire investor, Ken Griffin, and he says what Trump is doing has tarnished the American brand.
The American brand, right? The United States was more than just a nation. It's a brand. It's a universal brand, whether it's our culture, our financial strength, our military strength. America rose beyond just being a country. It was like an aspiration for most of the world. And we're eroding that brand right now.
There's another brand here, which involves, of course, the business billionaire, richest guy in the world who's been tasked to do so much for the Trump administration, Elon Musk. And that's also eroding. We've seen a real backlash as people have started to understand how he is trying to do his version of pseudo-governing. And you can only call it pseudo because he didn't commit to what others do in giving up business interests or devoting himself to the public interest. He wants to do both. He wants to run his companies and parachute into different agencies and make big sweeping changes. So how's that going?
You know, this dude is...
The new polling shows...
I don't know why he's so hard for me to... It's like he has run-on thoughts. Run-on... it's something about how he does his show is hard for me to follow because, like... I don't know if it's because it's Democrat shit. Democrat head. What's going on?
47% of Americans view Tesla negatively, compared to only about a quarter.
I think it's how he speaks.
Half have a negative view of Musk, much higher negatives than positives. And Musk's power has been clipped a little. We were told in a cabinet meeting that leaked in the Times that Trump was pulling him back from some roles. Today, NBC reporting Musk got into a shouting match with the Treasury Secretary in the White House recently, clashing over who would really call the shots at the IRS. Musk has said he's going to reduce his role in this kind of work, and Tesla has seen a 70% drop in sales, and its overall...
Like, why did he have to enunciate Tesla right there? And Tesla has seen how he speaks. It's like, it's hard for me to want to keep listening to it. Like, there's no reason to say Tesla like that, but that's just one instance.
Market value, I showed you the top 500 companies down, say, about 12%. Well, Tesla's faring worse. Down 41% means about half of the entire stock's value, the company value.
What? Just talk to me, man. You don't have to do all that. I can see I don't have to be. I have to put more on you. You don't have to make me feel what you want me to feel. You say half, and I can feel it. Does that make sense? Like you're trying to convince me to have your emotion. I don't like that. Talk it. Just tell me the news. But the Republicans do it too. I mean, maybe it's just because he's Democrat that I don't like it. I don't know. I have to look.
Value has been wiped out since inauguration. Many investors and analysts say partly related to Musk trying to do it all, but not doing any job particularly well. Many Americans voting with their wallets. They say they will never buy Teslas again, and it is a consumer-facing product. We're seeing related anger at the town halls.
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
I'm worried about the power that Elon Musk has been given without any kind of election.
Are you willing to use your subpoena power to say, Musk, come in here, stand in front of Congress, and answer some hard questions? Are you going to subpoena him at some point?
Elon Musk and DOGE have been authorized by the President of the United States.
Can we count on you to go back to Washington and demand...
Yeah, I want to know what that hold on was, because I bet there was somebody that Biden authorized to do some shit at one point. It wasn't elected to do it. It just wasn't such a big name. Or like they weren't making such big cuts, or I bet it was somebody that was just adding DEI shit. He probably created some fucking position for DEI and then just brought somebody in for it. I bet it was like, you're the DEI guy, you're my guy. I bet Biden did some dumb shit like that.
Oversight into Joe's and Elon.
We do have an internet where people can find just about anything really fast. We have news, we have television news, you have YouTube, right? But it still takes time for big things to sink in. Sometimes people come up to me and they ask, does anyone care? Is anyone upset? Is this all just okay with people? Well, I just showed you in data of the whole country and in examples in the town halls. And
here it is right here. Biden-Harris announces Chief Diversity Officer. Now, what the fuck did this guy do? Biden-Harris is first ever Chief Diversity and Inclusion Director of the White House. There's some black dude. Michael Leach. Not only work with the Executive Office of the President, but also all 15 departments and agencies. We need them to set goals and plan for increasing the diversity of appointees to government policy and supporting positions, including but not limited to executive schedule, senior executive services, and Schedule C positions. So it's like, this dude had some serious fucking power, but nobody was bitching about that, dude, at the time. He's probably fired now.
We have. No, it's not okay with people. There was a close election. They promised to do certain things. Among those promises were get prices under control and just help the economy go boom. Well, it went boom in a very different way, boom to bust. And now this is sinking in, and we're still weeks away from the very, very real crescendo that you could see in stores if, according to Walmart and other big, again, conservative leaving institutions, unless Trump backs down further on the tariffs.
Oh, look, no, he left. White House's first. Dude, did she eat all the food? I was kind of hoping she'd leave a little bit. Actually, so I wouldn't have to waste a whole other can, maybe. Right, looking like that, I have to put a whole can out there right now. She ate. It did. All that really matters. So he left after 3 years. So about half of the White House staff identifies as a person of color, and nearly 60% of staffers are women, according to White House staff report last year. What? How is that possible? What? Dude, how is that possible? There aren't 50%, or maybe there are 50% people if you're counting like Mexicans, blacks together. %60 are women, though. That's interesting. So many of the Secret Service were women, dude. So did this guy get replaced? Officer. They must have ended that. There's right there. Terminate to the maximum extent allowed by the law all DEI officers, positions, including but not limited to Chief Diversity Officer. It is right there, dude. Boom, you're fired. Fuck out of here. So that's the, like, this dude was probably doing all kinds of damage to the federal government. And there weren't protests against him. Why weren't the Republicans protesting that guy? Oh, because they would look racist. They had it so that if you were to protest him, you're a racist, bigot. Yeah. Yeah, clever. Hey, oh, you still are to them. Yeah. Oh, another one. They got another one.
Outrage and fear
Gotta catch them
growing in
all.
immigrant communities. Yesterday, we told you about an ICE raid targeting more than a dozen day laborers outside a home
Well, we got another one, Mike.
Today, we're learning of yet another incident involving a different man. Inland Empire reporter Leticia Juarez has this story live. Leticia, you spoke with that man's desperate family.
They were desperate enough to get the paperwork in time.
The Majin family says they haven't heard or seen their father in over 24 hours.
I care more about getting my driver's license.
After he failed to return to the barber shop that he's owned for the past 20 years.
Renewed.
Surveillance video shows 58-year-old Martin Majin Leon pulling up to his business. It's the last known sighting before he disappeared Tuesday morning. His son, Miguel Majin, works next door and grew worried when the shop, usually open by 9 a.m. sharp, remained closed. When his father didn't answer his cell phone, Miguel's concern turned to panic.
I start knocking on the door. I hear nothing. I call my mom. Like, you know what? I'm gonna knock the door down if you don't come. Open the door, because my dad's not responding. I think he's probably underground.
But before he forced his way in, Majin checked his surveillance footage, and what he saw changed everything.
That's how we find out that he was taken at gunpoint.
His father wasn't missing. He'd been detained by federal immigration agents. The family frantically called ICE, Border Patrol, and local police trying to find out where he'd been taken. They got no answers until a call from the Mexican consulate finally came.
Oh, wow.
We didn't know if he's okay. We just found out about an hour ago that he's in Calexico.
Majin says his dad came to the U.S. undocumented in 1987, seeking a better life for his family. He opened the barber shop 2 decades ago with his wife Rosalba and raised their 7 children in Pomona.
Is she illegal too?
He was deported in 2009 after his green card was denied, but returned 3 years later and has lived a quiet life ever since.
Why was it denied, you shithead?
We knew this was going to happen.
What do you mean?
To criminals, to rapists.
He's a criminal.
To people that really have a bad record. You know, Donald Trump wanted to deport those people. But why my dad? He's a working man.
The family believes federal officials were tipped off about their father after he recently tried to renew his driver's license.
But he changed to this address, and they came here.
Why the fuck do these idiots care more about their driver's license than getting their shit in line?
We're confident that DMV is working with Border Patrol.
Eyewitness News did reach out to the DMV. They did tell us they are preparing a statement for us, but they were unable to get it to us by airtime. As for Customs and Border Patrol, they did not respond to our inquiries about the whereabouts of Mr. Majin. Right now, all we know is that he is in Calexico. The family does tell us that he is on diabetic medication, including insulin and high blood pressure, so they do worry about his health and whether he is getting those medications while he is being detained.
Well, he's still alive, isn't he? So probably. And I'll switch situation.
We begin with breaking news in South LA, a SWAT standoff.
And Desmond Shaw live at SkyCal with more on this. Des?
Well, Pat and Juan, it's a situation that's been going on since the 8 a.m. hour.
Wait, why isn't there
we do
a
have some new
fucking
details
video?
here, as we've learned that LAPD and their SWAT is trying to extract what they believe is one person with a gun inside. So this all began with two people that went inside and threatened someone at this warehouse on the 5800 block of Crocker Street this morning, and that person 911, and they got out of the situation okay. They were able to get the person in custody that had the knife, but not the one that is believed to have the gun. So that's why they are out here with all of the Bearcats and all kinds of different resources. They've thrown some gas in here after, as I double in, after ripping down the plywood that was in front of this opening right here. So they threw some gas in there. The suspect's still not coming out. And this is the only way in and out of the property. There's no other doors or windows here at the rear or on the sides of the building. So LAPD very confident that the person with a gun is still inside, but they have not been able to get them to surrender yet at this point. We'll see what their next move is going to be, but it's a situation going on for about 9 hours now. Live in SkyCal overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw, Juan and Pat, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, a long day out there. Keep us posted, Desmond. Thank you.
Really nothing. The live that they have on it is just actually no chopper up. Californians among top distracted drivers. Real American hero. Yep. Yeah. Dude, you know what's wild? Temple, 32,000 people watching, right? Which is average for Temple. He's been on for over an hour. Still, 32, only two. I say only, right? Because it's stuck around that same number for months, man. He was just at the White House yesterday with a total other demographic that was able to get recommended him by the press secretary. Still 32K. Isn't that kind of crazy? He didn't just kind of at least I don't know, man. Grow some more popularity just from the haters watching. People hate watching who is it? Because how I watch MSNBC and CNN just to listen to them. Bitch, maybe it's because they're Tim Pool's site is winning right now, so they don't want to watch. But if the Democrats are ever winning, they'll want to watch him to see him bitch. Type thing. So if they get a win, if Democrats get a win, then he'll get those hate watch. Because anybody that is on Tim, like most people that are on Tim's side, on like or because he turned more into a Trumper over time, and if you're a Trumper, then you probably know who he was already. If you're watching the press secretary briefing, you probably already know who Tim Pool is. Probably. If you care that much about politics, you probably already know who Tim Pool is. Maybe. That's probably it. That's probably why he didn't grow at all. It didn't actually hit a different audience. Because the people that watch Tim Pool are the same people that would watch a press briefing without Tim Pool there. Hater or a proponent. Like how you would think, or I would have I thought, whatever he had that interview with Trump, like possibly he was going to get like hundreds of thousands of new subs or something. Man, you just had a one-on-one interview with Trump. And that's wild to me that it barely even put a dent in it. Same with the White House visit. Doesn't cause instant growth, huge growth. I didn't pick up my strawberries. Are you just eating strawberries now? You on the new strawberry diet? Is that you that I'm here? Why you gotta have the gingivitis, bro? Kitty's got gingivitis, by the way, and I have to start giving her medication now. And now it's time for her to go on adult food. She's a big girl now. And I don't know which one to give her. Right now, I've been thinking about giving her the fancy piece because it's the cheapest one, but I feel kind of weird about going from the most expensive kitten food on the market to the cheapest canned food on the market. Like, is that really how I should do it? Maybe the first year was the most important. What do you mean it's junk food? Like, not according to a lot of people on Reddit, dude. And a lot of veterinarians also. And it also depends on which fancy feast you feed. It has to be the pate. Because the shredded has gravy, and it also has like some sort of like wheat gluten shit that makes it so they can form it into shapes like that, the little shredded shapes. So you had to get the pate. Not all cats will eat it though. Like I'm sitting here, write this actual, like look at this. I'll put this thread. Dude, why can't I just put at kitty cam and it bring my shit up? Dude, man. Because they hate. can search for it in Google. Possible to find. I have to do it in YouTube search. At least it works there. They don't deny me. I'll look it up if I put it at. Dude. That. Wait, I forgot I could just bring it up. These people are saying fancy piece is fine. Fancy piece, classic potatoes, decent quality if that's what is affordable. But if you know wet food at all. Fancy piece is a very good budget friendly food. Try to stick with the pate over the gravy. My cat has medical problems. Our vet actually recommended Fancy Piece to us since it's tried and true, reliable cat food brand. It's the gravy. Gravy one's supposed to be the one that's bad for them. Or not bad, but it's like. That's what someone says up here. Did I read that? Here it goes. I was informed the gravy shreds aren't good for them. I've read that somewhere else too. I've never heard of Fancy Feast being bad. You know there's gotta be a lot of cat ladies on Reddit, right? Got a bunch of different ones in there. She'll probably eat anything I put down with it. What was that? Hey, sharks, I'm gonna feed them and stuff, and probably put another bowl out for the cat outside. Doesn't she always take a nap? I don't remember. I don't pay attention, I guess. Figure it out. I'll figure one of them. So many different brands, types. I almost wish she was more picky, then she would figure it out, but I gotta figure it out. I like Simon, he picks his food, and I'm like, okay, you'll eat that one? Alright, we're going with that one then. But since she'll eat anything, it puts it all on me. It's kind of stressful. I don't know which is better. I feel obligated to find one that is good for her. Simon, I didn't care what it was, as long as he'd eat it and it was wet food. I never tried Friskies though. I never went with the super cheap stuff. Anyway, leave it now. Later. Give me some samples. Let's know how they taste. You better try them along with your cat. Otherwise, waste not, want not. If your cat doesn't like it, then you have to eat it. Okay? Waste not, want not.